combating terrorism, and President Xi does make a reference of it in the opening remarks. So that's the big breaking news now coming in. President Xi makes a reference to terrorism in the opening remark that has been made at the 25th meeting of the head of the states. Niranjan, that's the breaking news now coming in.
Yeah, this was his overall statement, but I think the reference was obvious, right? The reference was to India because he talks about a confidence-building mechanism in border areas, reference to both Russia, India, and of course to Pakistan as well. Pakistan, because he mentions terror. Shravan, do we have more details? Because I think he's still speaking live. Do we have more details of the entire statement? Anything on trade, Shravan, that you're picking up that he has said?
Niranjan, I've just managed to get this from here. They haven't released officially as yet. So I'm just picking up of the translations that have been given. So far, nothing has been shared officially, but we can confirm that he does make a reference of terrorism. So that's the big news coming in. That's the overall response. But remember, the reason why I'm saying that this is a win for India, because of all the SCO partners, if one country has been very clear and has a clear vision with regards to combating terrorism, it has been India. And only India has been referring to it time and again with almost all the groups that have come together. So it's very important to point out here, in the opening remark itself, they're talking about a long-term treaty. They're talking about refraining from hostilities. So there is a possibility that finally the joint declaration would find some sort of a mention of the Israel-Gaza war too.
Yeah. Okay, Abhishek, Sergey Dvorinov also joining us. He's Director of Communications at the BRICS Culture Media Forum. Good morning, Sergey. Good morning, can you hear me?
Good morning.
Morning, okay.
Yes, I can
hear. You see the pictures on your screen. I hope you can see those pictures. The pictures that are trending across the world right now of the three world leaders who make up about, more than 1/3 of the world's population together. Sharing a lighter moment, the handshake, of course, which America has been dreading. They've been mentioning it day after day in the last 1 week. What's your takeaway from this big meeting and that moment that they've shared at the SCO?
Thank you so much. First of all, we can see that eastern part of the world right now already became more powerful than western part. And that is not only we're talking about economy and development. We're talking about right now about the traditional world, traditional values, and we're talking about humanity, and we're talking about the human resource. And we can see that right now this real dialogue between East and West will be on the dominant of East. And of course, we have a variety of religions, we have a variety of traditions, but at the same time, we can feel that we are one family of one God. And in this family, we cannot tell that one nation is more bigger and other nations is smaller and should be on the down position. Because Western mentality, everybody knows very well what is Western mentality. For example, America was created under the after the big disaster when native nations was completely destroyed. We can see that right now in America, native nations, they have no any rights, and even they become very small diaspora in their own motherland, in their own country. That is a Western mentality. But we can see that right now all leaders, such a powerful leaders, all of them, each of them, they have authority. They have like moral capital. That is most important. And I'm very proud that we can see that real dialogue of civilization start right now. And that is, we are coming to the golden age. It's my opinion and my feelings.
Captain Alok Bansal is also with us, continues to stay with us. Those are more pictures that we're playing, from the SCO summit. Captain Alok Bansal, when Xi Jinping talks about, and a couple of points that he's made, a few minutes back, he has also mentioned bullying practices. He says we must promote a cultural, historical perspective on World War II, oppose Cold War mentality, block confrontation, bullying practices. Of course, the reference is obvious to Donald Trump.
See, bullying practices is actually the immediate context, the manner in which the Trump administration has unleashed unilateral tariff war against the rest of the world is a clear message that they want to bully the world. And I think China has been consistent in talking as far as Trump's actions are concerned as bullying tactics. So that I think is a very clear statement. His statement on terrorism is worthwhile. But again, as I said, this statement, while very, very significant because India has always been talking about terrorism and SCO has terrorism as one of its main planks, which it is meant to actually discuss. How they implement it, that is what is important actually, because there have been occasions in the past when in United Nations sometimes China has blocked designation of certain terrorists on technical grounds and other issues. So that's an important facet. But his statement about establishing a zone of peace along the borders, etc., are important because these are important indicators that show that there's going to be a huge thaw as far as India-China relations are concerned. And I think one of the important ingredients for that would be trade across the borders. That has been something which has not really taken place in a big way, except for certain local products. But the day we can have a huge trade across borders, probably we'll be able to balance some of our trade deficit because Western China has historically and traditionally been supplied from India. In fact, even the imports they used to traverse through Calcutta port. So let's see how it evolves, because as of now, this is the preliminary comments that we are getting. I think once we get the official translated version of President Xi Jinping's speech, we will be in a better position to comment on what Chinese intentions are as far as future is concerned.
Abhishek, anything else you're picking up from the different addresses that are on the different world leaders speaking at the plenary session there at the SCO?
Well, it's going on. Our turn is going to come in a bit. Prime Minister is going to speak, and then we will know exactly what's India's position. It's already clear, obviously, but how we take it forward is something, because, you were discussing with Alok Bansal, Niranjan, about the China statement of Xi Jinping. I would rather be cautious because Chinese are in a Thucydides trap, as it is called in the world of academia with the United States. So when they say that stop bullying, they are themselves not practicing it. If you look at in their neighborhood with Philippines, with Malaysia, with Vietnam, with Laos and Cambodia, with Taiwan, of course, with Japan, you name a country in the South China Sea and the East China Sea, and the Chinese really flex their military muscle and absolutely in breach of all international rule of law and conventions. So, they are obviously, this is SCO essentially remains a Chinese stock shop, and this is Xi Jinping's show of his strength. And so he would, of course, make those statements. The proof of the pudding, as I said, is in its eating, and the taste has not been rather good for us. From Ladakh and to the joint statement that have come in at the SCO earlier, I think today's evidence of Chinese intent would be in the joint statement that comes out, and we have to wait and see whether Pahelgam gets condemned, whether terrorism in all its manifestations gets condemned, and that and of course, so once the delegations are back, I would, of course, also try to suss it out whether in the delegation talks that took place, in one-on-ones that took place, was there any sense of mea culpa in the case of Chinese that, okay, fine, perhaps we made a mistake, and that while we arm Pakistan, as part of our larger military trade and exports, we would rather not provide them real-time military intelligence and assistance in case of a war with India next time. So that's where I think the integrity of a Chinese position would lie. Whether it has happened or not is still some time. The situation is hot, as they say. Proceedings are on, and there is not enough time to speak to people. But once we are able to do that, Niranjan, I'm sure we would have a much clearer picture of how diplomacy really panned out, whether it's moving in the right direction, whether the normalization that China is talking about is limited to trade, because remember, they have tremendous advantage on balance of trade situation. And so whether all aspects are on board is something which we have to look for. But of course, these pictures, half the diplomacy is about optics, and these optics, these pictures of Prime Minister Modi and President Putin of Russia together, then Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping together, then of course 3 of them together, and the fact that Prime Minister has made sure that he posts these pictures and says, "It's great meeting my friend," I think there is a message, of course, through Washington, D.C. I mean, we are not really realigning in a manner that we are in the China-Russia camp. For God's sake, we are not. But, and I would still believe that our long-term interests lie with the very strong, durable partnership with the United States, as it has been called the defining partnership of the 21st century. But the Trump turbulence is something which we have to, weather out, which we have to live through, and to that extent, I think these pictures are essentially an underscoring of India's strategic autonomy, about which Prime Minister, of course, spoke to President Xi Jinping also in plain terms when they met. Niranjan.
Yeah. In fact, you made a mention of Pakistan, and I'd like to go across to Captain Bansal and get in also Sergey at this point. Pakistan is an embarrassing side story at the SCO summit, right, Captain Alok Bansal? Because see, in just pictures say so much. I mean, Abhishek and Shaman have been talking about optics. Yeah, if it's about optics, you look at this picture there. Prime Minister's walking hand in hand with Putin, and Shehbaz Sharif is just like standing there, almost like he's been hit by a missile.
Can I, before
yes,
Captain
please,
Bansal comes
yes,
in,
of course.
just, if optics are so much, so Shehbaz Sharif really comes out as that maid who's, the attendant who's standing by the side.
No, don't be so...
Of course, why indulge with Pakistan? Look at, and also, we can pull out those pictures when yesterday, after the photo op, Niranjan, we can't indulge with Pakistan, call a spade, I mean, maid, attendant, whatever, look at those pictures yesterday after the photo op. When it ends, Xi Jinping serenades Putin, and then Shehbaz Sharif jumps out of the queue to just shake hands with
That's
Putin.
pretty embarrassing.
I think those pictures,
that was embarrassing.
He's embarrassing Pakistan, and Pakistan deserves it, of course. So that's how it is, because you're talking about...
He took a chance yesterday. Today, he didn't move. Captain Alok Bansal, okay, I'd like to get your view and Sergey's view after that on that image of Shehbaz just standing there.
There's no doubt that Pakistan is a member of the SCO. It's not a very significant member, considering the global realignment or the developments that are taking place. There is no doubt that the 3 important countries in SCO are India, China, and Russia. They are the largest countries in terms of economy, population, resources, everything. So that's an important. So the focus is on them. And obviously, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is feeling left out. I think this picture which you just showed actually shows, because that shows Prime Minister Modi and Russian President walking through. And he's just looking at stoically, you can say so. So that factor is there. But I think... there is no point talking about it because it's a multilateral conference. And I think at this point of time, the global focus is on Russia, India, and China. So let's see how statements come out. And I think it would be better that we ignore Pakistan at these issues, because as far as India-Pakistan relations are concerned, there is no scope for improvement, at least in immediate future. So that is it. As far as Abhishek's statement, yes, that India-US relationship is the lasting relationship of 21st century. See, we need to be very clear that what brings India and US together are the common values of democracy and pluralism. But India has always, ever since it attained its independence, cherished its strategic autonomy. We would want to choose our friends. We would want to deal with the globe at our own terms. And if anyone wants to dictate to us as to what we should do, we need to tell them very clearly that India is definitely not Japan or Australia. We would continue to pursue our national interests in the manner that we deem it appropriate. And I think that's the signal that's going from here. And as was said earlier, that this relationship between the three countries is not against any other country. It is a mutual relationship. And India-China relationship is, of course, the key, because the two Asian neighbors have the potential to define the future of the world. We are the two largest economies which are growing and growing substantially. And I think our economic relations will shape the contours of the global economy in days to come.
Shravan has some breaking news update and a video perhaps. Shravan, over to you. Shravan, are you there? Okay, there he is. Okay.
There you have, I'm not too sure, Niranjan, if you can see, that's the Prime Minister who's just made the opening remarks. I'm going to just step aside. I'm going to just step aside, and you can perhaps keep the entire focus on the Prime Minister while I'm just going to narrate. I'm not too sure what is he really speaking about.
Shravan, be in the frame. Shravan, be in the frame a bit.
The Prime Minister who's spoken just about... Okay.
Yeah, stay there.
So there you have it. Can you see?
Yeah, of course. All good. Keep talking.
Okay, so that's the live images now coming in from the plenary session of the SCO summit, where you have Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressing the other world leaders. This comes just a short while back, what we have essentially seen of President Xi making the opening remark. Importantly, President Xi makes three important issues, raises three important issues. Issue number one being of terrorism, issue number two is of separatism, and issue number three is extremism. Interestingly, President Xi also talks about refraining from hostilities along the borderline. Now, it's important to put this into context, because it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who's been extremely vocal. He has raised the issue of terrorism, and he says that you cannot accept terrorism in any form, which is a clear indication. The message was actually for the Pakistanis too, because many were basically hoping that this issue of terrorism is not spoken so much, because they would have rather focused more on the Israel-Gaza war, because you've had SCO observers and SCO plus members who have now come in. They're pushing very hard that there is a mention of Israel-Gaza, but the Prime Minister has been steadfast. He's basically spoken about terrorism. He's basically laid out the roadmap of what the SCO partners can essentially do in terms of global development. These are some issues that the Prime Minister has made it very clear, and it does appear, Niranjan, Abhishek, that he's steering the SCO in a particular direction. Let's be very clear. The presence of the Prime Minister, flanked by the Russian President and the Chinese President, is a clear indication of how the triad essentially wants to operate during times of uncertainty, as the President of China has to say. President of China has been very clear about the fact that we are working in the times of a complete global uncertainty, unpredictability, and perhaps the SCO can actually bring in the much needed regional stability. So it gives you an understanding, the roadmap of how exactly are things going to move in the days to come. Now, I'm given to understand it's been a little over 5 minutes now that this feed has been coming in of the Prime Minister addressing world leaders. Abhishek and Niranjan.
We're monitoring other feeds. I think...
that has taken place between Prime Minister Modi, President Xi Jinping, and President Putin of Russia. And okay, fine. I think we put it on. Yeah, these are the pictures over here, Niranjan.
Yeah.
And now look at these pictures. Now look at this. Look at this. The animated, the pat that Prime Minister gives, and like we say in college, de tali. And, that kind of conversation happening between the two must be saying, Trump is after me, what do you do? But my friend, this is for you, right? Something like that. I don't know. And then, of course, so the same conversation in the same banter essentially continues with President Xi Jinping and some explaining being done by Prime Minister there. And Putin pulls up the translator and says, please explain what Modi is telling to Xi Jinping. So I think a very animated conversation there between these leaders. So I think Prime Minister Modi and President Putin walked to Xi Jinping and then they continued the conversation, which means it's the longest issue which they have discussed. And in a lighter vein, I think they are not like, they're animated, but there is an element of banter going on.
Yeah.
And that really gives you an idea of the kind of comfort that's there, at least between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin. And there is a history to it. I mean, going back to 2014, when in the Crimea War at the time, the kind of isolation Russia was facing, Prime Minister Modi traveled to Russia, Moscow, and spent some time there with Putin. And in fact, that's when the personal bond really shaped up between the two leaders. And that's getting reflected in the pictures we are seeing, and that's why that short shrift given to the likes of Shehbaz Sharif, who do not really represent their people, because the real levers of power there in Pakistan are with the generals. These pictures, all of them together, Niranjan, really give a sense of this story. And look at this pat. I mean, I really want to focus on this. This banter, I think this really speaks of the kind.
We're going to buy more oil this month.
Yeah, I mean, come September, as they say, come September, more oil from Russia.
We're in September, 1st of September, more oil.
Yeah, and I think this is a message to Washington, D.C. in no uncertain terms. I mean, we are still not going to say that this is a realignment of the kind where India is firmly in the Russia-China bloc. It cannot be. It would not be. But we have a long history of our ties with Russia. Predates both Putin and Modi, and there is an institutional memory of those ties. And there is soft power there. It includes Raj Kapoor and Mera Juta Hai Japani, and it includes the days when nobody was coming to our help, and the Russians were there, and I mean, a whole lot of things. And still, Prime Minister Modi, in fact, has shown. Who's there with us?
Shawan is there with
us.
Shawan and Sergey also.
We can go back to Shawan. In fact, Sergey is there. Sergey, let's talk a bit about the old ties of India and Russia in the backdrop, in the light of these pictures that we are seeing of President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. I'm not sure if you are able to see them, the banter and the warmth that's there between the two of them.
Well, in fact, I missed out on that visual. That visual wasn't really beamed here. It's only about the leaders who are speaking right now. It was Iran a short while back. It was Belarus. But yeah, of course, I get a sense of it because I closely watched the welcome dinner pictures and, of course, the pictures that came in this morning. It is very clear which way it is headed. The triad that we are essentially talking about, the triad basically leading the way as far as the SCO summit is concerned. And laying the vision for the SCO partners would be the triad itself. And of course, remember, the imprint, what is important, the big takeaway, Abhishek as well as Niranjan, despite the pessimism that some had, it is important to drive home this fact that India has been able to put its imprint as far as the SCO summit is concerned. And that is because, remember, India has largely spoken about extremism, India has spoken about separatism, India has spoken about terrorism. Unequivocally, though, we have spoken about terrorism, unlike the other partners who have been extremely squeamish to even talk about. Even for that matter, the Chinese have been extremely squeamish about talking about terrorism. They were very happy, they were glad to talk about economic cooperation, trade cooperation, but when it comes to terrorism, they weren't very clear about where they essentially stand. But somewhere down the line, India has been able to drive that home, that terrorism is something that you cannot underplay. And cross-border terrorism is unacceptable. For the SCO partners to come together and talk about cross-border terrorism is undoubtedly a big victory for India at this point in time. Let's not forget the imagery that emerges from it. I don't think so, Abhishek and Niranjan, so much of importance should be given to Pakistan at this point in time, because I believe back home in India, we would be concerned. Like, I've seen certain news articles focusing, saying that, okay, Turkish president is there, you would have the Pakistani Prime Minister being there. Interestingly, just look at the image that came in from the welcome dinner. The Prime Minister was not only comfortable, he was, he was exuding so much of confidence when he essentially, did not really ignore the Turkish president. In fact, he, smiled and even shook his hand. So it's clear that the Prime Minister is very clear that right now the agenda is very clear. It is not about Pakistan at all. It is more about the fact that India has a it's grandstanding by India, and the fact of the matter is that we are a heavyweight. So that is more important, and we wouldn't have been really concerned about what the Pakistanis are essentially doing. And something, look at the way perhaps the Russian president really reacted when there was an attempt that was made by the Pakistani Prime Minister to reach out and shake his hand and try and tap on his back. You had just the Russian president moving ahead. So there is a lot of messaging, especially on global platforms like these. Especially imagery does matter, because it is after all a way of power projection. It is a way to project where your country basically stands at this point in time. So I haven't seen, in this entire discourse, I haven't seen Pakistan really figuring so much.
As you speak, we have those pictures of contrast between yesterday and today, but the contrast has a commonality, which is that Pakistan is sidelined, Pakistan is a sidekick, and Pakistan is a non-entity in terms of the global geopolitical stage. So on the left, friends, you have pictures of Shehbaz Sharif standing by as Prime Minister Modi and President Putin walk along in an animated conversation. And to the right are pictures of yesterday where President Xi Jinping serenades President Putin, and then Shehbaz Sharif jumps the queue just to be able to shake hands with Putin, trying to seek attention, like attention seeking, like how? And absolute no dignity there. And I think he must have been given a rap on the knuckles by Rawalpindi, and that's why he's standing in attention today, ignoring.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ignoring, the impulse, his own impulse, perhaps, to again jump, even as Prime Minister Modi and President Putin give him a royal ignore. So I think that really speaks volumes, Niranjan and Shawan, about the status of Pakistan as a lackey of China. I think Xi Jinping really gave such an ignore yesterday, and of course Prime Minister Modi and President Putin had to do it today. This is a message really to the Pakistanis. These pictures, I'm sure, would be watched there also, and to the rest of the world, and particularly to President Trump, who thought that there can be any kind of equalizer and equalization between India and Pakistan. He must have been really out of his mind to invite Prime Minister Modi to, fish for a photo op with Prime Minister Modi on one side and General Asim Munir on the other side, like he did with Azerbaijan and Armenia. I think President Trump really is living in a la-la land, and it seems that there is possibility of some medical condition also. If as I said, Niranjan, I'm really qualifying it multiple times. There seems to be some medical condition. If he thought that he can equalize India and Pakistan in a photo op, that too with General Asim Munir. President Trump perhaps has some medical condition and is really out of his mind if he thought he can have a photo op with Prime Minister Modi standing with Asim Munir along with President Trump. I think it has to be left there. And I hope Washington, D.C. is watching this. I will again underscore, this is not any realignment where India is in Russia-China camp. This is part of the larger strategic autonomy that Prime Minister Modi his government has been practicing, which he underscored when he spoke directly to Xi Jinping in the delegation level talks yesterday, which has made India, for example, bat for African Union to be made part of G20 and successfully do so, which has made Prime Minister Modi speak to Zelensky a day before he meets President Putin. And as I was mentioning earlier also, Niranjan, just the only leader this side of Suez, east of Suez, who can speak to both Zelensky and Putin. I don't think anyone else in this geography does that. And so in that sense, I think it's a very significant optics panning out. Let's go back to Shawan. I believe he's joining us with some guests on the ground.
Okay, let's go to Shawan.
Let's go to Shawan. Shawan, please go ahead.
Well, in fact, we have been talking about the triad and where does Russia, China and India really stand here. In fact, let me get a quick analysis from a Russian journalist. Thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV.
Thank you.
The image of Russian President Vladimir Putin along with the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping has been the biggest talk of the town.
Yes.
Give us a sense of how exactly is the Russian media really looking at the imagery coming in, and where does Russia really stand on some of the key issues?
Well, it's really obvious. It's a historical image because we all saw that Vladimir Putin and Narendra Modi, they came together, they were holding hands, and basically this means friendship, very good friendship. Then they talked to Xi Jinping, they all laughed. It was some kind of joke, so you can imagine that they are really good friends, they are really good sense of friendship between them. And also those three countries are really sanctioned and pressed by the United States. So basically what we are perceiving now, that they are getting even closer together because of the United States. And obviously we are really waiting for the outcome, for which agreements they will have. Now we're just waiting because we saw that they are really good friends and we understand they talk a lot, and we are expecting Vladimir Putin to go to India in the end of the year. So we are waiting and expecting.
We are eagerly waiting for the bilateral talk to take place between Russian President Vladimir Putin and our Prime Minister. In terms of the expectations that the Russians have at this stage, particularly with regards to the bilateral, is there anything that you all are particularly discussing about? For instance, the tariffs that have been imposed on India has largely been because of the Russian oil that has been bought by India. A claim that has been completely rejected by India. India maintains that it's part of our national interest and no one has the right to interfere. How exactly is Russia really looking into the tariffs that have been imposed, or kind of a penalty that has been imposed on India?
I'll be sincere, we were really feeling curious about the India reactions because we saw these new tariffs, this high pressure of the United States against India, and we were waiting what kind of decision will take India. Will it be led away by the United States? But we saw that India stayed really firm with Russia. It's continued to work and just let understand everybody that India that its sovereignty must be respected, and that's a really good political position, I think, nowadays, because they should not be led by pressure.
In terms of the expectations of the SCO outcome, India maintains that we should talk firmly about terrorism, cross-border terrorism. In fact, we have had certain expectations from the Chinese too, despite the trust deficit that exists between India and China. We do believe that Russia happens to be our all-weather friend. Is there a hope that perhaps Russia would also be pushing the SCO partners to talk firmly about cross-border terrorism?
I think yes, because Russia has a lot of history and we have a lot of experience to fight against terrorism. So I think they will talk about this and we have experience to share.
Well, thank you very much, Simon. I'm hoping to catch up once again with you after the bilateral talks that are going to take place. And that's going to be quite important given the fact, because that's the other key meeting that's going to take place after the head of the states meet.
Well, yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Shawan. And of course, we continue to stay live with you whenever you can come whenever you have an update, whenever you have a guest. And of course, we continue our studio broadcast. These are pictures from earlier, light banter there, animated conversation and engaging talks there on the sidelines between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping and President Putin. Sergei Duvarov continues to be with us. Sergei, I was asking, Russia-India relationship has a long past, long history, and Prime Minister Modi and President Putin, of course, have taken it to the next level.
Yes, at the end of this year in December, our national leader, Vladimir Putin, will come to India. And I'm highly appreciate that after the statements of Donald Trump, reaction of India was very strong. And we received the Secretary of National Security of India and also your Minister of External Affairs, Jaishankar. He visited Moscow and he did a very strong conference and show that our friendship is a historical choice of two nations. And I want just to remind regarding Hindu-Pakistan relationships that who create Pakistan even and Bangladesh, it was done by UK. And saying like conflict, today existing conflict between Ukraine and Russia was created and designed by Western policy makers, and it artificial conflict. And we can see that the most powerful weapon against terrorism and extremism is spiritual education. For example, I'm personally visited Varanasi, spiritual capital of India, and I recognize that Hindu temples together with Muslim mosques exist in Varanasi. This variety and coexistence and interdependence is ideology of Bharat civilization. That's why India today is a main country regarding dialogue between East and West.
Right.
Even we can see that symbolically, meeting between Donald Trump and Putin was happened in Alaska when?
Right, Sergei.
15th of August. 15th of August, which is Independence and National Day of India. And that's why Indian diaspora inside America, very powerful and success businessmen inside America, not only in America, in Russia, around all the world, globe, they can help to start to open new page between Russian-American dialogue and convince Donald Trump to be more soft and more spiritually educated. We should educate Donald Trump. We should give him some good vision and good health to understand that right now is a time of eastern part of the world.
All right.
The western part, their time is already gone. It's a past.
Right, Sergei, and thank you so much. In fact, I hope you continue to stay with us even as we take a short break. Proceedings are going on. India's turn is next. Iran is speaking. Taking a short break, coming back on the other side with pictures of Prime Minister speaking at the SCO plenary.
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since the border clashes began. Will the global South solidarity reset the equation with the West? Will there be a trilateral between India, Russia and China? Answers to all these questions and much more only on Republic TV as I get you minute-to-minute update from China.
Here we didn't want to bring bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा डिस्कस करता आया, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित के सर्वोपरि रखकर काम करें।
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा डिस्कस करता आया, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित के सर्वोपरि रखकर काम करें।
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off.
All right, we are back to the broadcast from Tianjin, where the SCO Leaders Summit is panning out. The plenary is going on as we speak, and India's turn is next. We are waiting for Prime Minister to take the mic, but these are pictures from earlier of the informal interactions, and that really gives you an idea of the kind of camaraderie and warmth that's there between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin. Shawan joins us live from Tianjin. In fact, he's right there inside the plenary hall where all the action is. So I would rather let Shawan speak for now. Shawan, over to you. By when you think Prime Minister Modi could be taking the mic?
Well, the Prime Minister has already spoken, Abhishek. We had just put out the visuals a short while back. He's already made his opening remarks. We do not know what the Prime Minister has spoken as yet because the audio wasn't clear here. Just a short while back, we had another statement that was made by President Xi Jinping. It's important to highlight the fact that you've had a few other leaders who've spoken in between. That's the Iranians have already spoken. A short while back, Belarusian president also spoke up. In fact, in terms of setting the tone for the heads of a state meeting, you've had the Chinese president's opening remarks, some details of it basically emerging, where he has referred to the fact that one has to refrain from border hostilities and the fact that it is important, it is key to this entire regional stability that the SCO partners essentially come together on key issues of terrorism, separatism, as well as extremism. So these are some of the key aspects that are basically emerging from the meeting that is basically underway. It was scheduled for about 1.5 hours, a little over 1.5 hours, starting from 10 o'clock this morning, Beijing time, to about 11:40. And thereafter, of course, the entire focus would be on the bilateral talks that's going to happen between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, that is also another thing that everyone is looking forward to. Like yesterday, the bilateral between India and China became the biggest headline. It is expected that the meeting between Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi becomes the biggest headline here, because there are key issues to be discussed. Very different in nature, but it is important for India to basically raise the issue of the tariffs that have essentially been imposed and the way forward. India has made its position very clear, unwavering support that has been extended here. But at the same time, India has been extremely cautious on various issues. There is a lot of discussion that's taking place here with regards to the Israel-Gaza war. Will that basically find a mention in the joint declaration? As far as India is concerned, India has steered this entire conversation towards cross-border terrorism. They've been quite successful. So for those who've been saying that this is only going to be rhetoric, remember, India has been successful on bringing or putting the spotlight on some of the key issues.
Okay, Virender Gupta, former ambassador, also joining us on the broadcast. He will be joining us soon. Professor Shrikant Kondapalli will also be joining us. So we're waiting for the statement of our Prime Minister, who should be broadcast any time now on the Associated Press or on APTN and ANI feeds that we are monitoring closely. Shravan, anything else you've been able to pick up? Do we have a full detailed statement of what Xi Jinping said, the Chinese president, in his opening comment? Do we have a much more detailed handout that perhaps has been given?
Niranjan, I'm going to step up. Yeah. Well, not so far. Only I've been able to pick up a little bit after speaking to a few of the Chinese here and some of the diplomats who have been associated with the center here. And that's how we've been able to pick up a little bit of the opening remarks. So far, there's been no official readout or official statement that has been issued. In fact, we're waiting for that also to happen as far as Prime Minister Modi is concerned, because he's already spoken. The opening remark has already been made. It's only the Chinese president who appeared to be making some sort of an intervention immediately after the Iranians spoke. Right now, actually, I'm going to just step aside and perhaps give you the view. I'm not too sure, Niranjan. I'm going to just step aside a little bit and try and give you a picture of what's happening right now. In fact, that's the Kyrgyzstan president who's basically addressing. So you have roughly about 20 leaders who will be making their opening remarks, which is going to be the main body of the meeting that's going to take place.
Okay. Abhishek, I'm giving you a break there as you get a guest with you. Shravan is just getting more speakers with him lined up. They will be live with us in just a bit. We also have Professor Shrikant Kondapalli, who's the Dean and Professor, School of International Studies at the JNU. Good morning, Professor. Not good. Good optics for India. Not looking good. The Western Bloc, the kind of comments that they've been passing. This morning, you had a very sort of a racist, casteist comment made by this person called Peter Navarro, who said Brahmins are making India the cost of others in India. I don't know what that meant, but he said Brahmins are making money by buying Russian oil. So they're going crazy with the kind of comments they're making. But if I can get your comments, your perspective on the three leaders shaking hands in Tianjin.
Is that for me?
Yes, that's for you, Professor.
Yes, there is the elephant in the room, as you mentioned, is the United States, where there is the tariffs have been imposed on every other country, and India received 50% tariffs, while China is around 36%, reduced from 145%. And a 90-day reprieve was given to China. On the other hand, Russia has some 28,000 sanctions imposed since the Ukrainian conflict. So that is in the background. But nevertheless, we can say that the meeting here is about multipolarity. the SCO is known for multipolarity, and the special RIC meeting, Russia, India, China meeting, if that happens between the three leaders, then it would be restarting the RIC dialogue, which began after Russian Premier Primakov mentioned about multipolarity in New Delhi in 1998. Since then, both of them have conducted several meetings, both at the leadership level, summit level meetings, but mostly at the foreign ministerial meeting. So there is a huge discussion related to multipolarity, given the NATO expansion, as well as the colored revolutions that were carried on in the vicinity of Eurasia and in the borders of Russia, China, India. And hence, they have been reaching out to this multipolarity format since then, but more intensely during the 2000s, when in Ekaterinburg meeting in 2009, the BRICS was expanded to include South Africa, and later last year in Johannesburg meeting, it has been further expanded to 5 more members, and this year 2 more members have joined. So BRICS is one instrument of that multipolarity, but if we have these 3 leaders meeting today, then it means that the RIC is revived in the context of the Trump administration tariffs and unilateral policies, which is one of the basis for the RIC formation earlier. So that is, we need to watch out. But since you're mentioning about the leaders' plenary session discussions, it is clear that there is the multipolarity aspect has been emphasized by many leaders so far. And this is basically against any unilateral policies that the United States is following. So we can broadly say that this is in the context of the Trump's tariff policies, as well as the effort made by the Trump administration to alienate not only its friends but also allies. So this is in the background of the discussions today. We need to watch out in addition to the specific individual leaders' statements. As you mentioned, about 20 of them will be making such statements. We also need to see the joint statement, and very likely that India will, the Prime Minister will mention about the problems that India is facing in terms of sovereignty issues, that is mainly related to the CPEC projects, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor projects. Secondly, he is likely to mention about counter-terrorism, given the Pahelgam attacks on April 22nd and the India-Pakistan conflict, in which China played a very pro-Pakistan role, both on terrorism issue as well as on the conflict as such in India-Pakistan context. So, but he is likely to mention this in oblique terms. Yet, as the Raksha Mantri's visit to China recently, 3 months ago in June, about the non-ratification of the draft in relation to terrorism issue. So it is likely that we will have an Indian position and China requesting other leaders, 20-odd leaders, to endorse that position. So we may probably will see 2 different versions of this in the overall discussions on terrorism and on sovereignty-related issue.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I also have Virender Gupta, former ambassador, joining us on the broadcast. Virender Gupta, ambassador, good morning. And he's also the Director General, Indian Council for Cultural Relations, and the Deputy Director General, IDSA, and President at ARSP. Okay, Ambassador Gupta, your comments on the optics at SCO this morning.
Well, I think it's a very important visit. It's happening in the current context of America having taken certain steps which it should not have. But I think we have to be very clear that India is neither attempting a grand coalition against America or the Western countries, nor is it in our interest. I think we have to regard the disturbance in the India-US relationship as a temporary blip, because I believe that India-US relationship is very natural. And I think not one single leader will be able to disturb it. So I think it'll go on to resume its natural trajectory, how it has grown in a bipartisan manner in both countries during the last 2 or 3 decades. Now, having said that, I think the most important thing for India is to retain its options. And I think for everybody to know that India is not devoid of options. India has the requisite uh, strategic autonomy, and India must continue to secure its national interest by undertaking optimum relationship with different power groups. No, clearly, of course, America seems to labor under the impression that it is still a unipolar world and America is the most preeminent power. There is no doubt that America is a preeminent power. But then several other countries are now beginning to call the shots. I mean, they become very important. So it is actually a multipolar world, and America must understand, must know how to treat its friends. I think there is a lot of resentment in India at the manner in which India has been treated, mistreated rather, and the kind of language that has been used by President Trump himself and his senior advisors. When somebody talks about India being needing to be punished, I think it is very insulting, and this does not behove, uh, a relationship which has been variously described as, the strategic partnership, the most defining relationship of the century. Now, the most important critical thing is that we have not had a problem with Russia. Prime Minister is going to meet President Putin, but I think the problem has been on India-China front. And during the last several years, as everybody is aware, relationship deteriorated. Now, you can do the optics, you can do confidence building measures, create people to people contacts, and several steps have been taken. Mansarovar Yatra has been resumed. We have started giving visas to the Chinese tourists, and some more steps would be taken, like resumption of direct flights and many more things. But I think the two critical things which I would flag out here, one is very huge trade deficit. I mean, look at the structure. We export under $15 billion per annum to China, whereas China exports about $120 billion. And the trade deficit is in the magnitude of about $100 billion, which is not a small amount. And all our attempts to appeal to China to take remedial measures have fallen on deaf ears. So what they do, they indulge in rhetorics. They indulge in sweet talks, as they would no doubt do during this meeting. But there has been precious little action. There are restrictions imposed on Indian agricultural, marine products, Indian pharmaceutical products. Now, yesterday I heard some Chinese expert say that yes, Indian products would be welcomed in China, but India must first learn how to make good products, acceptable in quality to China. I mean, that kind of remark is ridiculous. India's products are now being imported by so many different countries, including highly quality conscious countries. The second and the more important factor is the lack of good faith, the lack of trust. And why has this trust been shattered? Because we don't see any evidence of China showing the good faith, of China having accepted India's rise as a great nation. So we are actually. Take for instance the example of UN Security Council. India has a legitimate aspiration to join UN Security Council as a permanent member, and many countries, many powerful countries around the world accept it. but China has been standing in the way. They have been orchestrating opposition to China. And UN Security Council is not the only thing. There are many other forums where China has actively worked to frustrate our efforts. So I don't see, there are irritants of this nature. And until such time as China begins to show a transformed attitude, I mean, at the moment, everybody here is very tired of what Americans have been doing. So, we go the other extreme, that we go to China and we will suddenly embrace China and make friends. I don't think that is going to happen. That is too much of an expectation. But I think China should see an opportunity to transform the geopolitics. Because until a few months ago, we were very smug into accepting that we were in American fold and America was a trusted ally and our relationship with America was growing. So we didn't need anybody else. And I think this actual American action has come as a root jolt to us. We need to understand that in this world, which is very cruel, we stand alone and we can't depend on anybody else. We have to be responsible for our own security. We have to be responsible for our economic prosperity. No country was going to support us at the end of the day.
In fact, adding to what you said about China, most of the Chinese commentators who are also speaking on Republic, one commentator even said that you can export agriculture and Indian cuisine. He said you can export Indian cuisine when you spoke of trade deficit with China. So not sure how much will actually change on the ground vis-a-vis trade deficit. Of course, our trade with China has increased year on year. In fact, last year it increased almost 12%. Professor, do you see any movement on that front, or do you think this status quo of us exporting less, importing much more, almost 9 to 10x, do you see that trend continue?
China is very reluctant to accept products from abroad. It is not just about India, but even United States, European Union, Japan, Korea, ASEAN countries. It imports less from these countries. So it is basically based on this export orientation rather than import orientation. Imports, they do mainly raw materials like iron ore, soybeans, critical minerals, and so on. But they are reluctant to import anything from abroad. Despite being a WTO member, they have not been able to abide by the WTO rules of fair trade, most favored nation treatment to be meted out as part of the WTO. So it is a general trend that they do not import. It is not a market economy status, by the way. So they do not import stuff from outside, including from India. So what do we do? So we have a trade deficit of nearly $1.4 trillion in favor of China in dealing with the Indian trade so far in the last 15, 16 years. And India raised this issue several times on the trade deficits and pointed 4 measures to reduce the trade deficit. One, as President Pratibha Patil, during her visit to China in 2010, mentioned 4 things. So one is that China should have market economy status by opening up its market to Indian products. Number 2 is Chinese investments, because it has earned something like 1.4 trillion from the Indian trade. So it needs to invest. President Xi Jinping visited India in September 2014, and he promised $20 billion. None of that came about. There was the suggestion for a manufacturing center each at Pune and Ahmedabad, but that did not materialize. And on the other hand, we saw recently China insisting that its engineers, technicians move away from the Foxconn company, which is investing in India in terms of the mobile handsets and others for the Apple company. So there was actually the Chinese suggestion for removal of these Chinese technicians, engineers, even though it has promised to invest. And also the joint statements before mentioned about simultaneous rise of China and India. But they have been restricting that kind of sphere. The third measure is to have third country exports. That is, if Indian and Chinese companies, say, have manufacturing units in India or China, then they will export to a third market in South America, Africa, or Asia. And that would create a beneficial outcome for both the sides. But this has not been implemented so far. So many of the suggestions that were made were not implemented. So the trade deficits increased substantially. And what is important is that even the raw materials that India is exporting has not changed because of the Chinese restrictions on Indian goods. India is the fourth largest economy, and the Chinese generally ridicule India by saying you cannot export anything. The actual fact is they restrict the imports from every country, including from India. So punitive measures are taken, non-tariff barriers are imposed on the Indian products' entry into China. And so there are restrictions that India needs to scale and have a balance of trade position in a healthy manner. But that is not happening. While Trump took the extreme step, if the trade deficits have increased substantially, so he imposed tariffs on every country. But Indian government has so far not thought about such, because India is at a receiving end in terms of these export and import related. So that is how the trade deficits have mounted in the India-China context.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take a short break. I'm requesting both you gentlemen to stay with us. Shravan continues to be with us from Tianjin. He's getting a guest from him at the SCO Summit venue. We'll take a break. Coming back with the live coverage. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा विजिट करता आया, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित के सर्वोपरि रखकर विकास।
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut down.
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
Arizona.
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people that has assembled here in City Hall, we are also united in action.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
We need a statewide
This is Republic, Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since the border clashes began. Will the global South solidarity reset the equation with the West? Will there be a trilateral between India, Russia and China? Answers to all these questions and much more only on Republic TV as I get you minute-to-minute update from China.
मुझे खुशी हो रही है हमारे शानदार स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति शी का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल किर्गिस्तान का राष्ट्रीय दिवस था। इस अवसर पर मैं दोनों लीडर्स को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले 24 वर्षों में एससीओ का पूरे यूरेशिया क्षेत्र की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली को जोड़ने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। भारत ने एक सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में हमेशा कंस्ट्रक्टिव और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई है। एससीओ को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। SCO, S सिक्योरिटी, C कनेक्टिविटी, O अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ S यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इच्छे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई। इसमें मिले समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। हाल ही में हमने पहलगाम में टेररिज्म का बहुत ही घिनौना रूप देखा। इस दुख की घड़ी में जो मित्र देश हमारे साथ खड़े रहे, मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। यह हमला केवल भारत की अंतरात्मा पर ही आघात नहीं था, यह मानवता में विश्वास रखने वाले हर देश, हर व्यक्ति को खुली चुनौती थी। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे। हमें मिलकर आतंकवाद का हर रंग में, हर रूप में विरोध करना होगा। ये मानवता के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है। एक्सेलेंसी, अब मैं दूसरे स्तंभ सी यानी कनेक्टिविटी पर अपने विचार रखना चाहूंगा। भारत का हमेशा से मत रहा है कि मजबूत कनेक्टिविटी से केवल व्यापार ही नहीं बल्कि विश्वास और विकास के द्वार भी खुलते। इसी सोच के साथ हम चाबहार को और इंटरनेशनल नॉर्थ साउथ ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉरिडोर जैसे इनिशिएटिव पर काम कर रहे हैं। इनसे हम अफगानिस्तान और मध्य एशिया के साथ संपर्क बढ़ा सकते हैं। हमारा मानना है कि कनेक्टिविटी के हर प्रयास में संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का सम्मान होना चाहिए। यही एससीओ चार्टर के मूल सिद्धांतों में भी विदित है। Connectivity that bypasses sovereignty, losing trust and meaning. Excellency, तीसरा स्तंभ है O, यानी opportunity. Opportunity for cooperation and reform. 2023 में भारत की अध्यक्षता के दौरान नई ऊर्जा और विचारों का संचार हुआ। स्टार्टअप और इनोवेशन, ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन, यूथ एम्पावरमेंट, डिजिटल इंक्लूजन और शेयर्ड बुद्धिस्ट हेरिटेज जैसे नए विषयों को अपने सहयोग में जोड़ा। हमारा प्रयास था कि एससीओ को सरकारों के परे भी ले जाए। सामान्य मानवी, यंग साइंटिस्ट, स्कॉलर्स और स्टार्टअप को भी आपस में जोड़े। हमारे पीपल टू पीपल टाइम को दृढ़ता देने के लिए मैं आज एक और सुझाव रखना चाहूंगा। एससीओ के अंतर्गत एक सिविलाइजेशन डायलॉग फोरम बनाया जाए। इससे हम अपनी प्राचीन सभ्यताओं, कला, साहित्य और परंपराओं को वैश्विक मंच पर साझा कर सकते हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, आज भारत रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म, ट्रांसफॉर्म के मूल मंत्र पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। कोविड हो या वैश्विक आर्थिक अस्थिरता, हमने हर चुनौती को अवसर में बदलने का प्रयास किया है। हम लगातार वाइड रेंजिंग रिफॉर्म पर काम कर रहे हैं। इस देश में विकास के साथ साथ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहयोग के लिए भी नए अवसर खुल रहे हैं। मैं आप सभी को भारत की विकास यात्रा से जुड़ने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, यह खुशी की बात है कि एससीओ भी समय के अनुरूप इवॉल्व हो रहा है। ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम, ड्रग ट्रैफिकिंग और साइबर सिक्योरिटी जैसे समकालीन चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए 4 नए केंद्र बनाए जा रहे हैं। हम इस रिफॉर्म ओरिएंटेड माइंडसेट का स्वागत करते हैं। वैश्विक संस्थानों में रिफॉर्म्स के लिए एससीओ सदस्य आपसी सहयोग बढ़ा सकते हैं। संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 80वीं वर्षगांठ के अवसर पर हम एकमत होकर यूएन रिफॉर्म का आह्वान कर सकते हैं। ग्लोबल साउथ की आकांक्षाओं को आउटडेटेड फ्रेमवर्क में कैद रखना भावी पीढ़ियों के प्रति घोर अन्याय है। नई पीढ़ी के बहुरंगी सपनों को हम पुराने जमाने की ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट स्क्रीन पर नहीं दिखा सकते। स्क्रीन बदलने की होगी। एससीओ मल्टीलेटरलिज्म और इंक्लूसिव वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर का मार्गदर्शक बन सकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर आज एक स्टेटमेंट जारी किया जा रहा है। एक्सेलेंसी, हम सभी पार्टनर्स के साथ समन्वय और सहयोग के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं एससीओ के अगले अध्यक्ष किर्गिस्तान के राष्ट्रपति और मेरे मित्र प्रेसिडेंट जपारोव को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
तो आप देख रहे थे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र। All right, Prime Minister's opening comments there in the SCO plenary, taking head-on the issue of terror and tackling it and calling the bluff of those who practice double standards. Prime Minister said that Pahelgam terror attack was an attack on humanity. We would like to play that bit again, Aditi. There should be zero tolerance towards terrorism. Okay, now we have President Putin speaking, so we cut to that.
За формирование банка совместных инвестиционных проектов. Все это позволит повысить эффективность наших экономических обменов, обезопасить их от колебаний внешней конъюнктуры. В рамках ШОС последовательно выстраивается разветвленная.
Okay, the headline, the Prime Minister has spoken about terror with Shehbaz Sharif in attendance and China. They're hosting the SCO summit. Abhishek, if you can quickly take us through what he has said about terror specifically.
I think Niranjan, Prime Minister, has done some plain speaking on terror. He has said that there cannot be double standards. Pahelgam terror attack needs to be condemned. It was an attack on humanity, not just on India and Hindus. He did not say that. I am paraphrasing it. And
Prime Minister said that there has to be zero tolerance towards terrorism. Prime Minister also said we must not have double standards towards terrorism. And he also said that India has been bearing the brunt of terror for the last 4 decades. Recently, we saw the worst side of terror in Pahelgam. I express my gratitude to the friendly countries that stood with us in this hour of grief. Prime Minister swiped there at those who did not stand with India, and that obviously includes Erdogan of Turkey and Xi Jinping of China, the host, in fact, because remember, both the two nations, Turkey and China, remember, Niranjan, helped Pakistan very actively, militarily, in real time. And so I think Prime Minister doing that plain speaking. Then, of course, he spoke about other aspects of SCO, how it can be a true platform for multilateralism and inclusivism, how it can herald a new world order, how it is important that it respects rule of law and the idea of territorial integrity and sovereignty. Remember, Prime Minister also said yesterday to President Putin that strategic autonomy needs to be respected. Prime Minister mentioned the fact that it was Independence Day of Uzbekistan today, and so he congratulated the Uzbek delegation. And then, of course, he underscored India's role in SCO, almost bankrolling about 6% of the SCO annual budget, but beyond that, behaving responsibly as part of the grouping and filling in all responsibilities, playing a positive role. And in fact, Prime Minister underscored his earlier vision for SCO, which is secure, S for security, and other aspects of the acronym that Prime Minister, C for connectivity, for example, and O for opportunity. We can go back to Shawan. He's joining us live back from outside the plenary hall, in fact, in Tianjin, where this meeting is taking place. Shawan, Prime Minister there, mincing no words in sending across a message that world cannot afford double standards on terror.
Well, the Prime Minister has been unequivocal when it comes to dealing with terrorism, and certainly hoping that SCO partners would be speaking in one voice. In fact, I'm going to come to it in a short while from now. But Abhishek, just to introduce my friend here from Sputnik, he's the Beijing correspondent, Evgeny Pavlov is joining us. Evgeny, thank you very much for speaking to us. Let me straight away begin by asking you, first, you've been in Beijing for quite some time, spent a considerable number of years. I want to ask you, in the run-up to the SCO summit, the Chinese have essentially built a narrative, a largest ever SCO summit. They were hoping that there would be tangibles, there would be deliverables from the SCO summit. I want you to tell our viewers, how were you looking at this, the Beijing, how was Beijing really looking at it? How important has the SCO summit been for Beijing?
Well, certainly China pays a lot of attention to the matters of the global south. So having all these countries together, a lot of which are the representatives of the global south, I think is very important for China. And China projects itself as one of the key magnets and one of the channels for voicing the opinions of the global south. So obviously it's very important, and China is always very enthusiastic and very carefully organizing these events and putting a lot of effort in it. So obviously it's a very big deal for China.
What's the key difference that you have essentially spotted while you were reporting in the last few days in the way we have seen the SCO summit happening in the past? But there is a global attention right now on the SCO summit, keeping in mind that we are talking in times of tariff war that is going on. It's for four countries, Russia, China, as well as India. What's the sense that you've got in terms of how Beijing has been responding to the threat emanating from the United States of America?
Well, I think Beijing, it seems to me, is always taking a careful stance on all of this. But clearly you see a request from not just China, but many countries that nobody is happy with how the United States behave at the moment. A lot of the countries in the global south, China included, are interested. They're one of the beneficiaries of globalization previously. So obviously there is an interest of maybe coordinating positions and finding essentially stability, and SCO is seen by many as the anchor of such stability. And so Beijing basically emphasizes the spirit of SCO, and it has indeed become, especially with the accession of countries like India, a massive anchor of stability, maybe, and dialogue and true multilateralism on the Eurasian continent, and then spreading further than that, since there is more interest coming. So yeah, certainly for Beijing, probably stresses even more this unity and the spirit of multilateralism around SCO.
Well, interestingly, we are talking at a time when your president is speaking. I just want to step aside and perhaps show our viewers. Now, in fact, Abhishek, that's the Russian president who's making the address right now. We are not very sure the content of it, which is going to come out in a short while from now. I want to come back to the big headline that emerged yesterday. That was the bilateral talk between India and China. How is Russia really viewing the rapprochement between India and China?
Well, since I can't say I really followed the media because I was pretty busy here at the summit, but overall I think that every such signal is seen very positively in Russia, because Russia has good relations with both countries historically. And I think any sign of maybe finding some compromise and having some degree of rapprochement is seen very positively in Russia. And certainly Russia would like to maintain this RIC format, so it's a good thing, definitely.
Do you believe that could be a reality, the RIC, the Trilateral, at some point in time?
Of course, I do believe so. I think that all three parties are interested in maintaining this format.
What do you make of the images that came out from the banquet yesterday? I remember what I saw was a considerable amount of time that has been spent by President Xi and President Putin, where they were basically interacting. I was given to understand some jokes were essentially shared. We do not know what really transpired, but what do you all really make of it? Which way is it really headed? Because I'm told the advisor to President Putin essentially indicated that President Putin and President Xi has spoken about what happened in Alaska. So is there some sort of a talk that is going on between Russia and China with regards to how do you really tackle the situation, the challenges that are coming in from the United States of America?
It was definitely mentioned that the Russian side would update its partners, China, India and all others, on how the process in Alaska went in Anchorage. Certainly, I think there is a stable line of contact between the leaders of Russia, China, India on this one, and China and India, they have their own diplomatic humanitarian track on this particular issue. So Moscow always underlines that it very much appreciates the balanced position that both countries have on the conflict in Ukraine, in particular. So as far as the videos that aired, they've been quite viral on Russian social networks. I noticed today. So I think, and I think I've seen a couple of headlines where it's being kind of underlined that we have like a friendly exchange. So definitely see it as a positive thing.
What are the key issues that are being raised by Moscow at this stage, and particularly the SCO summit? What is it that we are looking forward to?
Well, from the Russian side, from the Russian delegation, I heard that there is going to be a strong, powerful declaration. We're yet to see what's going to be in it, but I think that essentially this SCO track is now a priority for Russia as far as multilateral formats are concerned, and I think everybody is awaiting, but we're not yet clear what's it gonna be. But certainly maybe some expectations on trade and just coordinated position in terms of again multilateralism, stability, geopolitics.
Let's also talk about the much-awaited bilateral between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi. What is it that Russia is looking at right now? Obviously, the stage was set in India, where we were given to understand that Russia wants to open up the market for India, keeping in mind that it's some sort of a penalty that has been imposed on India for buying Russian oil. So what is it that Russia is essentially trying to offer India at this stage?
I'm afraid I cannot really elaborate on that one because I didn't really follow this in particular. But definitely the two leaders have a lot to talk about, and certainly the whole tariff situation, Donald Trump versus India, has there's been a lot of attention to that in Russia, and of course I think the matters of trade between Russia and India are in the center of attention at this meeting.
Well, thank you very much, Evgen, for joining us. In fact, he's been here. He's the Beijing correspondent of Sputnik, spent a considerable amount of time here to get us a sense of how exactly Beijing has been viewing this, why exactly is the SCO so very important for China at this point in time. And of course, with Russia really stepping in right now, it's important to point out that this is becoming a multilateral forum, which is becoming extremely important, particularly for Russia as well as China.
Thank you so much, Shravan. And, this really gives an idea of the kind of realignments that are really happening. Your conversation with the Russian journalist and the fact that the way everyone else sees the developments vis-a-vis how the United States, unfortunately, seeing the panning out of geopolitics. If you consume Western media platforms or information on them, you realize that you get a picture that Russia is isolated, which does not seem to be the case as it comes out of your conversation. And of course, the pictures that we have seen, the manner in which President Putin has been almost the center of all attention. It was not just Shehbaz Sharif giving up all his dignity and jumping the queue to shake hands with President Putin. Many other world leaders were seen looking expectantly at Putin as he was serenaded by Xi Jinping of China. So obviously, in the rest of the world, there is a sense perhaps that the manner in which Putin has been treated by the larger West, not Donald Trump, thankfully in this case, but the larger West, specifically Europe, is something which is not good. And that's why I think this outpouring of sentiment, so to say, for President Putin there in these pictures that we have seen. With India, of course, it's a little more special, and that's why these pictures speak volumes. I don't see any other world leader present in Tianjin having the kind of engagement with President Putin like Prime Minister Modi has had, and that's why I think we have been calling it the Troika, Tianjin Troika, Shravan, for the last 48 hours, the meeting between President Xi Jinping, President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. This is obviously a realignment, not exactly India getting into the Russia-China camp, but definitely a realignment. On that note, I think we slip a short break. Shravan, stay with us. We keep coming back to you for more guests and, of course, for our live broadcast from Tianjin.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, it came armed with a little smaller charge. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, it came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, friends. And Prime Minister has done some plain speaking, held a mirror to those who have practiced double standards in the aftermath of the Pahelgam terror attack and Operation Sindoor, and then, of course, spoken about how India sees its role in an increasingly multipolar world and how India comes out as Vishwa Mitra. All that has been underscored in his speech. We'll focus on that just after the headlines.
आवाज उठाई, इसमें मेरे समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
In Tianjin, all right, Prime Minister calls out against terrorism from his Tianjin SCO summit address.
स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे।
Prime Minister's big message at SCO as he calls out the double standards, calls it unacceptable. China, she urges AI cooperation, rejects Cold War mentality at the SCO summit. And that's the most defining moment of the year 2025, the Tianjin Troika handshake. Three super leaders of the world share candid moments. PM Modi-Putin greet each other with warm handshake, hug before the SCO summit plenary. The Prime Minister shares a laugh banter with Putin in China. Pak's Shehbaz Sharif left out, looks on. All right, friends, it was a firm and stern message from Prime Minister to the rest of the world, particularly those in that hall listening, specifically Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, when Prime Minister said that those who support terror should be singled out. Listen to exactly what Prime Minister said in his plenary address at the SCO summit in Tianjin.
SCO के 25वें शिखर सम्मेलन में भाग लेते हुए मुझे खुशी हो रही है। हमारे शानदार स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति श्री का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल किर्गिस्तान का राष्ट्रीय दिवस था। इस अवसर पर मैं दोनों लीडर्स को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले 24 वर्षों में एससीओ का पूरे यूरेशिया क्षेत्र की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली को जोड़ने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। भारत ने एक सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में हमेशा कंस्ट्रक्टिव और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई है। एससीओ को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। एससीओ, एस सिक्योरिटी, सी कनेक्टिविटी, ओ अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ एस यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल-कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई। इसमें मेरे समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। हाल ही में हमने पहलगाम में टेररिज्म का बहुत ही घिनौना रूप देखा। इस दुख की घड़ी में जो मित्र देश हमारे साथ खड़े रहे, मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। यह हमला केवल भारत की अंतरात्मा पर ही आघात नहीं था, यह मानवता में विश्वास रखने वाले हर देश, हर व्यक्ति को खुली चुनौती थी। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे। हमें मिलकर आतंकवाद का हर रंग में, हर रूप में विरोध करना होगा। ये मानवता के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है। एक्सेलेंसी, अब मैं दूसरे स्तंभ सी यानी कनेक्टिविटी पर अपने विचार रखना चाहूंगा। भारत का हमेशा से मत रहा है कि मजबूत कनेक्टिविटी से केवल व्यापार ही नहीं बल्कि विश्वास और विकास के द्वार भी खुलते हैं। इसी सोच के साथ हम चाबहार पोर्ट और इंटरनेशनल नॉर्थ साउथ ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉरिडोर जैसे इनिशिएटिव पर काम कर रहे हैं। इनसे हम अफगानिस्तान और मध्य एशिया के साथ संपर्क बढ़ा सकते हैं। हमारा मानना है कि कनेक्टिविटी के हर प्रयास में संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का सम्मान होना चाहिए। यही एससीओ चार्टर के मूल सिद्धांतों में भी विदित है। Connectivity that bypasses sovereignty, losing trust and meaning. Excellency, तीसरा स्तंभ है O, यानी opportunity. Opportunity for cooperation and reform. 2023 में भारत की अध्यक्षता के दौरान नई ऊर्जा और विचारों का संचार हुआ। स्टार्टअप और इनोवेशन, ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन, यूथ एम्पावरमेंट, डिजिटल इंक्लूजन और शेयर्ड बुद्धिस्ट हेरिटेज जैसे नए विषयों को अपने सहयोग में जोड़ा। हमारा प्रयास था कि एससीओ को सरकारों के परे भी ले जाए। सामान्य मानवी, यंग साइंटिस्ट, स्कॉलर्स और स्टार्टअप को भी आपस में जोड़े। हमारे पीपल टू पीपल टाइम को दृढ़ता देने के लिए मैं आज एक और सुझाव रखना चाहूंगा। एससीओ के अंतर्गत एक सिविलाइजेशन डायलॉग फोरम बनाया है। इससे हम अपनी प्राचीन सभ्यताओं, कला, साहित्य और परंपराओं को वैश्विक मंच पर साझा कर सकते हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, आज भारत रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म, ट्रांसफॉर्म के मूल मंत्र पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। कोविड हो या वैश्विक आर्थिक अस्थिरता, हमने हर चुनौती को अवसर में बदलने का प्रयास किया। हम लगातार वाइड रेंजिंग रिफॉर्म पर काम कर रहे हैं। इस देश में विकास के साथ साथ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहयोग के लिए भी नए अवसर खुल रहे हैं। मैं आप सभी को भारत की विकास यात्रा से जुड़ने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, यह खुशी की बात है कि एससीओ भी समय के अनुरूप इवॉल्व हो रहा है। ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम, ड्रग ट्रैफिकिंग और साइबर सिक्योरिटी जैसे समकालीन चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए 4 नए केंद्र बनाए जा रहे हैं। हम इस रिफॉर्म ओरिएंटेड माइंडसेट का स्वागत करते हैं। वैश्विक संस्थानों में रिफॉर्म के लिए एससीओ सदस्य आपसी सहयोग बढ़ा सकते हैं। संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 80वीं वर्षगांठ के अवसर पर हम एकमत होकर यूएन रिफॉर्म का आह्वान कर सकते हैं। ग्लोबल साउथ की आकांक्षाओं को आउटडेटेड फ्रेमवर्क में कैद रखना भावी पीढ़ियों के प्रति घोर अन्याय है। नई पीढ़ी के बहुरंगी सपनों को हम पुराने जमाने की ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट स्क्रीन पर नहीं दिखा सकते। स्क्रीन बदलनी ही होगी। एससीओ मल्टीलेटरलिज्म और इंक्लूसिव वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर का मार्गदर्शक बन सकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर आज एक स्टेटमेंट जारी किया जा रहा है। एक्सेलेंसी, हम सभी पार्टनर्स के साथ समन्वय और सहयोग के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं एससीओ के अगले अध्यक्ष किर्गिस्तान के राष्ट्रपति और मेरे मित्र प्रेसिडेंट जपारोव को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Prime Minister Modi at the plenary summit making his opening remarks, and this picture of Shehbaz Sharif getting the short shrift, getting the royal ignored by Prime Minister Modi and President Putin as they walk past the Pakistani Prime Minister. The dud moment at the SCO captured by our team for you, friends. And joining me for this conversation in this hour of the broadcast, the military review being brought to us by General Bakshi sir and General K.K. Sinha sir. Very good morning to you both, sir. And you heard the Prime Minister make it loud and clear that those who stood with India in our hour of grief are our friends, and those who did not need to introspect whether they even stand with humanity, forget about India. The kind of attack that emanated from Pakistan in Pahelgam, and the need for the world community to come together. I would go to General Bakshi sir first. Sir, in the midst of the ignore that Pakistan is getting at the SCO summit, you think Prime Minister did the exact right thing by bringing terrorism center stage?
He did the absolute right thing. He mentioned it no less than 7 times in his brief address, right? And he said that this is a scourge of mankind, right? And there should be zero tolerance for terror, including cyber terror. There should be no double standards in terror. Trans-border terror is a big threat, and India has been suffering it for decades. Right? And he even elaborated on security, SCO. S for security, C for connectivity, O for opportunity. It presents a great opportunity to rebalance the world order. Right? That is the significance of this SCO and the outreach that India has made towards Russia and China and Japan. And Japan. Don't forget Japan, which the Prime Minister had visited before coming to the SCO. The simple fact is that China has given, $87 billion loan to Pakistan. It has invested billions of dollars in the China-Pakistan economic corridor. 80% of Pakistani weapons are from China. And what does Asim Munir do? Give a, show a thenga to Xi Jinping and go and sit in the lap of Donald Trump, saying, I am now with the mightiest power, I am, which is the enemy of, of China. So I think the Chinese are not blind. Andhe to nahi hai. They clearly understand what Pakistan is up to. And that is why the right royal snub.
Yeah.
After all, who is this man? This poor man is a butler of Asim Munir. He tells me, makes me field marshal, he makes him field marshal. Give me Hilale Jurrat, Mahavir Chakra, by the way, for hiding in the Mariam bunker. He gives him. Look, there is something significant churn taking place. Just give me a minute more. I'll just finish. Significant churn taking place. Donald Trump thought that it was a unipolar power movement. He could kick the rest of the world. And the rest of the world had no choice but to come groveling at his feet like Europe. The people he has hurt the most are America's friends. Europe, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Canada, Mexico. His friends. And India, he's imposed 50% tariff. There was a strong view in India that this is possibly just a art of the deal negotiating tactic. But he has done it. We thought he would do a volte-face change at the last minute. He was just threatening you, pressurizing you. Sir, the deep state seems to have taken charge. Whether it was Biden, whether it is Donald Trump, they have shown hostility towards India. We thought Donald Trump would change the whole pattern. He has kicked India into the Russia-India triangle.
General Bakshi sir, I'm really sorry that I'm interjecting, but this is a very significant development coming out of Tianjin, which I have to bring to the notice of our viewers. Sir, President Putin, who has been making his comments after Prime Minister, has made two big comments which are breaking news, which are global headlines, I would say. One, he has said that he appreciates China and India's efforts to resolve the crisis in Ukraine. Moscow values efforts of China and India in that direction. He has also said, hope the United States of America moves in the same direction. So effectively, President Putin has turned this whole Navarro theory that Ukraine war is Modi's war on its head and said that it is actually India and China who are helping sort out this crisis, and the US has to actually move in that direction. So despite the Alaska summit, President Putin very clear that if any help is coming in terms of actual resolution on the ground of the war, it's coming from the nations like China and India, and President Putin naming it there. And then the second global headline coming out of President Putin's comments is that national currencies are being used more widely in trading among member states, and so Russia supports creating the SCO's own payment and settlement infrastructure. He's still stopping short of calling for de-dollarization. He's saying at least within the SCO member states, local currency trading or currency trading in the national currencies, respective national currencies should be done. Coming back to you, General Bakshi sir, very important, significant news points coming out of President Putin's comments also.
Absolutely. You see, one of the prime reasons of going to SCO was to have this crucial meeting not only with Xi Jinping but with Vladimir Putin, tried and tested friend of India. Here was Donald Trump giving a démarche, an order to India. You will not buy oil from Russia, right? You will not buy weapons from Russia. Are Saab, for God's sake, give us a break. The S-400 has done so fantastically well. The BrahMos has done so well. The Su-30 has done so well. Why should we not buy weapons from Russia or oil from Russia? India has increased the purchase of oil from Russia in the month of September. Because India has shown spine. Donald Trump is bullying. Europe may grovel at your feet. India is an ancient civilization. We will not crawl, we will not bend. We have suffered 250 years of colonial rule. And that era is over. We are not the 51st state of the United States. We are not a colony of the United States that you can order us what to buy from where. We will do it as per our national interest. Sir. As simple. Forgive us, we are independent. We are an independent state. And because India has shown spine, Japan has also recalled its top negotiator, trade negotiator, back from America. Canada has refused to buy F-35s. Refused to buy F-35. But today, please give me half a second more. Today, Navarro has made an astounding statement from the United States. He says purchase of oil from Russia is helping the Brahmins of India. He is, sir, openly interfering in your internal affairs. He is threatening you of regime change like he did in Bangladesh. And he is telling you that I will use the Jatiwad card, the caste card, to break up India. Break up India. That is what he is threatening you. Sir, in Sanskrit, in the Chanakyan dialogue, this is called Shatru Bodh.
Yes, sir.
We thought he would not really impose the sanctions. He has done. And not only that, he has called Asim Munir twice. And if he thinks that, if he doesn't understand the visceral hatred that is there in this country for that Atankistan, sir, then you are living in La La Land. You said choose sides. Okay, sir, if you are going to kick us, we will choose sides. You are trying to kick us in the teeth when we are trying to be friends.
Right, sir.
You have destroyed all trust between India and United States. He deserves the Nobel Prize for bringing India, China, Russia together.
Right, sir.
Donald Trump does. Please give it to him.
Absolutely, sir. You have said it absolutely well, and you have really, drawn the contours of evolving geopolitics absolutely clearly. On that note, I will go to General Sinha, whom I have made to wait for a while. Very good morning to you, sir. And my question to you is, Prime Minister, while center staging terror, spoke about Al-Qaeda and associated organizations. He also said terrorism, separatism and extremism are challenges which everyone has to tackle together. He also said that this is something which affects everyone. So are you getting a sense, which I got from Prime Minister's address, that he tried to take out terrorism from narrow confines of an India-Pakistan prism and broad-based it so that everyone can come along and align and look at terror with the same eye, same lens, that this is a scourge which needs to be tackled, and you cannot have double standards. There cannot be a good terror versus bad terror. Terror is terror.
Good morning and Jai Hind, Abhishek. Nice to be with you again. You have asked me, the aspect of what the Prime Minister brought out in connection with the terrorism as a whole, global terrorism, what is going on, not just confined to India and Pakistan. The opportunity, and the way he has, chosen to redefine SCO, when he says security, connectivity and opportunity, he started with security. And mind you, few days back in India, there is a, doctrine which India had adopted that any forum, whether it is a bilateral forum or multilateral forum, will start with terrorism and we bring down in the world stage as a global part of it, which the globe is facing it. And mind you, even Erdogan is there, even the Iranian, the representatives are there. And terrorism as a whole, when he is discussing, where he is talking about cross-border terrorism, zero tolerance on, anywhere, if the terrorism is emanating, cyber terrorism, he is talking about drug trafficking, and then he says no double standard. And that is what you are asking me from there. The double standard, when you say in terrorism, is that good terrorist and bad terrorist, you define that way. I think he's defined it, the SCO's complete thing, because SCO did come up as an organization to fight terrorism. And that's why he made it a center stage. He started his talk with terrorism and finished it. In the end, again, he has brought it out about the thing, what we have been, 4 centers which has been made for the cyber terrorism. So I think that was the center stage. See, the more important thing, what we have to understand, that he did bring out Pahelgam. Because there were a lot of doubts in India, because I was reading whether, the Prime Minister is not talking about Pahelgam. He brought it out, Pahelgam also, and, linked it with the, cross-border terrorism, with the global terrorism. Now, taking the other aspect, which is very, very important, which I think, we must also discuss. When he said about, connectivity, see how beautifully he used the word Chabahar. And then he says international north-south corridor. North-south corridor.
Johnson, sorry to be interjecting. There is a big breaking news coming in from Tianjin, and which is that the joint declaration, the Tianjin declaration of the SCO heads of state has been signed. It has been unanimously signed, and the reason is that it condemns terrorism. That's something which is a big diplomatic win for India, and that is why we are breaking this big breaking development. And Shawan is joining us live for more on this from Tianjin, from the exact venue where this plenary and the joint declaration happened. Shawan, a big diplomatic win. Remember, in the earlier formats, the foreign minister, the defense minister, India had not signed on the joint declaration because it was refusing to condemn terrorism. But now it seems it has done so, and that's why we have signed the joint declaration. Big diplomatic win for India and for Prime Minister Modi to be present there.
Well, early signs had already come in, and Abhishek, if you remember, this is exactly what we have been reporting over the last 24 hours, that there is a significant change here. And the fact of the matter is that India has been steadfast on its position with regards to combating cross-border terrorism. This was raised during the bilateral too. In fact, a lot of backroom talks have essentially been taking place, pushing the other SCO partners to come on the negotiating table and ensuring that terrorism does find a mention in the joint declaration, the SCO outcome. Now, this is why it is being considered as a big diplomatic win, because as you rightly pointed out, in the past too, Raksha Mantri had refused to sign because it did not make a mention of terrorism. In fact, such has been the influence of India that, in fact, in the opening remark that was made of the 25th meeting of the heads of the state of the SCO, you've had President Xi once again reiterating that SCO members will have to fight terrorism. In fact, I've just got more details, specifics of it, Abhishek, and I'm just going to read out, which is going to give you an idea of what is there at the joint statement. In fact, this is what they've said. They are seeking a common ground while putting aside all differences, mutual benefit, and also winning. It's a win-win results. SCO members are all friends and partners. In fact, importantly, as far as the Russian president is concerned, he has actually gone a step ahead now, making it very clear why there is a crisis in Ukraine. He makes a mention of the fact that this is because of the Western attempt to include Ukraine in NATO. That is the reason why there is an ongoing crisis. He has thanked China as well as India with regards to making all efforts to douse the fire. In fact, he also says that he's hoping that the United States of America will also move in that same direction. So that's again another big message coming in. So multiple breaking news now coming in from Tianjin here. One, all the SCO members have unanimously signed the joint declaration. The fine reading of the joint declaration about to come in a short while from now. Some indications, Abhishek, if we can just put this out, because a little bit that I've been able to pick up so far, it basically goes at length, talks about the fact that it is to combat terrorism. They say it is going to be a win-win situation for all the SCO members. They also talk about that regional differences are to be kept aside. There should be mutual respect among the member nations. And in terms of the way forward, it has largely focused on enhancing the trade cooperation between the SCO members. Now, following this particular meeting that has taken place, there is a SCO Plus meeting that is also going to take place, which is once again going to be chaired by President Xi. I'm given to understand that too has also taken place. So it's about It's about 1 o'clock here in Tianjin, where the meetings are going to conclude. In a short while from now, the bilateral between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi is also going to take place. One world, one family finds a mention in the joint declaration too. That's India's position. So clearly, the stamp, India's stamp on joint declaration is abundantly clear. They are making it very clear here. The member states
from the joint declaration. Just hold on to your thoughts. I'm coming to you because there are very significant takeaways coming out of it. I'm just reading the paragraph which talks about terror and how it incorporates all the concerns of India. The member states strongly condemn terrorism in all its form and manifestation. That's the exact language that India wanted incorporated. It stressed that double standards in the fight against terrorism are unacceptable and call on the international community to combat terrorism, including cross-border movement of terrorists, with the central role of the United Nations by fully implementing the relevant UN Security Council resolution and the UN Global Counter-Terrorism Strategy in accordance with the UN Charter and the principles of international law in order to jointly combat all terrorist organizations. They stress the importance of adopting by consensus a comprehensive convention on international terrorism. Shravan, that's a big one. That's really a big one because it's lock, stock, barrel that India's position on terrorism is getting reflected in the joint declaration signed unanimously by all member states. Also, it reflects India's language on one world, one family, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, something which China had objected surprisingly during the G20 summit in 2023 in New Delhi. China, of course, was not represented by Xi Jinping, but by Li Keqiang. But now, while in China, in Tianjin, accepting Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, the thought of one world, one family as something which is an ideal, I think that's a significant diplomatic win for Prime Minister Modi's delegation there in Tianjin. I'm coming back to you, Shravan. I'm also joined in by Major Samar Paltur. Shravan is still there with us. Shravan, are you still there? I can come back to you quickly for one more comment and then go to our guests in the broadcast. Shravan, what more are you hearing about this? Okay, Shravan, what more are you hearing about this?
Yes. Abhishek, I'm just holding the declaration here. This is the full declaration. I'm not too sure if you've got the copy. I'm unable to send it across because there is some
copy,
internet.
But you go ahead, read the operative paras from this.
This is the full. Okay, so then if you have it, then I'm just going to just step aside and just read out of it. Number one, it basically talks about profound changes, historical changes that have been affecting all spheres of political, socio-economic aspects. Now, the key highlights are the following. Number one, it is with regards to the terrorism aspect that has been spoken about. Now, they say that the member states have strongly condemned the terrorist attack of Pahelgam on 22nd of April. They expressed their deepest sympathy, condolences to the families of the dead. They further stated that perpetrators, organizers and sponsors of such attacks must be brought to justice. The member states, while reaffirming their firm commitment to fight against terrorism, separatism and extremism, stress to the inadmissibility of attempts to use terrorist, separatist and extremist groups for mercenary purposes. They recognize the leading role of sovereign states and their competent authorities in countering terrorist and extremist threats. Member states strongly condemn terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, stress that double standards in the fight against terrorism are unacceptable and call on the international community to combat terrorism, including cross-border movement of terrorists. Recognized India's initiatives. The declaration echoes the theme of one earth, one family, one future. Member states have also welcomed the results of the 5th SCO Startup Forum. Then it goes on to the other aspects of it. But there is a large focus, as I've been reporting over the last 24 hours, that there is a strong push that has been made by India. It finds a clear reflection on multiple aspects, right from the fact that the president of China has reiterated in its opening remarks, that has now found a mention in the declaration, something that India has been steering. This entire conversation, it seems, have now been steered by India, and it has undoubtedly been a very, very successful SCO summit for India.
Okay, Shravan, just stay with us because there are There are tremendous amount of news points coming out of this statement, including the mention of Pahelgam terror attack. Member states strongly condemn terrorist attack in Pahelgam on April 22, 2025. We are going to focus on that even as we build up to the next big meeting taking place in Tianjin, which is between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin of Russia. Samar Partul, Major Samar Partul tour continues to be with us. And Shawan, you stay with us. We take a quick short break and coming back on the other side with more on this.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since the border clashes began. Will the global South solidarity reset the equation with the West? Will there be a trilateral between India, Russia and China? Answers to all these questions and much more only on Republic TV as I get you minute-to-minute update from China.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Today, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%. I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा विश्लेषण करता आया, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित को सर्वोपरि रखने का
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off. Wolff said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the largest country on earth. The United States telling India what to do is like a mouse hitting his fist to an elephant. India will find other places to sell its exports if the US is shut off to India, and the move will...
All right, welcome back, friends. Big statement there coming out of Tianjin, where the joint declaration has unequivocally condemned terror in all its manifestations, condemned Pahelgam terror attack. It, of course, also mentions Jafar Express, but this is the first time that Pahelgam has been mentioned in that sense. It's a climb down for the intransigence that we were seeing from this platform on accommodating Indian concerns, despite the fact that India was a member, because of which India had to refuse signing the joint declaration in the foreign ministers format and the defense ministers format. Both external affairs minister S. Jaishankar and Rajnath Singh not signing on the dotted line, but this time with Prime Minister Modi present there, big win for Indian diplomacy. Not only terror has been mentioned, but also India's position on one world, one family. The English translation of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. That's also getting reflected. Major Samarpal Singh Toor continues to be with us, as also Shawan. Shawan, I'll come to you in just a bit. But opening comments from Major Toor here. Major, you saw the statement of Prime Minister, then you heard about the joint declaration. Your takeaways, quick takeaways from military standpoint, are we looking good in Tianjin?
We are looking strong, yes. Definitely. Reason being, Russia and China at the moment need the largest democracy in the world, which is being suppressed by the American tariffs, number one. So they are going to take the ultimate advantage of this situation, and it is going to fall in our favor. Now, the fallout of the joint declaration was because of Rajnath Singh not signing the SCO at Qingdao, in which they did not condemn the recent terrorist attacks of Pahelgam. There was no statement regarding cross-border terrorism. Whatever India wanted during Rajnath Singh's visit at the SCO is now being put on paper and has jointly been declared by China. So you see, this is the exact advantage that China has taken because of American and Indian relations getting sour. Number two, this step is going to weaken the Quad. The priority to Quad will lessen because our now inclination is more towards BRICS and RIC, that is the Russia, India, China alliance or nexus, you could say. So this is somewhere going to get in the stability rather than everybody being dictated by the Americans and being blackmailed. For example, China just rejected the 200 Boeing's order from the US. And the fallout is now France is going to benefit from it. So whatever the Americans are doing, Russia and China are going to take advantage of the situation and going to help the countries who are facing the wrath of the American tariffs. Abhishek.
Major, stay with us. I want to go to Shawan now on that note. Shawan, Prime Minister has spoken, President Xi Jinping, of course, made his opening comments, and President Putin has spoken. The Troika, the Tianjin Troika, as it is being called out now, Shawan. Yesterday only we had that phrase, now everyone else seemed to be copying us, the Tianjin Troika. One important comment that was made by President Putin was that these optics, this summit, marks a shift from the essentially Eurocentric or Euro-Atlantic security systems that existed in the world till now to a Eurasian, European Asian, which means, of course, he's pivoting towards Asia, given the fact that Russia is essentially a Eurasian power. On the ground, you have been there for 3 days now, Shravan. Do you get a sense that this is something which is actually happening, this realignment of the geostrategic pole shifting from Eurocentric to Eurasian?
Well, it's about the Eurasian security system that is now being built, and all efforts are essentially being made, particularly by China and Russia, for establishing this. As far as India is concerned, remember, India has been maintaining its strategic autonomy, and that is what they essentially want to achieve. At the same time, remember, while China wants this to be an Asia-led multipolar world order, and all efforts are essentially being made. That is the reason why, if you really look at the handshake that has happened between India and China, where you've had President Xi invoking the civilizational ties, because he realizes that this cannot be possible. The Eurasian security system cannot be possible without the guarantee really coming in from India. And this is a security guarantee that India is essentially willing to extend in return of the fact that they are going to speak in one voice when it comes to key issues affecting India. So somewhere down the line, remember, the national interest has been paramount in driving the way we essentially look forward to on key issues. And that is the reason why. Remember what I've been reporting, Abhishek, right from day one. After speaking to multiple people, I've been saying this from day one, that there has been an push that has been made by India when it comes to terrorism. In fact, this morning before the declaration came in, and the sense that we got from the opening remark that was made by President Xi was in that direction. That one, in terms of combating terrorism, you will have to speak in one voice. Separatism and extremism. Remember, these are two new key words that have been introduced right now. This is not part of the lexicon that we have seen in the past. So it is a marked change. So perhaps this is one such forum where we have seen there has been more of a strategy, there has been more of a roadmap that has been laid out. So there has been more clarity than what we have seen in the past, and there is a reason behind it. Because of the geopolitical headwinds right now, the coming together of the RIC, that's Russia, India and China, is clearly an indication of an alternative order that is basically being built, and that's exactly what we are looking at. Things would certainly change. It's going to get even more interesting now, because what you're going to see on 3rd of September is a gamut of political leaders now, world leaders coming together here in Beijing. And of course, this is also going to...
We lost the audio there of Shravan. Shravan, we'll fix the audio and come back to you. And in fact, what we are seeing is that by way of optics, this is really turning out to be a big, must be turning out to be a big peak for the Europeans and for the Americans. Intended or unintended, this is a message that if the Europeans and the Americans continue with their Euro-Atlantic centrism, then obviously there are going to be realignments, there are going to be changes on the ground. And the fact that President Putin not just spoke about, in the generics about Eurocentrism versus Eurasianism, he also specifically mentioned that member states of the SCO should think in terms of trade in their respective national currencies, and that they should evolve a system of payments which really bypasses the dollar. He did not use the word de-dollarization, but then obviously if this happens, trade in national currencies between respective members, then to that extent the use of dollar as the reserve currency goes down. Major Tour, by the time we fix Shravan's audio, you think that whatever has happened over the past 2 days in Tianjin of China has set the ball rolling? Okay, has set the ball rolling for a world where the Americans would have lesser and lesser leverage going forward?
I mean, Abhishek, you see, this is the political analysts are saying that this is the biggest blunder ever made by America by looking away from India. And Pakistan, as it is struggling economically, and its relevance, its strategic relevance has really gone down. And in terms of Iran, the war with Israel and Iran, and then America getting involved, America wanting to have a military base in Pakistan, and the war that it lost against Afghanistan, and now that it is being left behind in terms of rare earth metals and their production and manufacturing sectors. And you see, one very clear thing that I want to tell the audience is that since 2013, $1 was equivalent to 52 rupees. And now, at that time, the Indian economy was, between 7th to the 10th. But now that we are coming up to be the 4th largest economy in the world, it is now 84 rupees, equivalent to $1. So why is it that the dollar keeps becoming stronger despite other countries progressing economically? So basically, it is the need of the hour for de-dollarization for our overall growth and progress. And you see, it has come to light. America has woken up. Let me tell you, Trump has, played a economical, a repairing move that to get the manufacturing sector back in USA, because they have sublet everything in terms of labor and manufacturing industry to China, which has resulted in the devastation of the American dollar. And it is very difficult for them to now come out of it until unless they start begin their own production in US soil itself and are self-reliant. America has not been self-reliant. They've been Chinese reliant in terms of the trade and production. So I think it is time that we had to create a balance. The economies of Eurasia had to be balanced out. And I think that there are many other countries which are willing to join the BRICS, especially the African countries, because they've been, manipulated and exploited in terms of the mining of the rare earth metals, gemstones, precious diamonds. And despite all that, there has been no development or progress.
Major Tour, just to hold on to your thoughts, in fact, there is another very interesting picture that has emerged from the venue, which is of Prime Minister Modi traveling in the same car as President Putin. This seems like President Putin's Aurus, and they are traveling to the destination of their bilateral meeting together. Another picture to rile Trump, another picture to make Peter Navarro go bonkers. And I think that seems to be the unintended or intended consequence, I don't know, but that's going to be a consequence of this picture for the world to see. President Putin and Prime Minister Modi traveling together, and I will just confirm in a bit whether this is in the Aurus limousine of President Putin, and they are traveling together to the venue of their bilateral meeting, which means that even before the bilateral starts, even before the delegation talks start, they are already having one-on-one. Shawan, over to you. Shawan, how much time does it take for the Prime Minister and President to travel from the summit venue to the bilateral meeting venue, because they have traveled in the car together and they would be talking for that much period? How long does it take, and how long the conversation would be that conversation would be between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin one-on-one?
Well, in fact, the bilateral will be taking place at where Russian President Vladimir Putin is staying. That's the Ritz-Carlton. I'm given to understand that it would be about 20 minutes, a little less than perhaps 20 minutes. I'm not too sure about that, because unfortunately here you can't rely on Google Maps, Abhishek. You will have to let the Chinese actually decide that. So it's difficult to get you an exact sense of how much time. But clearly there is optics here, optics involved in the message that the Prime Minister is also sending across. And you're rightly pointing out that this is going to rile up the West to a certain extent, because you have first with President Xi, and then of course with President Putin. And as far as President Putin is concerned, the bilateral talks, the agenda is very clear here, that it is with regards to the imposition of the tariffs that have been tariffs. And then, of course, it is also...
Hold on to your thoughts. Just, reading the Prime Minister's post that has come on their joint travel together to the bilateral meeting destination, in which Prime Minister has said, after the proceedings at the SCO summit venue, President Putin and I traveled together to the venue of our bilateral meeting. Conversations with him are always insightful. Prime Minister there again underscoring, reiterating, Peter Navarro, go take a walk. I am having my summit meeting with President Putin in the car, in which we have together in the car we have traveled together to the bilateral meeting venue. This is the fourth time that the two leaders are meeting and having a personal tie-to-tie and a direct conversation in the last 36 hours that the two have been together in Tianjin. I think, and yes, I can confirm that Prime Minister Modi has traveled in President Putin's car, the orange limousine, and they are on their way to the venue. Shawan, you mentioned Google Maps obviously does not work in China because the Chinese are not scared of the Americans. They have blocked most of the American tech, even as they have reverse engineered most of it and have their own apps and own software. And the Americans and President Trump is doing nothing about it, despite the fact that China is the biggest purchaser of Russian oil. President Trump absolutely mum. Typical sign of bully. If a bully meets his match, then the bully covers. And if the bully sees somebody accommodating, as we have seen, for example, in the case of Mexico, the Mexicans realizing it at a great price, Trump has been hammering them, pummeling them. In India, of course, Trump has met more than a match with Prime Minister Modi, making it amply clear that there is going to be no indulgence whatsoever with Trump's bullying. And so Trump has let his attack dogs do the talking, but to no effect. And in fact, Prime Minister's messaging is loud and clear. Go take a walk, Peter Navarro. And he will go in a Horus ride with President Putin for his bilateral. Coming back to you, Shawan. Again, Google Maps does not work, but you would have some idea how much time it takes for them to be together now, because remember, this is personal one-on-one meeting between the two leaders, and there are no translators, remember, so they would be having a conversation in English, direct, face-to-face, one-on-one.
Well, roughly about 20 minutes is what I pick up from the location, the two location, that is the Tianjin Convention Center, where the meeting was taking place, and from there Ritz-Carlton is where President Putin is staying, so that's the venue of the bilateral. So it'd be roughly about 20 minutes. The pattern is very clear here, bringing in the personal equation of President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. And if you have seen in the past the relationship that both the leaders have shared, and the picture, if you can, I don't know whether we have that picture right now or not. This was the picture that was clicked when Prime Minister Modi reached at the venue of the SCO meet, and there was a warm hug that was shared between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi. And President Putin was all smiles, and in fact the Prime Minister, what we were told, was actually, called him his dearest friend. Now that picture came out earlier today. Abhishek, I'm not too sure, because this was basically put out here a short while back. I'm not too sure whether it is available online or not, because I've absolutely no access to any of the online material. In fact, as you've been pointing out, the Chinese have replicated almost everything and have their own system in place. Coming back to the agenda of the India-Russia talks, because that happens to be one of the key aspects or the key highlights on the sidelines of the SCO summit, that is the Prime Minister's bilateral talks with President Putin. What is really expected? Now, in terms of the agenda, one, of course, the imposition of the tariff. Second is opening up of the market by the Russians. Third is the defense cooperation. In fact, there are defense materials that India would still be continuing to buy from Russia, particularly with regards to fighter jets. Then, of course, you also have terms of the S-400, the second batch essentially coming in. All that has also been worked out. In fact, there is also a collaboration that India and Russia are essentially talking about. That is the space collaboration. In fact, that is likely to also be picked up during the talks that are going to take place. So it's multifaceted, and unlike in the case of India and China bilateral talks, where India has been cautiously optimistic as far as Russia is concerned. Remember, we are basically at ease right now because of the talks that have essentially taken place in the run-up to the SCO summit, and of course the backroom talks that have essentially taken place, which indicates that we've been able to make our point very clear. And I think so somewhere down the line, Russia has played a very important role in influencing the joint declaration too.
Right, absolutely. And I think we are notching one diplomatic victory after another. One more picture there of the two leaders together in the Horus limousine, a very famous one there with a lot of security gadgets, like it happens at this level of diplomacy and at this level of world leaders, where you have a car like the American president has the Beast. The one of Vladimir Putin is called Horus, and almost similar features as the Beast. In fact, this Horus had traveled to Alaska also, though of course at that time President Putin jumped into the Beast of Trump along with the American president. And now we have Prime Minister Modi and President Putin traveling together to the bilateral meeting venue. About 20 minutes time, as Shawan was explaining, that the two leaders get one-on-one again before the delegation level talks, apart from the light banter and easy moments that the two informal moments that the two leaders have had more than a couple of times in the last 24 hours at the Tianjin summit venue, along with, of course, President Xi Jinping, the Troika, the Tianjin Troika, as it is being called out, because even the Wall Street Journal, for example, the American business news flagship newspaper, called three of the most four most powerful leaders together in okay, now we are getting a message that the two leaders have reached the summit, the bilateral meeting venue, and their delegation talks are to start shortly. That's the message I get. And Major Tour, the meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin is coming in the backdrop of few developments. Number one, President Putin has just a while back praised India's role in the war in Ukraine. Number two, Prime Minister Modi has had a phone call with Zelensky just yesterday, where Zelensky has asked for Prime Minister Modi's good offices for ceasefire, help from Prime Minister Modi for ceasefire, which means the Trump effort has effectively failed. Also comes in the backdrop of Peter Navarro comment that this is Modi's war. So if it is Modi's war, then let Modi handle, and Modi is handling it, talking to both the sides. You think that this meeting is going to bring out substantive results insofar as Ukraine war is also concerned?
See, Abhishek, we should recall the Zelensky visit to USA, where he was actually humiliated by the American press. He was suppressed by J.D. Vance. He was humiliated by President Trump. And that is not how you treat a head of the state. And probably, I'm very sure that Zelensky has made his calculations. And you see, President Putin has questioned the power of Zelensky. Even if they sign a peace accord, they say that what power or position does Zelensky hold in his own parliament in Ukraine to sign the documents, and if the peace treaty is going to remain. So I definitely feel that, yes, the paradigm shift has moved from the West now towards India. And Prime Minister Modi is going to be a very big anchor in terms of Zelensky and Putin to get both of them on the talking table and get an amicable exchange of territories and settlement, where both the parties can accept and exchange few territories for a peaceful future. So, because as far as, the US is concerned, they are business-minded. they have said that whatever billions of dollars of weapon systems that they've given, they want rare earth metals in return from Ukraine. So that is what Ukraine does not want to be in a lifelong debt with the US. So that is one of the major reasons why it is now moving and coming towards India to broker a peace deal, number one. Number two, why India is so close to Putin at the moment? We require the Su-57. We need the upgraded S-400 and the S-500. We need the Russian technology. The Russians have said that they are opening up the Russian market for Indian goods if the tariffs are going to hamper our exports to other nations because of the tariffs. So definitely it is going to be all because of the tariff wars and for the internal and overall security of India that we need to weigh our odds and select the right side which is going to benefit India in a long run. Abhishek.
Absolutely. Major Thor, you have given a right perspective, given the right perspective, in fact, on how things pan out and why this relationship between India and Russia, between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin is independent of all other permutations, combinations, alignments that India has built over the decades. Because this is enduring, this is historical, this is long-standing and needs to be nurtured. And Prime Minister Modi, you know, remember, Prime Minister Modi is perhaps the first Prime Minister of India post-independence who comes from outside the Nehruvian establishment. And for him to continue the Russia relationship and to upgrade it in the manner that he has is a commentary on the astuteness that Narendra Modi brought to foreign policy, despite not having experience as he was charged with when he became Prime Minister in 2014. I think that's a very significant role Prime Minister Modi has, or contribution that Prime Minister Modi has made to India's foreign policy continuity in his engagement with President Putin and his engagement with Russia, to the extent of annoying the American establishment and to make Washington, D.C. squirm and in fact lose its mind the way it has under Trump, unfortunately. Moving on, and Kritarth Patnaik joins us in the newsroom. Shravan continues to be with us from Tianjin. And I would want to also play out President Putin's comments, because now we have English subtitles and English translation of that also whenever we can, Aditi. But going to Shravan for that time. Shravan, we are told that the delegations are in place and that the meeting has started between the two leaders. So now, and we are told that 45 minutes are granted, or allotted rather, for this meeting, after which, of course, Prime Minister Modi would be immediately heading to the airport and wheels up for New Delhi. 45 minutes of India-Russia talks. The closely watched meeting, perhaps the second most closely watched meeting of the Tianjin SCO summit taking place now. Shravan, you are a little far from there because I think it's a separate venue than the summit venue. But your sense, you would have engaged with our diplomatic team before the meeting started. I'm told General Gigi Dwivedi is also joining us live in the broadcast. If you can show him. But a brief comment from Shravan first before we play President Putin bite on his take on the SCO summit. Shravan, over to you.
Well, it's bound to grab a global headline once again, because remember, the first bilateral that India had was with China, and it became the dominating headline, emanating from that particular meeting was some major takeaways. Now, of course, today's highlight would certainly be the bilateral with Russia. The reason being, right now, you have Russia and India essentially laying out the roadmap, something that would influence the other partners too. Now, as far as Russia and India are concerned, in terms of the agenda, it's chalked out very clearly. What I've been able to pick up, speaking to the members of the delegation, are the following. One, in terms of clarity with regards to how exactly does India really deal with the tariffs that have been imposed. From President Putin's side, there would be an elaboration of the Alaska meeting, something that he has done with the Chinese president. He would essentially be doing the same with Prime Minister Modi. In fact, there was a brief conversation that happened over telephone. But having said that, a part of the Russian agenda is to let India know about the reasons of the ongoing crisis, as Russia basically calls it. Once again, reiterating the fact that this is an attempt that has been made by the West to try and influence Ukraine to join NATO. That is the reason why it still continues. As far as India is concerned, the response is very clear that they're essentially pushing for a dialogue between Russia and Ukraine. Now, what is important to point out here, specifically talking about issues containing issues affecting India, that would certainly be about trade and commerce. Now, there were certain discussions that have actually happened between a direct line, that's the economic prosperity line that we've been talking about between Russia and India, and that has been an ongoing project which is also going to be taken up once again. Part of the delegation that Russia has got includes certain Russian entrepreneurs too. So there is a possibility a follow-up meeting with the Russian entrepreneurs are also likely to take place. Now, the Russian delegation is large this time. You have about 3 of the deputy prime ministers to be a part here. Apart from them, remember the key advisors are also part of the bilateral meetings that are taking place. So Russia has come with the full intention of having a clear roadmap with regards to the relationship with India. In terms of deliverables, of course, you have Russia offering up their own market. The trade basically has gone a notch higher. And in terms of opening up the market for Russia through India is something that is also going to be on the negotiating table at this point in time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we are ready with the Putin comments with English translation layover. Okay, we'll get to it in a bit, but we are joined in by Major General G.G. Dwivedi now, strategic affairs expert, joining us live in this broadcast, and he's former defense attaché to China, Mongolia, North Korea. He has commanded brigades in the LOC and the LAC area, both including Siachen and, of course, even Northeast. Tremendous military experience and in areas which are of consequence for this conversation. Thank you so much for joining us, General Dwivedi. And your opening comments on the developments of the day. Are we seeing a realignment with China? First up, do you agree that we should be okay with this realignment, or we are still cautious but then engaging because that's what diplomacy is about?
Well, engagement is the hallmark of diplomacy, because without engagement, diplomacy dies. So therefore, dialogue and diplomacy are synonymous. So therefore, this is part of the process. Second point is whether we are realigning or we are reset or there is rapprochement. I think that the relations since 2020 had bottomed out because of the Chinese uncalled for, very provocative intrusion in Ladakh, where I happen to command. And that actually put the whole process into the reverse gear. And especially it so happened when there were 2 very important meetings between Prime Minister Modi and President Xi Jinping at Wuhan in 2018 and thereafter Mamallapuram in 2019. So now that relation actually has taken a serious hit, and now is the time to repair and try to get the relationship on track. But what I would say that the differences between India and China are very deep. They are not only related to the border, where China claims Arunachal Pradesh as their own territory, and how Chinese are actually pitching in South Asia, trying to build up new alliance between Bangladesh, Pakistan, Turkey and China at the helm, how they have fortified a complete Tibet. In fact, Xi Jinping was in Tibet 21st August last month. That is his second visit. So they're very sensitive to their borders. They're very, very sensitive to how the exact situation is panning out in South Asia, because they treat South Asia as part of their backyard. So I like to make 2-3 very subtle points. I don't think we are realigning. We are only readjusting and trying to get the relation at least in the working mode, because there was, as I said, serious breakdown. And the working mode is, while we are progressing on border, we are opening up the trade because we require the trade engagement. And also, you see, we have $100 billion trade deficit against China. We need to also tap their market so that we reduce this deficit or the imbalance of trade. And the second point is our concern about security, our concern about terrorism, and what role exactly China played during Operation Sindoor. China and Pakistan are very, very closely knit allies, so we are concerned about it. I think the whole effort is to get the relation into working mode, not really realigning, but more of rapprochement. It's not really reset because the differences are too far and wide, but manage the differences, manage the border, have some kind of, I would say, peace and tranquility on the border while we are in talks to resolve it. A resolution is not going to happen anytime soon. But the whole point is to get our relation more into working mode and reduce the tension on the borders. Over to you.
Yeah, General Dwivedi, in fact, India's position was enunciated very well by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri when he said that, and he was essentially quoting Prime Minister Modi from the delegation talks that took place between India and China, that peace and tranquility at the borders is the best insurance for the larger India-China ties. So while there is a military component on the ground along the line of actual control and in the northeast, the fact of the matter is that diplomacy only succeeds if China underscores its intent for peace by not creating Galwan, Doklam, Stumar, Depsang kind of episodes on the ground. Do you agree?
Absolutely. Let me clarify, because I also have put on the diplomatic hat as a soldier. See, your position on the table or your position on the negotiation forum is as strong as your position on the ground. So until you have a very strong position on the ground, you don't have enough cards to get the negotiation going. So therefore, when we deal with China, we have to be, as defense is concerned, very strong. We have to have a very strong posture on the LAC so that the Chinese know that the kind of games they have played since 2012. Incidentally, India-China relations were fairly in the working mode. But after 2012, when President Xi Jinping took over, you rightly brought out, there was Depsang in 2013, Demchok in 2014, then we had Doklam 2017, and then of course 2020, three Chinese division marched into Chishul or the eastern Ladakh. So it's very right that when we talk of peace and tranquility on the LAC, it has a couple of factors. Firstly, the troops on the ground. We have disengaged, but we are not de-escalated, because still about 50,000 to 60,000 troops are facing each other. The massive infrastructure build-up that is being undertaken by China means they have an aggressive design. And then the border management. You know, Chinese have built up about 720 border villages, and these villages are like the frontline post. And having been on the LAC a long time, I can say that they are integrated into the Chinese defense. So while you are doing all that, and it's not stopping there. The amount of infrastructure they have built in Tibet, they are building new railway line from Kashgar to Lhasa. They are building a new railway line from Chengdu to Lhasa. They are building now the dam, Yarlung Sampo Dam, which is also like a water bomb. So all these have to be seen together, not the LAC per se, but what all is happening around the LAC, across the LAC, all these have to be affected.
Right, General Dwivedi. In fact, please stay with us. We now have the comments of President Putin with an English translation layover for the benefit of viewers, so that there is exact clarity as to what he said and how he has set the geopolitical context of the moment. Let's listen to him.
First of all, I would like to support the statements by my colleagues who have voiced their appreciation of the Chinese side's preparations and work as part of the SCO. This year is special for all of us. On May the 9th, In Moscow, there was a celebration of the anniversary of the victory in the Second World War and the defeat of Nazi Germany. And in Beijing, there will be a celebration of the victory over Japanese militarism. Crushing Nazism and militarism was made possible thanks to the cohesive ties between the peoples of the world. In the aftermath of the Second World War, the United Nations was established, which is also celebrating its 80th anniversary this year. Its charter incorporated the principles of the supremacy of international law, the self-determination of peoples, sovereign equality of states, non-interference into the domestic affairs of countries, independence, and respect for national interests. These principles are immutable up to this day, and it is on these principles that the Shanghai Cooperation Organization bases its work, adhering to the ideas of a multipolar world and a fair international order. A substantial package of documents has been prepared for the summit. The Tianjin Declaration, the key document, incorporates coordinated approaches of the countries on regional and international agendas. I would also like to note the strategy, the SCO, until 2035, which will define the key areas of the SCO's activities in politics, economy, security, and humanitarian affairs. The cooperation undertaken at the SCO is impressive. The GDP growth has been over 5%. Industrial output grew by 4.6%. We're also seeing progress in trade turnover above the world average. We're seeing increasing use of national currencies in trade. We are advocating the creation of an independent settlement and financial infrastructure, the implementation of new banking and investment projects, which will allow us to increase the efficiency of our trade and make us secure against external challenges and shocks. A competitive transport infrastructure is emerging. Car and rail transport, as well as multimodal shipments, are on the rise. Customs cooperation is ongoing, and electronic document flow is being implemented in various sectors. The strategy of energy cooperation until 2035, adopted last year, is being actively implemented. The roadmap, adopted as part of the strategy, will ensure coordinated and balanced activities in the energy sector across the SCO space. As many of my colleagues have already noted, our ties in science and education are developing too, as well as in healthcare, environmental protection, sports and youth initiatives. The SCO University.
So those were the initial remarks of President Putin there at the SCO summit when the Leaders Summit opened earlier today, emphasizing the increasing role of the regional summit of SCO leaders now getting global prominence, and perhaps the entire West would be very keenly listening to these remarks for the rest of the day to decode the laywork that the President has laid there. At the moment, the bilateral meeting between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi is underway, and we'll be right back after a very short break with more inside details of what exactly is happening in that historic bilateral meeting. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
What makes you a legend? Maybe that you're followed by everyone. Maybe that you follow no one. Maybe both. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Today, the World Health Organization
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people that has assembled here in City Hall, we are
आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई।
With Pakistan PM Shehbaz Sharif in attendance, PM Modi slams terrorism at SCO, rakes up the Pahelgam attack.
एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे।
Prime Minister Modi's big message at the SCO as he calls out the double standards, calls it unacceptable. Tianjin Declaration of SCO Council of Heads of States condemns terrorism has been signed and adopted. And that is the most defining moment of the year 2025. Tianjin triad, handshake, 3 super leaders of the world share their candid moments. And a picture that rattles the United States as the Putin PM Modi bilateral will start very soon. And Prime Minister Modi shares laughter with Putin in China while snubbing Shehbaz Sharif. All right, viewers, we're live breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in, and it is the big historic SCO summit, and a short while from now, Prime Minister Modi and Putin are going to have a bilateral meeting. We have a guest with us. We have with us Major Tur, we have Major General Gigi Dwivedi, and we have Professor Brahma Chelani, all 3 of our guests joining us. And very soon I'll be joined by our Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor in a short while from now. I just want to go across to our first guest for today, Professor Brahma Chelani, who's joining us right now on Republic TV. And Professor, as we wait now, that the big focus is right now on the Putin and PM Modi bilateral, which will begin very, very soon. And we saw both of them taking the same vehicle as they head towards a bilateral. And this is coming as India is buying a record amount of discounted Russian oil, which New Delhi in India has made very clear that we will continue doing this despite US pressure, because we do not want the US to pressurize us, because our economy is our economy. Yes, Professor.
Yes, but I think Trump's tariffs and sanctions on India have little to do with Russian oil and everything to do with his effort to strong arm India into a one-sided trade deal. He wants a trade deal on his terms, the way he imposed his will on the European Union, on Japan, and on South Korea. So he's using India's Russian oil purchases as a crude bargaining tactic to muscle India into accepting a lopsided trade deal. And the trade deal that he wants is not just about trade, about economic issues. He's also bringing in strategic and foreign policy issues under the umbrella of the trade deal. In other words, the trade deal that he wants will constrict India's strategic autonomy and foreign policy autonomy. There's no way India can succumb to this kind of pressure. If his sanctions and tariffs had anything to do with Russian oil, he wouldn't have singled out India with such actions. After all, China is the world's biggest buyer of Russian oil and gas, and the European Union contributes more to Russia's coffers through its energy imports from Russia than India does by buying Russian oil. So what Trump is doing, he's basically using naked coercion to make India accept the deal that he wants. But he doesn't understand India. India may be open to persuasion, but it cannot be bullied into accepting a trade deal on Trump's terms. Those US presidents in the past who have tried to bully India, like Nixon did, or even more recently when Joe Biden tried to do that after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, The Biden administration tried to bully India by threatening India openly in public that if India does not take a side in the Ukraine war, if it stays neutral, the costs and consequences for India would be, quote unquote, strong and long term. Now, that kind of bullying attempt only reinforced India's determination to stay neutral in the Ukraine conflict. Trump is mistaken that he can bully India into submission. No, he has unleashed 3 attack dogs. One is Peter Navarro, his trade advisor. Another is the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And the third guy is Trump's top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett. These 3 are taking turns to attack India almost daily, not realizing that what they're doing is only hardening India's resolve.
Mr. Chellani, I just saw a post from US Embassy in India. This is about 6 minutes back. And it says the partnership between the United States and India continues to reach new heights, a defining relationship of the 21st century. This month, we are spotlighting the people, progress, and possibilities driving us forward. Now, this seems like templated, at the bureaucratic level, trying to continue with the set agendas. But is it really the defining relationship of 21st century at the moment? And is it really, trying to reach new heights or plumbing new depths?
Well, the US Embassy in New Delhi is putting up a brave face by using old language. But the US-India relationship being a defining partnership of the 21st century is a phrase that 2 successive US administrations have used to describe the special relationship with India. It was the Trump first term administration that used that phrase for the first time, and Joe Biden administration continued with that phraseology. In fact, Trump's first term was the best period in US-India relations. US-India ties flourished in Trump's first term in a way that they had not thrived under any previous US president. And the irony is that today, the same president who brought US-India relations to a new high is demolishing that relationship virtually, is unraveling that relationship with actions that are detrimental to America's own long-term interests.
Yeah.
But India is not the only target of Trump. He is also unraveling America's key relationships with close allies, European Union, with Japan, with South Korea, with Canada, which is also bearing the brunt of his disruptive policies, with Mexico, for example. So what Trump is doing is he has turned disruption into his governing creed.
Mr. Chellani, in fact, there is a post coming in from Donald Trump where he seems to be wishing good night, which means he's effectively trying to project a picture, rather, that he's unaffected, that he's not watching these pictures coming out of Tianjin in China. I think even as the US Embassy in New Delhi giving an impression of FOMO, fear of missing out. That's why, so between FOMO and JOMO, which sentiment is American sentiment really is my question. Samarpal Toor, if you can come in there.
The Americans were with the notion of selling the F-35s. They were with the notion that the Indian weapons inventory would become Americanized. And then ultimately they faltered where they thought that India will take orders from the Americans. So basically, this is backfired. And the maximum advantage that anyone can possibly take, my enemy's enemy is my friend. That is exactly what Russia and China are doing right now, that we see unfold right now in front of our eyes. And I am telling you that China and Russia are going to go to all depths to convince and agree with India as much as possible to keep US away, because the only reason why Americans see India as an important strategic country is because of the Quad, and Quad is weak. Because, last month, President Trump was actually asking the Australians that please tell us what do you wish to do in case there is a war and a takeover of Taiwan by China. President Trump was asking the Australians, please tell us what would your role be? Because since World War II, the Australians have not participated in any war. So Americans themselves are very doubtful. They have lost the grip in Asia. Pakistan has come out to be a failed state. And see, the key issues, Abhishek, we are not addressing. For example, the weaponizing of Pakistan by China, that should be called out in this summit. That the weapon system should not be given to Pakistan. Number
in fact, Major Tour, just putting on air the poster of real Donald Trump. That's real, actually. Good night. I mean, that's typical Trumpist way of saying, oh, I don't care about what's happening in Tianjin, even if Peter Navarro is losing his sleep and losing his mind. And even Trump, perhaps, obviously is watching these developments rather closely. That American president does, but he's trying to present a picture of nonchalance. In the case of the US embassy here in New Delhi, it's FOMO of fear of missing out. In the case of Donald Trump, it seems like FOMO means fun of missing out. And that's why he's saying good night. I mean, we are trying to sort of connect the dots. Maybe they are not, but in geopolitics, at that level, every message has a deeper meaning. It's not every day that President Trump wishes good night. So I think he will sleep over the developments of Tianjin, even as Prime Minister Modi and President Putin are now locked in a dialogue. And it's just to underscore how seriously the Russians are taking it. President Putin is accompanied by his foreign minister Lavrov, his press secretary Peskov, and his chief of staff Yuri Ushakov. And these are really powerful people, part of the Putin team, who are accompanying the president in the talks that are taking place between the two leaders, President Putin and Prime Minister Modi, even as Donald Trump goes to sleep and wishes good night. So I think these are all connected, actually, in some ways. The American embassy, of course, is trying to do a salvage operation, I would say. Mr. Chelani, you seem to be agreeing with that, even as President Trump tries to present a picture of nonchalance, the embassy here is doing its job. They are trying to salvage the relationship or whatever is left of it.
Well, this is what an embassy is supposed to do. An embassy is supposed to underpin a relationship with the host country by continuing to harp on the positive elements. No embassy of any country seeks to do anything that would undermine the relationship with the host country. The fact is that what Trump is doing is counterproductive to America's own interests. This is the leader of the MAGA movement.
Yeah.
Instead of seeking to make America great again, he's hastening America's relative decline and accelerating the shift toward a truly multipolar world. Trump has corroded America's alliances and partnerships, and he has diminished America's international credibility. And by turning disruption into his doctrine, he's providing the very shock therapy the international system needs to break free from US dominance. I think China and Russia are very pleased that Trump is doing what he is doing. He's aiding their agenda. He is playing directly into the hands of China.
Yeah.
He's also playing into the hands of China by treating India more harshly than China.
Yeah.
He first tries to build up India as a counterweight to China. Now he actually treats India more harshly than China. So if there was anybody in India who was willing to be used by the US as a proxy against China, would have second thoughts today.
Absolutely. John Dwivedi, you think that in the talks that are happening between Prime Minister and Putin, military collaboration and taking it further, making it stronger in the backdrop of Operation Sindoor could be on the table despite all the American pressure on Russian oil trade?
Well, before I come to your question per se, I'd like to make 2-3 important statements. Firstly, national policies, geopolitics are not a one-day match. They are over a period of time. So what Trump destructive, work that he is doing, I think we will be able to weather this storm because that's not what America, by and large, thinking. Trump is an aberration. So we need to sit tight and take this storm and then figure it out. Second point is in the diplomacy or in national policy, there are two dimensions. One is tactical, one is strategic. Our strategic interests are still more aligned with the West, our value system more aligned with the West. We willy-nilly are not in the RIC camp because that's not where our value system or our systems are aligned. The third point is, as you wanted a specific answer on India-Russia defense deal, you see, till about 10 years, or I would say since 2010, we have starkly diversified our defense requirement. At around 2010, our defense from Russia was about 70%. Today, it is about 40%. We have diversified to France, we have diversified to America, and also to Israel and other players. So the point is, at this time, India needs a couple of equipment very, very urgently. One is we need to have air defense system, means we need to have S-400 upgrades, or maybe S-500. Now that is what is available from the Russian inventory, because we are not going for the Patriot system. So therefore, we have, and we did buy this despite a lot of pressure from America. Yeah. Secondly, we need fifth generation fighters.
Yeah, John Dwivedi, we are just getting a confirmation that, it's a little delayed information that the meeting has commenced between the two leaders. This is with a time lag of about 10 minutes, which means we are already into the meeting, where the delegations were already in place. The two leaders traveled together in the same vehicle to reach the venue. We saw those pictures from earlier. There is a bit of a sad development also showing in the tickers, that of the earthquake in Afghanistan, which has led to loss of life. It seems like it is getting bigger. About 622 or more people are reported dead. It was an earthquake in the morning on the Richter scale of 6+, and that's a big earthquake in a mountainous region like Afghanistan and has consequences. So we will, once this summit meetings are over, we will focus our attention on that also. But coming back to the conversation we were having, General Dwivedi, this is the code graphics of Peter Navarro's comments on Prime Minister Modi and the whole thing about Brahmins. Peter Navarro essentially confusing between Brahmins and the Boston Brahmins, as the Americans understand, because the business houses that America accuses of profiteering from Russian trade, none of them are owned by Brahmins. Some of them by actually OBCs, some of them by Jains, some of them by the Baniya community, but none of them by Brahmins. Brahmachalani, you think Peter Navarro has really got it wrong, mixed up, everything getting wrong on India, and this comment on Brahmins profiteering is just emblematic of that misunderstanding or lack of understanding that Trump and his team have of India?
Abhishek, I don't think we should take Peter Navarro too seriously. What's happening is this, and this is, Trump's playbook. What he has done is to unleash 3 attack dogs on India. The 3 attack dogs of Trump are his Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, his trade advisor, Peter Navarro, and his top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett. They're taking turns to attack India. They're doing it so frequently that they're doing a great job. They're doing a great job in turning Indian public opinion against the US. Trump's playbook is this. He wants to keep the relationship with Modi intact. So all his attack dogs are calling Modi terrific leader, great leader, etc., etc. So Modi is not being attacked, not being criticized, but pressure is sought to be built up on New Delhi so that it actually succumbs to that pressure. That's the whole game at play today. Keep steadily building up pressure on New Delhi until it capitulates. Now, this is a complete misreading of India. The more you try to bully India, the more you're going to force India to dig in and refuse to budge. India may be open to persuasion, but they cannot be bullied into accepting a trade deal on Trump's terms. India is not some other country. For example, as Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, is learning what way. The more she has conceded to Trump, the more he has tried to extract from Mexico. So every time Claudia Sheinbaum concedes something to Trump,
right, Mr. Chilani. I absolutely point taken. But stay with us. I think we'll take a short, quick break. And we come back. Shivani continues to be with us, Shivangi, and of course, I'm there.
Yes, and taking a short break right now. Modi-Putin bilateral is coming up as well, Abhishek, and we are waiting for what will happen in that meeting.
Being a legend means reaching a point where no one else has. To give others a dream worth chasing. 10 years of Creta, legend forever.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, it came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
We didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, it came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
First pictures, Abhishek, of Prime Minister Modi along with Vladimir Putin, the bilateral meeting that is on. These are first pictures coming in. It has begun.
Yeah, absolutely. There is no audio yet. We will get the audio in a bit, and that would be after the opening comments of both the sides. But in the pictures, we can see President Putin is speaking. Okay, these are APT and visuals. We will get our own agency visuals just in a bit. This is where the two leaders went inside. First, the handshake. Nth time they have done the handshake. This is really riling the West. This is really making the West
irritated, you mean, Abhishek?
Uncomfortable, perhaps, Niranjan, because they thought that India was in their pocket, and they were conducting themselves in a manner as if they can get away with the bullying, and they are realizing that it's not happening. And then to top it, you have those pictures of banter, camaraderie between these leaders. The fact that Putin is accompanied with a very powerful delegation. You can see to his right, you have Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister. To his left, I believe it's Ushakov. I will have to wait for the camera to zoom out so I can confirm whether it is Yuri Ushakov, his chief of staff. Okay, the audio is there. Okay.
Государств глобального юга и востока.
ये एक संगठन है जो ग्लोबल साउथ और ईस्ट के देशों के नेताओं को प्रयास मिलाने को एक मंच प्रदान करता है.
Усилия по созданию в Евразии архитектуры равной и неделимой безопасности.
यूरेशिया में समान और अविभाज्य सिक्योरिटी ढांचे को बनाने के लिए प्रयासों के लिए एक मंच प्रदान करता है.
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, 21 декабря исполняется 15 лет со дня принятия совместного заявления, в котором отмечен выход наших отношений на уровень особого привилегированного стратегического партнерства.
महामहिम प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, 21 दिसंबर को 15 साल पूरे हो जाएंगे जब से एक संयुक्त वक्तव्य पर हस्ताक्षर किए गए थे, जिसमें हमारे स्पेशल प्रिविलेज्ड पार्टनरशिप पर के स्तर हम पहुँचे. 15 साल हो गए.
И можно уверенно констатировать, что многоплановые российско-индийские связи активно развиваются на этих принципах.
और हम ये सच्चाई से बता सकते हैं कि हमारे रिश्ते इस सिद्धांतों पर बढ़ते हैं.
Налажено многоуровневое взаимодействие.
हमारे बीच बहुत बहुमुखी सहयोग चालू है.
Торгово-экономическая кооперация в целом демонстрирует положительную динамику.
व्यापार में सकारात्मक गतिशीलता देखने को मिलती है.
Развивается туристический обмен.
पर्यटकों का आदान-प्रदान विकसित हो रहा है.
Мы тесно координируем наши усилия на международной арене.
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच पर हम हमारे प्रयासों को समन्वय से करते हैं.
Это ООН, БРИКС, Группа 20 и, разумеется, ШОС.
UN, BRICS, SCO जरूर इन संगठनों में से शामिल हैं.
И сегодня хорошая возможность обсудить основные задачи дальнейшего развития многопланового двустороннего сотрудничества в различных областях.
और आज की मुलाकात से हमारे रिश्तों को आगे बढ़ाने पर रास्तों पर बातचीत करने का एक बहुत अच्छा मौका मिलता है.
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, Россия и Индия поддерживают десятилетиями особые отношения, дружеские, доверительные. Это фундамент для развития наших отношений в будущем.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, रूस और भारत के बीच बहुत विश्वसनीय रिश्ते बने हुए हैं. इस सिद्धांतों पर वे विकसित हो रहे हैं.
И эти отношения носят абсолютно внепартийный характер, поддерживаются подавляющим большинством народов наших стран.
और ये किसी से पार्टी या राजनीति पर आधारित नहीं है. लोग, हमारे दो देशों के लोग इस रिश्तों का समर्थन करते हैं.
Спасибо.
धन्यवाद.
आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी हो रही है और मैं हमेशा अनुभव करता हूँ कि आपको मिलना मतलब एक यादगार मीटिंग भी होती है, बहुत सी चीज़ों की जानकारियों का आदान प्रदान करने का अवसर मिलता है.
Ваше превосходительство, дорогой друг, очень рад вас видеть. И каждый раз, когда я с вами встречаюсь, у меня бывают особые чувства и ощущения, и это дает нам возможность регулярно обмениваться мнениями по разным вопросам.
हम लगातार संपर्क में रहे हैं. दोनों पक्षों के बीच नियमित रूप से कई उच्च स्तरीय बैठकें भी हुई है. इस वर्ष दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकतापूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं.
Мы постоянно находимся в контакте, проводятся регулярные встречи на высоком уровне между двумя сторонами. В декабре текущего года 1,4 миллиарда индийцев с нетерпением вас ждут в Индии для нашего 23-го по счету ежегодного саммита между нашими странами.
एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारे स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है. कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं. हमारा करीबी सहयोग न केवल दोनों देशों के लोगों के लिए बल्कि वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है.
Уважаемый господин президент, это свидетельствует о том, насколько глубоким и всеобъемлющим является наше особо привилегированное и стратегическое партнерство. Даже при самых тяжелых обстоятельствах Индия и Россия всегда шли вперед, плечом к плечу. Наше тесное сотрудничество имеет значение не только для народов наших двух стран, но и для обеспечения глобального мира, стабильности и процветания.
एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष के विषय में हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहे हैं. हाल में किए गए शांति के सभी प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं. हम आशा करते हैं कि सभी पक्ष कंस्ट्रक्टिवली आगे बढ़ेंगे. संघर्ष को जल्द से जल्द खत्म करने और स्थायी शांति स्थापित करने का रास्ता खोजना होगा. ये पूरी मानवता की पुकार है. एक्सेलेंसी, एक बार फिर आपका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ.
Уважаемый господин президент, по теме продолжающегося конфликта на Украине мы регулярно обмениваемся мнениями. Мы приветствуем все недавно предложенные усилия для установления мира и надеемся, что все стороны будут подходить к этому вопросу конструктивно. Необходимо искать пути для скорейшего завершения конфликта и установления мира. Это и есть призыв всего человечества. Ваше превосходительство, дорогой друг, еще раз большое спасибо. Очень рад вас видеть.
Спасибо. Dhanyavad.
All right, Niranjan. Very important, clear-cut, contour-driven statements, opening statements by both the leaders. My takeaway, number one, President Putin, he called Prime Minister Priya Dost. These are pictures from earlier when the two delegations came in. And President Putin addressed Prime Minister, or began addressing the Prime Minister by calling him a dear friend, Priya Dost. And then he said, December 21, I think he gave away the date when he would be traveling to India. He said it's a strategic, marks 15 years, December 21 this year marks 15 years of Russia's, India's special global strategic partnership. And so, and it's a multi-dimensional cooperation spanning trade, tourism, international coordination on UN, BRICS, SCO. Then he said the meetings that take place regularly between the two sides firm up the relationship even further. He called the India-Russia partnership one of deep trust. Then he said that it is bipartisan and it goes beyond the domestic politics. Those were the opening comments of President Putin. My most important takeaway is that he said that it's a long-standing relationship. The same thread got reflected when Prime Minister Modi started speaking. He said that every meeting with President Putin is memorable and insightful. And he emphasized that we are in regular touch. Now, that's a significant takeaway because given the headwinds that we have been facing on our trade with Russia on oil from the Americans, for Prime Minister Modi to underscore that we are in regular touch. And then he, of course, said that we wait to welcome you in December. Then he said that despite all the difficulties, so double underscoring there by Prime Minister Modi of the strength of the relationship with Russia, that despite the difficulties we have faced, we have remained steadfast in this relationship. And the reason is that it is important for world peace and progress that we stay together. So I think there is a clear, unequivocal message to the Americans that no messing around with the India-Russia friendship, and that all the singling out that the Trump administration has done is not going to make India waver in its connect with Russia. And then he says, of course, he mentioned Ukraine in 3 sentences, because that's significant, because of the 20 sentences, 3 are dedicated to Ukraine, where he said, we have spoken often on Ukraine. India welcomes all efforts that have been made recently to bring peace, and it's important for humanity's sake, Niranjan, that the war stops and ceasefire prevails. I think very significant, very measured, and very statesmanly comments there coming in from Prime Minister Modi.
Well, this is the third or fourth time that they're meeting at the SCO summit, and the bonhomie is there. You see, each time they meet, all smiles. They share a very deep relationship, both Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin. Let me go across also. If Shawan is there, we'll try and get him live on these pictures. The bilateral continues. The opening statements. What we will also do is we will go across and get the opening statements of Einar Tangen, Andrew K.P. Leung and Major Samar Partoor. And while we do that, we'll also get the full statements of both sides. We'll play out those statements immediately after getting the opening statements. Einar, I'll start with you, and then Andrew can take it, and then I'll get Major Toor as well. Your opening statements on what you just heard there between both leaders.
Well, clearly, the relationship, you couldn't have more different optics than anything with Donald Trump, where it tends to be him sitting in the Oval Office and you having to, compliant countries having to praise him and promise him things. This is extremely natural. You can look at their body language and you can clearly see not only the optics, but also the substance of what they're talking about. This is not new. This is a continuation. This is going to give Washington nightmares.
Yeah. Andrew and then Major Toor, quick comments.
I think that as far as the relationship with Russia is concerned, India is walking a very tight rope over Ukraine because the Trump administration has just imposed extraordinarily high secondary tariffs on India for buying Russian oil, even though that does not apply to China. Now, the difference, of course, is India started to buy Russian oil only after, to a vast amount of Russian oil, only after the Ukraine war. Whereas in the case of China, China and Russia have been joined at the hip economically, and then the two sides are trading with one another. Russia is the world's biggest export of energy and as agricultural products, and China is the biggest customer. So this economic relationship dates back well before the Ukraine war. Here lies the difference. But however, the second the challenge for India in this relationship with Russia is, of course, that he makes reference to the United Nations. And also, this is also a tightrope for China as well, because even though India is a very close partnership with Russia, buying Russian arms, for example, and also increasing trade, and China particularly, of course, is a all-weather partnership. But then the Russian military operation in Ukraine, of course, tramples upon Ukraine's sovereignty. Ukraine, after all, is a country recognized by the United Nations. So I think that that's why Modi makes a very careful reference, even if brief, to the United Nations Charter. But on the other hand, there is no doubt that Modi is pivoting towards Russia as an answer to Americans' hegemonic coercion and bullying. And then this bullying is not only against its perceived existential threat, which is Russia and China, but also against its long-term allies like India, and of course the transatlantic relationship, including European Union countries. And hence, the whole world order has been totally upended. The world order, which was founded and led by the United States since the Second World War, based on a rule-based, commonly accepted rules, has now been discarded in favor of American unilateralism, coercion, and bullying. As I said, not only against perceived rivals, but also against allies, and also countries in the global south, and which are poor, mostly developing countries wanting to protect their development interests. And hence this rallying behind the under the umbrella of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Yeah. Of course, the SCO is very different now in the couple of years in the past compared with what it was, say, even a couple of years ago, because it's now expanded from just Russia, China, and the landlocked countries in Central Asia to embrace countries in the middle corridor, for example, Azerbaijan and Armenia, but also Turkey and Egypt, and also Middle East, very rich countries like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, but also countries like Turkey and Egypt, as well as additional countries in Asia. So all the key players in the global south are in the SCO. And of course, India is trying to recalibrate its relationship with the United States, but also recalibrating its relationship with China. And of course, there's forming a closer relationship with Russia as an answer to President Trump's bullying.
Okay, so should we play out the full statements again? Okay, we have the statements of both Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin. We'll just play that out and then go across to Major Tour. All right. Meanwhile, as we play that, quickly also there is a full handout that's now coming in from the government, from the PIB of the Prime Minister's statements at the 25th SCO summit in Tianjin. We'll get you that as well at the bottom of the screen. Here's what the Prime Minister said, opening statement with Putin, Vladimir Putin and the Prime Minister during the bilateral in Tianjin.
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогие друзья, очень рады нашей встрече.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, साथियों, आपसे मिलकर हमें बड़ी खुशी हो रही है।
Символично, что она проходит на полях саммита ШОС.
ये बहुत प्रतिमात्मक है कि वो SCO शिखर सम्मेलन से इतर हो रही है।
Организация, которая позволяет объединять усилия глав государств глобального Юга и Востока.
ये एक संगठन है जो ग्लोबल साउथ और ईस्ट के देशों के नेताओं को प्रयास मिलाने को एक मंच प्रदान करता है।
Усилия по созданию в Евразии архитектуры равной и неделимой безопасности.
यूरेशिया में समान और अविभाज्य सिक्योरिटी ढांचे को बनाने के लिए प्रयासों के लिए एक मंच प्रदान करता है।
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, 21 декабря исполняется 15 лет со дня принятия совместного заявления, в котором отмечен выход наших отношений на уровень особого привилегированного стратегического партнерства.
महामहिम प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, 21 दिसंबर को 15 साल पूरे हो जाएंगे जब से एक संयुक्त वक्तव्य पर हस्ताक्षर किए गए थे, जिसमें हमारे स्पेशल प्रिविलेज्ड पार्टनरशिप पर किस तरह हम पहुंचे। 15 साल हो गए।
И можно уверенно констатировать, что многоплановые российско-индийские связи активно развиваются на этих принципах.
और हम ये सच्चाई से बता सकते हैं कि हमारे रिश्ते इस सिद्धांतों पर बढ़ते हैं।
Налажено многоуровневое взаимодействие.
हमारे बीच बहुत बहुमुखी सहयोग चालू है।
Торгово-экономическая кооперация в целом демонстрирует положительную динамику.
व्यापार में सकारात्मक गतिशीलता देखने को मिलती है।
Развивается туристический обмен.
पर्यटकों का आदान प्रदान विकसित हो रहा है.
Мы тесно координируем наши усилия на международной арене.
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच पर हम हमारे प्रयासों को समन्वय से करते हैं.
ООН, БРИКС, группа 20 и, разумеется, ШОС.
UN, BRICS, SCO जरूर इस गताओं में से शामिल हैं.
И сегодня хорошая возможность обсудить основные задачи дальнейшего развития многопланового двустороннего сотрудничества в различных областях.
और आज की मुलाकात से हमारे रिश्तों को आगे बढ़ाने पर रास्तों पर बातचीत करने का एक बहुत अच्छा मौका मिलता है.
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, Россия и Индия поддерживают десятилетиями особые отношения, дружеские, доверительные. Это фундамент для развития наших отношений в будущем.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, रूस और भारत के बीच बहुत विश्वसनीय रिश्ते बने हुए हैं. इस सिद्धांतों पर वे विकसित हो रहे हैं.
И эти отношения носят абсолютно внепартийный характер, поддерживаются подавляющим большинством народов наших стран.
और ये किसी से पार्टी या राजनीति पर आधारित नहीं है. लोग हमारे दो देशों के लोग इस रिश्तों का समर्थन करते हैं.
Спасибо.
धन्यवाद.
मैं हमेशा अनुभव करता हूं कि आपको मिलना मतलब एक यादगार मीटिंग भी होती है, बहुत सी चीजों की जानकारियों का आदान प्रदान करने का अवसर मिलता है. हम लगातार संपर्क में रहे हैं. दोनों पक्षों के बीच नियमित रूप से कई उच्च स्तरीय बैठकें भी हुई है. इस वर्ष दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकता पूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं. एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारी स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है. कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं. हमारा करीबी सहयोग न केवल दोनों देशों के लोगों के लिए बल्कि वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है. एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष के विषय में हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहे हैं. हाल में किए गए शांति के सभी प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं. हम आशा करते हैं कि सभी पक्ष कंस्ट्रक्टिवली आगे बढ़ेंगे. संघर्ष को जल्द से जल्द खत्म करने और स्थायी शांति स्थापित करने का रास्ता खोजना होगा. ये पूरी मानवता की पुकार है. एक्सेलेंसी, एक बार फिर आपका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं.
Yeah, they say that we're oiling the Russian war machine. There you have Prime Minister Modi telling Putin, end the war, saying we want to see an end to the war. Major Tour, another highlight from the Prime Minister's opening address there, talking about the energy partnership. In fact, that's one of the highlights of what he said. He mentioned the energy partnership with Russia. And we're not going to stop. In fact, there are some reports that suggested that we may, in fact, contrary to American demand, increase oil purchase in September.
You see, Niranjan, firstly, Russia definitely acknowledges that when the world came upon India, the amount of pressure that India faced to stop the oil purchases, there were a lot of allegations on India. But you see, the reason why Russia's unconditional support to India is now showing is because India has kept an independent stand and did not succumb to the orders or the wishes of any other third country or be dictated terms as to how to do trade.
Yeah.
Reason being why I emphasize on this point over and over again is that the dollar has not been re-evaluated despite other economies progressing and doing well. The dollar remains to be very dominant. It is becoming difficult for the developing nations who are almost developed to have any equation of trade with the West. So the West must realize that it has to create a balance. It has to grant a credit to the developing nations that they have progressed, which they are not doing. And by not doing or acknowledging, they are suppressing the economies and trade, and they are bending the rules. They are putting in tariffs and the pressures, which are definitely going to make the relations sour. Now, why India is become a criticality in Eurasia is because India strategically and geopolitically has an important relevance in terms of any trade which enters Asia. Number one. Number two, the reason why India is being acknowledged as a responsible country is because we did not let our land be given as a military base to any of the foreign militaries, which would have definitely made relations in Asia very complex. South Korea has already done it. There are a lot of issues which are already going on in the Korean Peninsula. Japan is already having issues with China. Philippines is facing a lot of issues. Australia's stance is not clear in the Quad. So, see, in terms of the West, the streamlining of strategic alliances is in a tizzy. They are not really able to get in alliances. And see, as we speak, Taiwan is being militarized by America every day. It is a fact. But one more thing is that Americans will definitely not want to take on China. They are already on the verge of taking on Venezuela. And there have been so much of political interference by the Americans in South American nations and the governments. So I think the tipping point has come, and it is a responsible role for mature countries to take a call, an independent call, and take the mature and the right side. And Prime Minister Modi has been harping upon peace between Ukraine and Russia. He's the only leader who's told President Putin upfront, face to face, that this is not the era of war. Please stop the war. And I think that Zelensky has also measured the odds and knows that Prime Minister Modi has more weightage, more relevance and importance compared to President Trump, who's lost his relevance by changing his statements every day. So a mature and a stable leadership is which stands by its statements, but does not change it every day. That shows a confusion or doubt in decision making. So I definitely feel that all the Asian countries are coming together in a decisive and a progressive direction. And as far as issues between China and India are concerned, I definitely feel that if India brokers a mature role in brokering peace between Russia and Ukraine, I am very confident that President Putin will definitely broker a once and for all settlement between China and India in terms of its border issues, which is the key issue. And after that, I'm sure things are going to be streamlined, and we will respect each other's political and diplomatic stances in the times to come.
Okay, I'm going across to Shravan now. Shravan, you've heard the opening statements. I think they've laid out the agenda very clearly on expected lines. Of course, energy made a mention of the kind of relations that India and Russia share. Most importantly, I think following that phone call with Zelensky on Saturday, there is a clear intent from India to end the war. In as many words, saying we want to see an end to the war at the earliest. Shravan?
I believe, Niranjan, we are up for a surprise very soon, because what has essentially transpired in the last few hours here at Tianjin could be extremely significant for the geopolitical conditions. The reasons are the following. One, the fact of the matter is that America essentially did not realize that we are going to be able to amend our ties with China, which does not augur well for the Americans. Number one. Number two is the strengthening of our ties with Russia, which also enables us to have a far larger maneuvering room in the Central Asian countries too. So remember, it is going to be multiple targets that we have basically achieved. In terms of a free market, there is no doubt about the fact that it only opens up more space and emerging markets for us to do business. And this has been something that India has been working on the sidelines. Now, the big takeaways undoubtedly from the joint declaration, and something, Niranjan, we at Republic TV have been constantly reporting, and we have gotten bang on, that terrorism was one of the main factors, and in fact the joint declaration would have indicated the same. Interestingly, if you actually join the dots, look at what President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi had essentially discussed yesterday during the bilateral on the sidelines of the SCO summit. What were the words that were essentially used? And look at the same very words which have now found a mention in the joint declaration. What does that mean? I'll leave it to the analysts there for their better understanding. I'm only sticking to my reporting here. The fact of the matter is that these are words that have, for the first time, you would have actually heard from the Chinese, where they're talking about terrorism, they're talking about extremism, they're talking about separatism. All of it now finds a mention in the joint declaration. Then you actually move a step forward. Pahelgam has been condemned by everyone. And who is this everyone that we are talking about? Those nations that Pakistan essentially thought were their own friends. Those Muslim nations which they believed was going to be on their side. The Central Asian countries, remember, have also not been extremely favorable to India. But having said that, they've all come around. Of course, Russia plays a very, very important role in maneuvering them. And of course, with the Chinese now stepping in. So look at where we stand today. For all those back home who have been arguing that we have failed in diplomacy, our diplomacy is essentially failing, we're not being able to have allies, I believe they will have to shut their mouth, simply because the imagery that is coming in now from yesterday night when the banquet was hosted by President Xi to today's powerful imagery of the triad, that becomes abundantly clear. Then the personal touch of the Prime Minister in the diplomacy that he brings in. When you have Prime Minister Modi sitting in that same very limousine along with the Russian President, it again goes a step forward, that too without a translator. The last that President Putin did was in America, where the stakes were higher for the American president. But here it is about an equalizer factor. What we have essentially seen today is an equalizing factor here, where Russia has never pushed around their way, despite being a powerful nation. Remember, Russia has always treated India as an equal partner, and that was reflected in today's imagery. Cut to the opening remarks of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister once again recalling, the fact that during difficult times too, we have walked shoulder to shoulder. And then, of course, President Putin bringing in the fact that from Vladivostok to Chennai, the kind of links that we have essentially had, that is essentially reflected in our relationship and the way there has been economic prosperity. So in a nutshell, this by far has been the most successful summit for India.
Shravan, we have Einar and Andrew KP Leung, Einar Tang and Andrew KP Leung and Major Toor. You can take some questions with them as well, because they've been waiting as well. You can go to maybe Einar and then to Andrew on what you're saying. You can take it with them. Over to you, Shravan.
Sorry, is the question
Einar,
to me?
It's been a surprise for many. Yeah, Einar, I'm taking the question with you.
Yeah.
I want you to perhaps help us understand, what's the long-term goal for the Chinese? Because let's be clear something. Forget about the sugarcoating that has actually happened. Let's now get to brass tacks of it. India certainly wants a clear resolution when it comes to our border. Second, we are adamant on the fact that we need to go back to the 2020 situation. Do you think the Chinese are ready for it?
No, but I hate to disagree with you, but if you start looking at the statements of both Xi and Putin, they're not talking about what's in India's interest. They're acknowledging a friendship. They're acknowledging that they have trust, but they're talking about the greater world. I mean, India is not the only one who is suffering here. So I think this idea of making this parochial, what's good for India, who's going to back us, that might play well in the domestic quarters, But the fact is, this is much larger than that. And as I have said before to you, this is an opportunity for India and Modi to step forward and talk about how the world needs to change. I mean, obviously, you cannot go up to the United States and change it as long as it feels it's in control. The only way you can change the United States is be the bigger bully. Come with other nations, not just China and Russia. Don't forget South Africa. Don't forget Brazil. Yeah. They have the same 50% tariffs. Don't forget the other 5 nations, and don't forget the global South. India has a proud heritage of creating the non-aligned movement. This is the culmination, the moment when India can step forward and say, look, we tried to balance, East and West. We tried to make sure that, things didn't get out of control, but they have. And now we have to step forward and say enough. And I think that's the message here. I don't think getting into these nitty-gritty things of what's good for India is necessarily what China and Russia have been talking about. Talking about shared future, a changing world system, predictability, safety, security, development. So I think we should concentrate on those issues.
I beg. Einar, I beg to differ on the position that you've essentially taken by saying that this is not a reductionist way of looking at it. We're talking about the bilateral. Of course, it's for the larger good of the SCO partners. But having said that, Andrew, I want to bring you in and perhaps draw it further, because we ought to look into the minutiae here. That if you want a lasting peace, that lasting peace can only happen when you resolve some of the key issues. And the Prime Minister was very, very clear in his talks with President Xi, where he's made it very clear that you can't move on without resolving the border issues. There have been frameworks in place. Let's be honest here, they have been violated. The trust deficit does exist. Let's be very clear here. There may be a lot of excitement all around, but we'll have to, perhaps tone it down to come and brace the reality that we still haven't got to a position where we have been able to reduce our troops.
Well, of course, the SCO is a multilateral forum, not just for India or China, but the global South, and trying to create a fairer, a more just, and more cooperative world order, in spite against President Trump's unilateralism and bullying. So that's the main theme of the whole SCO. But you're talking bilateral relationships, and I'd like to address very important points there. As far as bilateral relations with China, there is no way that you can resolve this huge historical differences between the two countries on a piece of paper. I mean, the two sides need to scale down the conflict, as what happened in recent months between the two leaders, to scale down the conflict in the border so as to create a positive environment for continuing dialogue. But I don't think that you expect the China to concede on, for example, Tibet. As I said at the beginning, Tibet is a long established historical, perhaps unfortunate collision, and that's caused by the British India. I mean, Tibet, if you look at history, it was part of the same province, but now half of it has now become a province of India. So I think that both sides could, the best to hope for is to agree to disagree, and then try to prevent conflicts and work on areas of cooperation. Now, as far as the bilateral with Russia, let's face it, who are the main levers to end the war? I don't think it's China. I don't think it's India either. I think that you can see that the war is a proxy war between the United States and Russia. And then, of course, Russia, with military operations, of course, is a contravention with the United Nations Charter. But of course, there's a lot of double standards in the case of the United States as well. And now the supply of arms and ammunition is from America. And then the European Union countries, fearful of Russia's influence, are involved. And so they are the main levers. And of course, Zelensky is now being marginalized by Trump, who wants to end the war. But of course, Russia is also trying to push the envelope as well, the gains on the ground. So it's more complicated. And then, of course, what India and China hope for, of course, is a peaceful Ukraine. And then hoping for a ceasefire. So I think that there's a lot of negotiations are still carrying on. And then it depends on the main levers of power in this long-standing proxy war. So I think that, anyway, coming back to the SCO, it's not about a bilateral so much, even though bilaterals are important. It's about creating a just and fairer and more cooperative world order.
Okay, I do understand that you are influenced by the Chinese history and particularly with regards to Tibet. Now, there is a differing opinion on that matter. I'm not getting into the specific of it. I completely understand that you're influenced by your own history, but the understanding is very, very different. Having said that, yes, at no point in time have I said that the SCO summit is about India and China. Of course, the fact that they are the most influential partners here and the bilateral talks that have essentially taken place and they've become the global headlines. Nikita, if I can bring you in with regards to the role that Russia has essentially played. I want to focus a little bit about the RIC because a lot of talk is actually going on that there's a possibility of a trilateral to take place, and the stage has now been set after a very, very successful SCO summit where what India essentially wanted, what China essentially wanted has now been fulfilled, which puts Russia in a great position to now take this forward. Of course, with the Russian president extending his stay, there is much more that's going to happen tomorrow in Beijing.
As far as I understand, the role of the Beijing consultations is to build a new international system of trade and international relations. Because the actual system, based on the World Trade Organizations and other structures controlled by United States, became a weapon of the tyranny, of the control over other countries. In fact, we see at the Ukrainian case that United States using those positions to implement sanctions against everyone who backs Russian will for sovereignty, who is ready to continue trade with Russia and Russian allies. Of course, it means that, in fact, the United States is now actually act as a gangster. So we have no choice but to build our new system based on respect, sovereignty, and equality of all countries. Nobody has a right to judge are we democracy or not, how we should run our internal policy, and how we should build our international trade relations. This is the main goal of this summit, in my honor opinion. Of course, I think that a lot of other topics is going to be discussed because, for example, Russia is now a goal of United States aggression. As my colleague said here, a proxy war run in Ukraine after a coup d'etat in 2014, when an American puppet government take control in Kyiv. At the same situation, we see the United States and NATO aggression against Iran, against other countries, and in fact, all of our nations are under the threat. Because, for example, we remember that even China, a big and strong state, is under threat of American aggression in the case of Taiwan. So, in my opinion, we should be most closer we can to defend our liberty, to run our relations an independent way, and take it away from the control of the so-called Western states. We are not colonies. We are not those slaves. We want to be free. We want to prosper. It is our goal.
Okay, we're getting in some breaking news, Shravan, that the Modi-Putin meeting has just ended. That's a breaking news update coming in. That bilateral that began roughly about 40 minutes ago. Shravan, has it lasted about 40 minutes, roughly 30 to 40 minutes? That meeting has now ended. What's the location of that bilateral, Shravan? From where you are, how far is it?
Well, in fact, it's at the hotel where Russian President Vladimir Putin is staying. That's the Ritz-Carlton, which is roughly about 20 to 25 minutes away from the Beijing Convention Center where we're currently broadcasting from. It's also the venue of the SCO summit. So soon after the bilateral, Prime Minister Modi will be wheels up for Delhi after a very, very successful meeting that he has essentially had, Niranjan. And in fact, all the objectives that India had basically laid out for themselves and the diplomatic team had basically cut out for themselves, the task that was cut out has now clearly been achieved. And if I can just quickly, in a nutshell, take it forward and then perhaps bring in Major Sabarpal Toor also. Major Sabarpal Toor, I believe that having this kind of a discussion with the Russians, particularly at a time where there's going to be enhanced defense cooperation in terms of the fighter jet acquisition and more importantly, the S-400 defense missile system, which I'm given to understand the second batch is also going to come in. I'm not too sure whether at all the brass tacks of it has been discussed, but it's clear that with regards to the Russian defense cooperation, that too is on a high.
Well, Shravan, you see, presently what is happening is that there is an overhauling and upgradation of the T-90s, and they are being upgraded in terms of, installation of anti-drone equipment as well. So you see, with the outburst of the Ukraine and Russia conflict, anti-drone technology is, the front technology at the moment. So this is what is the criticality, that the drones and the anti-drone technology needs to be shared by the Russians with the Indians. This is what is the need of the hour. Second priority is definitely the acquisition of the, next generation fighter aircraft. So there was a comparison between F-35 and the Su-57, and it is very imminent that with the amount of technical snags and accidents which have been going on with the F-35 and the price tag and the maintenance of the aircraft, all eyes are on Sukhoi 57. So there are definitely very critical defense deals which are there. There are various Russian weapon platforms in terms of air defenses, missile technology, and also the S-400 and maybe the S-500 joint development program, which is in the pipeline. And then you have the Russian market opening up for India because of the American tariffs. So you see, end of the day, no matter what we discuss, it is all because of the rigid stance by the Americans and the West that has got the Asian countries more united and together at this time. Secondly, it is very critical for China to play its cards very, maturely, because you see, a lot is at stake. Firstly, you see the South China Sea issue. Then there is the threat of Taiwan, that is also there. Then what is the most critical part is the closing of the border disputes. Now, let us not forget that the art of war has been mastered by the Chinese. And the Chinese always say that if you always want to be acknowledged and your presence be felt, always keep a dispute open ended. So, that is one of the major reasons that it has been so long that the border issue is not being closed amicably, despite India stressing on the same. So that puts our gray matter in doubt as to whether China is actually serious about closing the border issues once and for all with India. So that is where the intent of the Chinese is in the dock, where India has to tread very cautiously. We have to be very observant, because whatever actions India will take will directly be depending upon Chinese mindset, attitude, and approach towards the closing of problems with India. If it is serious about it, then definitely it is going to be a geopolitical change altogether. India will definitely get along very well with China. Not that it has not before, but things will change on a very drastic scale in terms of technology sharing, in terms of space technology, and various other matters. But again, there are important critical points like weaponization of Pakistan needs to be halted, because Americans are already doing that. Secondly, the way Pakistan has betrayed the Chinese by ambushing CPEC project again has gone against the interest of the Chinese. So it is best that China takes a call right now, and it has already started. The positive sign is by condemning the Pahelgam attack. So this is a very good and a positive move. And one more thing I would like to stress upon is, yes, India is important. India is the largest democracy in the world. US must be the oldest democracy, but we are the largest democracy. We have more weightage compared to Brazil and South Africa, what my counterparts were saying. So, yes, India's relevance and importance is more than many other countries in comparison, and the other countries have to include and get India on the table in terms of important and strategic decision making when it comes to the military upgradation, its stances in terms of Quad and other unilateral and bilateral partnerships. So it is very critical, and I'm sure that Russia and China have taken notice, and we are going to get along well, very well in the coming few years. Niranjan.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we'll take a break. There is a breaking news update. If Shawan is live with us, can we take the breaking news update and maybe then take a short break if he's live? We can do that. There's some breaking news coming in because you saw those pictures of Shehbaz Sharif just standing. I mean, that's the dud at the SCO. Shehbaz Sharif, the dud at SCO, just stood there. After his faux pas yesterday, that's the dud moment at SCO. He just watched. Today he didn't cross the line. Yesterday, in fact, while while President Xi Jinping and Putin were walking, he crossed the line and out of turn went and tried to shake hands with Putin. Was completely snubbed by Xi Jinping. Today, he didn't even try and do that, and he just stood there, just watching as Prime Minister Modi and Putin walked hand in hand. And in fact, this is a breaking news update that Shawan is now getting us, that Pakistan has been completely snubbed at the SCO, and the reason is Shehbaz Sharif found no mention, not just failure to get a mention, but he didn't get time to meet Xi Jinping. There was no bilateral slated between both countries. Xi Jinping on his part has met most SCO nations. He's met Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan. All of them did not meet Pakistan at all. In fact, Shawan reporting that even Myanmar finds mention in the Chinese media, even though their de facto head, the military chief, went there to Tianjin. Pakistan did not find any mention at all. Shawan, you've been speaking to the journalists there in China, right? So what's going on?
Well, I think so. When Pakistan Prime Minister actually goes back to Islamabad, he would find it very, very difficult to actually, give a report card to his boss, that's General Asif Munir, because it seems that he was left in a lurch. Now, the reason being that first, he does not find a mention. And it's very interesting, Niranjan, because I've been tracking it very closely to see the optics here. It turns out that he was here in Tianjin on 30th of August. It took me a lot of effort to actually find out whether at all anyone has actually reported about it, because I was told by a Pakistani here that the Prime Minister has landed. I was surprised that not a single mention of it, even in the Chinese news agency, number one. Number two, on the 29th in the evening, you've had President Xi Jinping actually meeting almost all leaders who had landed by then. There was a courtesy call that was made. Interestingly, there was also space that was given by those to the invitee countries. For example, Myanmar happens to be an invitee country. That country too was given space. Cambodia, the Cambodian king, the Cambodian authorities, they were all had a meeting with President Xi Jinping. And thereafter, just before he had left from Pakistan, in fact, their foreign office had essentially indicated that there would be a number of bilaterals. It turns out that the single bilateral that they may be able to manage so far, is perhaps, with an invitee country. And they've not even had any sort of discussion with the Russians. Interestingly, they are now pushing very hard for a meeting to take place with the Chinese premier. That could happen after the SCO summit, because the Pakistani Prime Minister is staying back for the Victory Day parade that's going to take place in Beijing. So look at his condition right now. Not to forget the embarrassing picture, that moment that came out yesterday when the banquet was basically hosted by President Xi Jinping, when there was an attempt that was made by the Pakistani Prime Minister to go and tap on the back of the Russian president, which was not even acknowledged. Cut to what really happened today when Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin was speaking to each other. You had someone literally ogling at Prime Minister Modi. So that's what is actually happening. That's the status right now of the Pakistani Prime Minister, whom I'm now told has sought time with the Chinese media for an interview. So it is the Pakistanis who are now reaching out to the Chinese media for an interview of their own Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Shravan, for bringing us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the latest coming in from Tianjin. The bilateral meeting between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin has concluded. On the other hand, it's a dull day for the Pakistani Prime Minister. No bilaterals, only one held yesterday with the Turkish President Erdogan. But we'll be bringing more details and updates to you. Narendra Modi now finally winds up his 2-day tour of China. Stay tuned to Republic. We'll be right back after a very short break.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since the border clashes began. Will the global South solidarity reset the equation with the West? Will there be a trilateral between India, Russia and China? Answers to all these questions and much more only on Republic TV as I get you minute-to-minute update from China.
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshalling the full power.
During an interview,
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off. Wolff said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the largest country on earth. The United States telling India what to do is like a mouse hitting.
This is Republic, Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're with Republic TV. The Prime Minister has had a bilateral meeting with Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin, and the pictures coming out of Tianjin. Exactly what Trump didn't expect. We have some breaking news updates on what was discussed and also the opening statements by both leaders. Here are the headlines.
एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारे स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है। कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं।
Prime Minister Modi holds bilateral with Russian President Vladimir Putin, says India and Russia have always stood shoulder to shoulder, even in the most difficult situations.
आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई।
Pakistan PM Shehbaz Sharif in attendance. PM Modi slammed terrorism at SCO, rakes up the Pahelgam attack.
एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे।
Prime Minister Modi's big message to Pakistan at the SCO as he calls out the double standards on terrorism, calls them unacceptable.
Tianjin Declaration of SCO Council of Heads of States, which condemns terrorism, has been signed and adopted.
And that's the most defining moment of the year 2025, the Tianjin triad handshake. Three super leaders of the world share candid moments during the photo op earlier today.
PM Modi and Putin greet each other with warm handshake and hug before the SCO summit.
PM Modi shares laughter with President Putin in China. Pakistan's Shehbaz Sharif left out on the sidelines.
A few minutes back, the bilateral meeting between Russian President Vladimir Putin and our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has ended at Tianjin. The next stop, of course, for our Prime Minister is the airport. He will head back to Delhi. But we have some breaking news updates coming in on what was discussed between both leaders. During the opening remarks, our Prime Minister made a mention of the end of the Ukraine war, something that he carried with him, a message from Zelensky delivered to Putin that we want an end to the war and very soon. Here are the opening comments of both leaders.
मैं हमेशा अनुभव करता हूं कि आपको मिलना मतलब एक यादगार मीटिंग भी होती है, बहुत सी चीजों की जानकारियों का आदान प्रदान करने का अवसर मिलता है। हम लगातार संपर्क में रहे हैं। दोनों पक्षों के बीच नियमित रूप से कई उच्च स्तरीय बैठकें भी हुई है। इस वर्ष दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकता पूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारी स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है। कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं। हमारा करीबी सहयोग न केवल दोनों देशों के लोगों के लिए बल्कि वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष के विषय में हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहे हैं। हाल में किए गए शांति के सभी प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। हम आशा करते हैं कि सभी पक्ष कंस्ट्रक्टिवली आगे बढ़ेंगे। संघर्ष को जल्द से जल्द खत्म करने और स्थायी शांति स्थापित करने का रास्ता खोजना होगा। ये पूरी मानवता की पुकार है। एक्सेलेंसी, एक बार फिर आपका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं।
Those are the initial. We'll be shortly listening to what Russian President Vladimir Putin also had to say at the initial remarks that he delivered during the bilateral meeting. Let's listen into what President Putin also had to say.
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогие друзья, мы очень рады нашей встрече.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, साथियों, आपसे मिलकर हमें बड़ी खुशी हो रही है।
Символично, что она проходит на полях саммита ШОС.
ये बहुत प्रतिमात्मक है कि वो SCO शिखर सम्मेलन से इतर हो रही है।
Организация, которая позволяет объединять усилия глав государств глобального Юга и Востока.
ये एक संगठन है जो ग्लोबल साउथ और ईस्ट के देशों के नेताओं को प्रयास मिलाने को एक मंच प्रदान करता है।
Усилия по созданию в Евразии архитектуры равной и неделимой безопасности.
यूरेशिया में समान और अविभाज्य सिक्योरिटी सिद्धांतों को बनाने के लिए प्रयासों के लिए एक मंच प्रदान करता है।
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, 21 декабря исполняется 15 лет со дня принятия совместного заявления, в котором отмечен выход наших отношений на уровень особого привилегированного стратегического партнерства.
महामहिम प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, 21 दिसंबर को 15 साल पूरे हो जाएंगे जब से एक संयुक्त वक्तव्य पर हस्ताक्षर किए गए थे, जिसमें हमारे स्पेशल प्रिविलेज्ड पार्टनरशिप पर किस तरह हम पहुंचे। 15 साल हो गए।
И можно уверенно констатировать, что многоплановые российско-индийские связи активно развиваются на этих принципах.
और हम ये сочай से बता सकते हैं कि हमारे रिश्ते इस सिद्धांतों पर बढ़ते हैं।
Налажено многоуровневое взаимодействие.
हमारे बीच बहुत बहुमुखी सहयोग चालू है।
Торгово-экономическая кооперация в целом демонстрирует положительную динамику.
व्यापार में सकारात्मक गतिशीलता देखने को मिलती है।
Развивается туристический обмен.
पर्यटकों का आदान-प्रदान विकसित हो रहा है।
Мы тесно координируем наши усилия на международной арене.
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच पर हम हमारे प्रयासों को समन्वय से करते हैं।
Это ООН, БРИКС, Группа 20 и, разумеется, ШОС.
UN, BRICS, SCO जरूर इस गठन में से शामिल हैं।
И сегодня хорошая возможность обсудить основные задачи дальнейшего развития многопланового двустороннего сотрудничества в различных областях.
और आज की मुलाकात से हमारे रिश्तों को आगे बढ़ाने पर रास्तों पर बातचीत करने का एक बहुत अच्छा मौका मिलता है।
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, Россия и Индия поддерживают десятилетиями особые отношения, дружеские, доверительные. Это фундамент для развития наших отношений в будущем.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, रूस और भारत के बीच बहुत विश्वसनीय रिश्ते बने हुए हैं। इस सिद्धांतों पर वे विकसित हो रहे हैं।
И эти отношения носят абсолютно внепартийный характер, поддерживаются подавляющим большинством народов наших стран.
और ये किसी से पार्टी या राजनीति पर आधारित नहीं है। लोग, हमारे दो देशों के लोग इस रिश्तों का समर्थन करते हैं।
Спасибо.
धन्यवाद।
Okay, we're going across to the statement coming in. This is a statement of India. This is a handout that's given following the bilateral. It's a 4-point statement highlighting a couple of points, and then Kritat can take it from there. The Prime Minister, the government, the Press Information Bureau putting out details saying Prime Minister Modi met with the Russian President Vladimir Putin on the sidelines of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Leaders discussed, okay, bilateral cooperation. We're getting pictures of the Prime Minister emplaning for Delhi. Those are pictures from the Tianjin airport. So he's taking off now for the national capital in what has been a successful SCO summit, successful engagements at the SCO summit, several bilaterals, including, of course, the most critical ones with China and Russian President Putin, which ended a few minutes back. The Prime Minister is getting on a plane, heading back to the national capital following that meeting. Meanwhile, we are now getting you details of his meeting with Putin, where they have discussed economic, financial, energy sectors, cooperation in these areas, expressing satisfaction with the sustained growth in bilateral ties in these areas. And when I say these areas, they have highlighted economic, financial, energy sectors. The fact that energy sector finds a mention there shows India's statement of intent that we are not going to back down. Our energy cooperation with Russia will continue. And Ukraine, I'll take a point there. The two leaders also discussing regional and global issues, including latest developments concerning Ukraine. Prime Minister Modi reiterating his support for the recent initiatives that have been taken to address the conflict, emphasizing the need to expedite a cessation of the conflict, find a durable peace settlement. Krita.
Indeed, and it's a very significant statement, Niranjan, that is coming in. The highlight of all the three factors, the 4-point statement that has been put out also by the Ministry of External Affairs here. The first one is obviously the Prime Minister attending the SCO summit and holding the bilateral meeting. In the third point as well, there are discussions about the Ukraine conflict and how the Prime Minister has played a role. And the last point talks about the special and privileged strategic partnership between the two nations. But the most important one is a one-line point number 2 in this joint statement, which is the leaders discussed bilateral cooperation, including economic, financial and energy sectors, and expressed satisfaction with the sustained growth in bilateral ties in these areas. Geopolitical expert Robindra Sachdeva also joins us on this broadcast with more details. Sir, I just want to pick your brain initially on this very important one-line statement that is also coming into the joint statement that has been released after the bilateral meeting. India is expressing satisfaction over the sustained growth in bilateral ties in 3 critical areas: economic, financial and energy. So if Mr. Peter Navarro and the United States and Washington is listening carefully, that is the direct as it can get as a response from India, that we are very happy with the growth in the energy sector with Russia bilateral ties and they're not going anywhere. So your thoughts?
Oh, absolutely, yes. On the energy sector, we are happy, satisfied with where we are right now, and we are looking ahead to further more closer and deeper engagements. That's on the energy sector. By the way, the words economic and financial are also coded words, I would think, because that could mean much more of rupee-ruble trade, right? Wherein, India and Russia are trading more in our own national currencies rather than the US dollar. So that there is also something for Peter Navarro to look up and do his 101 on economics and world financial systems. So definitely a very good meeting, bilateral, Russia and India. Much would have been discussed. We don't know what all, but definitely those details will be forthcoming. There could be also, maybe investments in the Russian energy sectors by India. We already have some. Maybe we could do some more. There was also talk, if you may remember, of the Vladivostok-Chennai maritime corridor, right? So because oil and gas are majorly in the Siberian region, so from there to Vladivostok and by sea to India, more of that also we could foresee. And actually on this whole India, Russia, China, tango or dance or whatever, that Vladivostok, Chennai maritime corridor could include a point or a port in China also, building up the connectivity there. So, excuse me, certainly there. And then talking about that, they talked about regional and global issues, and especially repeating a special privileged partnership. Also, I was struck by Prime Minister's opening remarks, or his remarks, wherein he said, and he expressed warmth with respect to President Putin, and then he said that 140 crore people of India look forward to you. So that's again, not only a symbolic, but a very strategic and thought out statement to say that, or indicate that India and Russia, our relations are not only enduring, are vibrant, and we are looking forward to more and more, irrespective of what the Trump administration is, penalizing us. We are ready to pay a price for it. Doesn't matter. We'll figure out our ways. And also a rebuttal or whatever we can say for Pete Navarro for all his, various off the tangent remarks that he's making.
That's right. Mr. Robindra, I really want you to hold on because, like you said, this is huge because Prime Minister Modi is also is very excited to host Putin at the 23rd annual summit later this year. So the stage is set for that visit of the President Putin to India. And my colleague Shravan Sen is in Tianjin. He has spoken to a Sputnik correspondent on the SCO summit. Shravan has been right at the venue where this huge summit has taken place. Let's take a listen in.
You've been in Beijing for quite some time, spent a considerable number of years. I want to ask you, in the run-up to the SCO summit, the Chinese have essentially built a narrative, a largest ever SCO summit. They were hoping that there would be tangibles, there would be deliverables from the SCO summit. I want you to tell our viewers, how were you looking at this, the Beijing, how was Beijing really looking at it? How important has the SCO summit been for Beijing?
Well, certainly China pays a lot of attention to the matters of the global south. So having all these countries together, a lot of which are the representatives of the global south, I think is very important for China. And China projects itself as one of the key magnets and one of the channels for voicing the opinions of the global south. So obviously it's very important, and China is always very enthusiastic and very carefully organizing these events and putting a lot of effort in it. So obviously it's a very big deal for China.
What's the key difference that you have essentially spotted while you were reporting in the last few days in the way we have seen the SCO summit happening in the past, but there is a global attention right now on the SCO summit, keeping in mind that we are talking in times of a tariff war that is going on. It's for four countries, Russia, China, as well as India. What's the sense that you've got in terms of how Beijing has been responding to the threat emanating from the United States of America?
Well, I think Beijing, it seems to me, is always taking a careful stance on all of this. But clearly you see a request from not just China, but many countries that nobody is happy with how the United States behave at the moment. A lot of the countries in the global south, China included, are interested. They're one of the beneficiaries of globalization previously. So obviously there is an interest of maybe coordinating positions and finding essentially stability, and SCO is seen by many as the anchor of such stability. And so Beijing basically emphasizes the spirit of SCO, and it has indeed become, especially with the accession of countries like India, a massive anchor of stability maybe and dialogue and true multilateralism on the Eurasian continent, and then spreading further than that since there is more interest coming. So yeah, certainly for Beijing probably stresses even more this unity and the spirit of multilateralism around SCO.
Well, interestingly, we are talking at a time when your president is speaking. I just want to step aside and perhaps show our viewers. Now, in fact, Abhishek, that's the Russian president who's making the address right now. We are not very sure the content of it, which is going to come out in a short while from now. I want to come back to the big headline that emerged yesterday. That was the bilateral talk between India and China. How is Russia really viewing the rapprochement between India and China?
Well, since I can't say I really followed the media because I was pretty busy here at the summit, but overall I think that every such signal is seen very positively in Russia, because Russia has good relations with both countries historically, and I think any sign of maybe finding some compromise and having some degree of rapprochement is seen very positively in Russia, and certainly Russia would like to maintain this RIC format, so it's a good thing, definitely.
Do you believe that could be a reality, the RIC, the Trilateral, at some point in time?
Of course, I do believe so. I think that all three parties are interested in maintaining this format.
What do you make of the images that came out from the banquet yesterday? I remember what I saw was a considerable amount of time that has been spent by President Xi and President Putin, where they were basically interacting. I was given to understand some jokes were essentially shared. We do not know what really transpired, but what do you all really make of it? Which way is it really headed? Because I'm told the advisor to President Putin essentially indicated that President Putin and President Xi has spoken about what happened in Alaska. So is there some sort of a talk that is going on between Russia and China with regards to how do you really tackle the situation, the challenges that are coming in from the United States of America?
It was definitely mentioned that the Russian side would update its partners, China, India and all others, on how the process in Alaska went in Anchorage. Certainly, I think there is a stable line of contact between the leaders of Russia, China, India on this one, and China and India, they have their own diplomatic humanitarian track on this particular issue. So Moscow always underlines that it very much appreciates the balanced position that both countries have on the conflict in Ukraine, in particular. So, as far as the videos that aired, they've been quite viral on Russian social networks. I noticed today. So, I think, and I think I've seen a couple of headlines where it's being kind of underlined that we have like a friendly exchange. So, definitely see this as a positive thing.
What are the key issues that are being raised by Moscow at this stage, and particularly the SCO summit? What is it that we are looking forward to?
Well, from the Russian side, from the Russian delegation, I heard that there is going to be a strong, powerful declaration. We're yet to see what's going to be in it, but I think that essentially this SCO track is now a priority for Russia as far as multilateral formats are concerned, and I think everybody is awaiting, but we're not yet clear what's it gonna be. But certainly maybe some expectations on trade and just coordinated position in terms of again multilateralism, stability, geopolitics.
Let's also talk about the much-awaited bilateral between Russian President Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi. What is it that Russia is looking at right now? Obviously, the stage was set in India, where we were given to understand that Russia wants to open up the market for India, keeping in mind that it's some sort of a penalty that has been imposed on India for buying Russian oil. So what is it that Russia is essentially trying to offer India at this stage?
I'm afraid that I cannot really elaborate on that one because I didn't really follow this in particular. But definitely the two leaders have a lot to talk about, and certainly the whole tariff situation, Donald Trump versus India, there's been a lot of attention to that in Russia, and of course I think the matters of trade between Russia and India are in the center of attention at this meeting.
And that was our colleague Shravan Sen at the SCO venue. And I want to go back to our geopolitical expert, Mr. Sachdev, is joining us once again. Mr. Sachdev, we spoke about the importance of collaboration on energy, but let's talk about the second part of the statement coming in after the meeting with Putin, Prime Minister Modi and Putin meeting, where PM Modi has said that India is committed to find a solution when it comes to the Ukraine conflict. Do you think PM Modi's reiteration for dialogue and the support that PM Modi is showing when it comes to ending the conflict with Ukraine is being seen positively by the Western powers like United States, or are they a little scared right now?
No, I think it is being seen positively, but also I think maybe with skepticism. They think that perhaps India is not doing enough. That's what they're claiming. That's why Zelensky has called Modi-Ji twice. I think once when PM Modi was traveling from Japan to China, I think, or a day before that. And also today or yesterday morning, Zelensky again called. Excuse me. See, apart and aside from the West, it is in our own national interest also that this conflict ends ASAP, because the longer it goes on, the more Russia is compelled to get drawn closer to China. The more Russia is drawn to, interlink its economy and various sectors with China. And the more that happens, the more I think from a geopolitical perspective and our own perspective, sure, we may be right now in a spirit of bonhomie with China, Russia, and India, all of us. But at the core, we have very, very specific interests. So it's in our national interest that this conflict ends as soon as possible. The West has been pressuring us without doubt. Remember, who said, I think Navarro or one of these guys said that Prime Minister Modi should call up Putin right now and ask him to make peace in Ukraine, or otherwise we will slap the tariffs. That's what they were threatening us with and wanting us to do. Now, whatever steps we have taken, and I think Putin understands the context. Putin also needs, someone in his, not in his corner, but someone whom he trusts and whom he thinks or whom Russia thinks can be an honest broker. In that sense, India definitely and certainly can and is playing a genteel role when repeatedly India has been saying this is not the era of wars, this is the era to live and let live. But the issue is that what the West wants and what Zelensky, in fact, he mentioned that we are hoping that Prime Minister Modi will convey our signal to Putin. The point is what the West wants is at a wide variance with what Putin wants. So we will spend our political capital, but I think we will be conscious and cautious that realizing the situation, the real politics, the real, let's say, the real situation or the views of Russia, we'll keep them in mind also. So it's not that, we are just going to try and persuade Putin, no, stop the war, stop the war. We know what his own compulsions are. So I think India is treading a very fine path, balanced path. And in any case, probably the conflict will come to a pause when Ukraine and Russia would both want, or perhaps when Putin would want, according to his own national interest, to pause the war or the conflict.
Right. All right, Mr. Sachdev, thank you for joining us there on Republic TV. As PM Modi is complaining for Delhi and Kurtat, he has also put a post out concluding a productive visit to China, where I attended the SCO summit and interacted with many world leaders. Overall, Kurtat, very positive and historic summit.
He did, Shivangi, and as the Prime Minister now returns back to New Delhi, his news will be travelling the rest of the world and headlines will be written all over, and we'll be analysing each and every piece of information that trickles in from all around the world. Stay tuned to Republic. We'll be right back after a very short break.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since the border clashes began. Will the global South solidarity reset the equation with the West? Will there be a trilateral between India, Russia and China? Answers to all these questions and much more only on Republic TV as I get you minute-to-minute update from China.
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people that has assembled here in City Hall, we are also united in action.
Justice for Ralph!
Hello and welcome
time, you're watching Live and Breaking at 1:30 p.m. with me, Tarisha Avasti. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister has finally implaned for the national capital. There are a lot of key statements that have come out. Number one, from the SCO summit, and second is the bilateral that was held between the Prime Minister and Vladimir Putin. We'll get you all that and much more on this edition, but first, a quick check of the headlines. Prime Minister implanes for New Delhi after successfully concluding two-nation visit, including the SCO summit.
एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारे स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है। कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं।
Prime Minister Modi holds bilateral with Vladimir Putin, says India and Russia have always stood shoulder to shoulder, even in the most difficult situations.
एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई।
With Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif in attendance, Prime Minister Narendra Modi slams terrorism at the SCO, rakes up the Pahelgam terror attack.
एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे।
Prime Minister's big message at the SCO as he calls out double standards, calls it unacceptable. Tianjin Declaration of SCO Council of Heads of States, which condemns terrorism, has been signed and adopted. India also the one to sign the document. And that's the most defining moment of the year 2025. The Tianjin Triad handshake. Three of the super leaders of the world share candid moments. Prime Minister Modi, Putin greet each other with warm handshake hug before the SCO summit. A picture that has rattled the United States. Prime Minister Modi shares laughter with Putin in China, while Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has been left out. This is the dud moment for Shehbaz Sharif. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister, while addressing the SCO leaders meeting, emphasized that terrorism remains a gravest threat to regional peace. Reiterating India's firm stance, he called for zero-tolerance approach towards cross-border terrorism, separatism and extremism. These are the key moments of the Prime Minister's visit at the SCO summit. Remember, he has implaned for the national capital, but just to give you a roundabout of what happened earlier in the morning today, that's the moment of the welcome when the Prime Minister had welcomed Putin for the bilateral. The moment of the handshake that the whole world saw, it is the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, three super leaders, very, very powerful leaders on whose eye Trump is keeping a watch on. Those three leaders standing together, sharing a candid moment. The drive is about when the Prime Minister and Vladimir Putin sat on the same car and were headed towards the bilateral. And the fourth window shows you the bilateral meeting that was held between the two leaders, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Vladimir Putin. Remember, during the bilateral, both sides had taken a very strong stance, saying that both of them need to stop the Russia-Ukraine war. Meanwhile, we had some other moments as well where it was a complete flop show for the Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. The first window that you see on your screens is a visual from yesterday, where the Pakistan Prime Minister tried jumping the gun, jumping out of the queue to make his mark to speak to President Xi Jinping. The second window is from today, where he completely falls in line President Vladimir Putin, along with the Prime Minister Modi, walking in front of Shehbaz Sharif, giving him a cold shoulder. And there's nothing that Shehbaz can do but just stand there and look at two superpowers of the world walking together, hand in hand. And that's a dud moment for the Pakistan Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif. Those are the key moments of the day that we have captured, and this is another very, very powerful visual, the moment of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Three super leaders of the world standing together, where you see Prime Minister in attendance. Along with him on his left and right is Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping, all three of them sharing a very candid moment. This is, remember, ahead of the SCO meeting that just began, ahead of the declaration that was signed, a very candid moment, a very rare visual that you usually see. Remember, this is Prime Minister's second meeting with President Xi Jinping. The first meeting after the Galwan clash was held in Kazan last year. And this is the second meeting that was held with the President with the Chinese President Xi Jinping. And however, remember, this is the first meeting that is being held in China after Galwan. 7 years after Galwan happened, first meeting in China with President Xi Jinping. Here is the key statement of the Prime Minister at the SCO summit.
SCO के 25वें शिखर सम्मेलन में भाग लेते हुए मुझे खुशी हो रही है। हमारे शानदार स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति श्री का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल किर्गिस्तान का राष्ट्रीय दिवस था। इस अवसर पर मैं दोनों लीडर्स को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले 24 वर्षों में एससीओ का पूरे यूरेशिया क्षेत्र की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली को जोड़ने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। भारत ने एक सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में हमेशा कंस्ट्रक्टिव और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई है। एससीओ को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। एससीओ, एस सिक्योरिटी, सी कनेक्टिविटी, ओ अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ एस यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल-कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई। इसमें मेरे समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। हाल ही में हमने पहलगाम में टेररिज्म का बहुत ही घिनौना रूप देखा। इस दुख की घड़ी में जो मित्र देश हमारे साथ खड़े रहे, मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। यह हमला केवल भारत की अंतरात्मा पर भी आघात नहीं था, यह मानवता में विश्वास रखने वाले हर देश, हर व्यक्ति को खुली चुनौती थी। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे। हमें मिलकर आतंकवाद का हर रंग में, हर रूप में विरोध करना होगा। ये मानवता के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है। एक्सेलेंसी, अब मैं दूसरे स्तंभ सी यानी कनेक्टिविटी पर अपने विचार रखना चाहूंगा। भारत का हमेशा से मत रहा है कि मजबूत कनेक्टिविटी से केवल व्यापार ही नहीं बल्कि विश्वास और विकास के द्वार भी खुलते हैं। इसी सोच के साथ हम चाबहार पोर्ट और इंटरनेशनल नॉर्थ साउथ ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉरिडोर जैसे इनिशिएटिव पर काम कर रहे हैं। इनसे हम अफगानिस्तान और मध्य एशिया के साथ संपर्क बढ़ा सकते हैं। हमारा मानना है कि कनेक्टिविटी के हर प्रयास में संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का सम्मान होना चाहिए। यही एससीओ चार्टर के मूल सिद्धांतों में भी विदित है। कनेक्टिविटी दैट bypasses sovereignty, losing trust and meaning. एक्सेलेंसी, तीसरा स्तंभ है ओ यानी अपॉर्चुनिटी। अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर कोऑपरेशन एंड रिफॉर्म। 2023 में भारत की अध्यक्षता के दौरान नई ऊर्जा और विचारों का संचार हुआ। स्टार्टअप और इनोवेशन, ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन, यूथ एम्पावरमेंट, डिजिटल इंक्लूजन और शेयर्ड बुद्धिस्ट हेरिटेज जैसे नए विषयों को अपने सहयोग में जोड़ा। हमारा प्रयास था कि एससीओ को सरकारों के परे भी ले जाए। सामान्य मानवी, यंग साइंटिस्ट, स्कॉलर्स और स्टार्टअप को भी आपस में जोड़े। हमारे पीपल टू पीपल टाइम को दृढ़ता देने के लिए मैं आज एक और सुझाव रखना चाहूंगा। एससीओ के अंतर्गत एक सिविलाइजेशन डायलॉग फोरम बनाया है। इससे हम अपनी प्राचीन सभ्यताओं, कला, साहित्य और परंपराओं को वैश्विक मंच पर साझा कर सकते हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, आज भारत रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म, ट्रांसफॉर्म के मूल मंत्र पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। कोविड हो या वैश्विक आर्थिक अस्थिरता, हमने हर चुनौती को अवसर में बदलने का प्रयास किया। हम लगातार वाइड रेंजिंग रिफॉर्म पर काम कर रहे हैं। इसे देश में विकास के साथ साथ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहयोग के लिए भी नए अवसर खुल रहे हैं। मैं आप सभी को भारत की विकास यात्रा से जुड़ने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, यह खुशी की बात है कि एससीओ भी समय के अनुरूप इवॉल्व हो रहा है। ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम, ड्रग ट्रैफिकिंग और साइबर सिक्योरिटी जैसे समकालीन चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए 4 नए केंद्र बनाए जा रहे हैं। हम इस रिफॉर्म ओरिएंटेड माइंडसेट का स्वागत करते हैं। वैश्विक संस्थानों में रिफॉर्म के लिए एससीओ सदस्य आपसी सहयोग बढ़ा सकते हैं। संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 80वीं वर्षगांठ के अवसर पर हम एकमत होकर यूएन रिफॉर्म का आह्वान कर सकते हैं। ग्लोबल साउथ की आकांक्षाओं को आउटडेटेड फ्रेमवर्क में कैद रखना भावी पीढ़ियों के प्रति घोर अन्याय है। नई पीढ़ी के बहुरंगी सपनों को हम पुराने जमाने की ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट स्क्रीन पर नहीं दिखा सकते। स्क्रीन बदलने की होगी। एससीओ मल्टीलेटरलिज्म और इंक्लूसिव वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर का मार्गदर्शक बन सकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर आज एक स्टेटमेंट जारी किया जा रहा है। एक्सेलेंसी, हम सभी पार्टनर्स के साथ समन्वय और सहयोग के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं एससीओ के अगले अध्यक्ष किर्गिस्तान के राष्ट्रपति और मेरे मित्र प्रेसिडेंट जपारोव को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And well, these were the remarks of the Prime Minister at the SCO summit, soon after which he held a bilateral meeting with the Russian President Vladimir Putin, I beg your pardon. And both sides discussed about the Russia-Ukraine war, a topic that was to come between the two leaders, the meeting of the two leaders. Remember, it also comes at a time when Donald Trump is escalating his tariff war, accusing India of funding the Russia-Ukraine war. Prime Minister Modi has given a very strong message there, ladies and gentlemen, where he said that the world must stand with Russia. First, we'll play up what Vladimir Putin has to say in his message in his bilateral meeting that he held with Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогие друзья, мы очень рады нашей встрече.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, साथियों, आपसे मिलकर हमें बड़ी खुशी हो रही है।
Символично, что она проходит на полях саммита ШОС.
ये बहुत प्रतिमात्मक है कि वो एससीओ शिखर सम्मेलन से इतर हो रही है।
Организация, которая позволяет объединять усилия глав государств глобального Юга и Востока.
ये एक संगठन है जो ग्लोबल साउथ और ईस्ट के देशों के नेताओं को प्रयास मिलाने को एक मंच प्रदान करता है।
Усилия по созданию в Евразии архитектуры равной и неделимой безопасности.
यूरेशिया में समान और अविभाज्य सिक्योरिटी ढांचे को बनाने के लिए प्रयासों के लिए एक मंच प्रदान करता है।
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, 21 декабря исполняется 15 лет со дня принятия совместного заявления, в котором отмечен выход наших отношений на уровень особого привилегированного стратегического партнерства.
महामहिम प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, 21 दिसंबर को 15 साल पूरे हो जाएंगे जब से एक संयुक्त वक्तव्य पर हस्ताक्षर किए गए थे, जिसमें हमारे स्पेशल प्रिविलेज्ड पार्टनरशिप पर किस तरह हम पहुंचे।
All right, breaking news just coming in. We learned that the SCO Plus meeting has now begun. It is President Xi Jinping who is giving his opening remarks that's still underway. The Foreign Secretary of India, Vikram Misri, is present in the meeting. We learned that there's a statement as well that has come in from the Pakistan Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif, where he says, and I quote, he's a pro-welfare leader, and because of him, China has been able to elevate people above poverty. It's not a joke. I've always considered President a visionary leader. he has transformed the economy. That's the latest visual, ladies and gentlemen, of the SCO Plus meeting that has already begun. President Xi Jinping is giving his opening remarks. From India's side, in attendance is our Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. The Prime Minister, remember, has already emplaned for the national capital. And on that note, on the sidelines of that, we're also getting a statement from Shehbaz Sharif on President Xi Jinping to Chinese media, where he says that Xi Jinping is a pro-welfare leader and because of him, China has been able to elevate people above poverty. He also goes on to say that it made to one of the mightiest militaries around the globe, and that Xi Jinping has ensured that economic development has to be shared with countries that are not fortunate as the economic growth poor countries. Desperate and cold-shouldered, Shehbaz Sharif has now gone on for a massive flattery spree on social media, calling Pakistan an unfortunate country, a poor country, and praising Xi Jinping and China. He in fact says that he thanks the countries for helping that are not so fortunate in their achievements and poor countries. That's the message that Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is sending to the world on how timid can Pakistan be, on how Pakistan can go to any extent to flatter China, who he now feels is aligning with India, who he now feels that is extending an olive branch with India. That's the latest breaking news updates that we have. Viewers who've just tuned into Republic, let's just get you the latest breaking news that's coming in. The first breaking is live on your screen are the visuals of the SCO Plus meeting that has begun. Remember, the SCO meeting concluded 2 to 3 hours back, where the Prime Minister had given his opening remarks. What is now underway is the SCO Plus meeting, where there are foreign delegates of various countries who are in attendance. From India's side, attending this SCO Plus meeting is Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. Right now, we have the opening remarks of Xi Jinping that are underway, details of which will be shared later by the foreign media. And on the sidelines of that, we learned that there's another big breaking news that's coming in, where Shehbaz Sharif has now given a statement to the Chinese media praising Xi Jinping. Remember, earlier we got you reports that claimed on how Myanmar got a name called here in the Chinese media, but there was no name that was taken of Pakistan or the Pakistan Prime Minister. Complete blackout of the Pakistan Prime Minister from the Chinese media. And soon after that is where we see Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif now coming out in the open, flattering Chinese media, flattering President Xi Jinping. He's desperate, he's cold-shouldered, and now he goes on for a massive flattery spree on local media, calling Pakistan an unfortunate country, a poor country, and saying that he thanks the countries for helping the countries that are not so fortunate in their achievements and poor countries. That's the kind of desperate appeal, and that's the kind of desperate appeal that Pakistan has now stooped to, from being cold-shouldered by Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi to now going on to lick the foot of the Chinese. This is what Prime Minister of Pakistan is portraying himself as on the world stage. Shehbaz Sharif calling Pakistan unfortunate and poor nation. He says that Pakistan is thankful for those countries who helped not so fortunate countries in their development and poor countries. By poor countries, he of course means Pakistan. He goes on to thank the Chinese, thereby demeaning his own country, Pakistan. First, he came with a begging bowl to India, where he had begged for a ceasefire, and now after being completely snubbed, after having a dud moment in the SCO summit, where Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi had turned a cold shoulder, had not even given a glance at him, he now goes on to flatter the Chinese. Let's once again get you that statement of the Pakistan Prime Minister. But before we do that, let's have a look at these two visuals that give you a situation on how desperate is Shehbaz Sharif, how the superpowers of the world are now completely cornering him. First window on the left-hand side of your screen is a visual that is from yesterday, where while Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping were walking towards the meeting hall, there comes in the Prime Minister of Pakistan, who tries to jump out of the queue to go into and meet Xi Jinping, but Xi Jinping again gives a complete cold shoulder. The moment that is from today, that is on your screens right now, is the dud moment at the SCO. The dud moment is of the Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. On one hand, you have President Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi walking hand in hand towards the SCO meeting venue in a very, very close proximity to the Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, after which he has been completely ignored. And ladies and gentlemen, this is nothing but a message that India, Russia and China are sending to the world. First of all, it is a message to Donald Trump to not mess with the superpowers of the world, and another message for Pakistan's Prime Minister that no matter how much you go out for with a begging bowl for, the world will remember on how Pakistan has always funded terrorism. And the SCO, remember, has adopted a joint declaration condemning terrorism. We'll get you all that and much more, but for now, it's time for us to slip into a short break.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since the border clashes began. Will the global South solidarity reset the equation with the West? Will there be a trilateral between India, Russia and China? Answers to all these questions and much more only on Republic TV as I get you minute-to-minute update from China.
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the U.S. administration.
Hello viewers, Prime Minister Modi has wrapped up the SCO summit, very successful one at that. And we saw that there was a joint statement coming in from the leaders where once again, all these leaders have condemned the deadly Pahelgam attack. And this is coming in as Prime Minister Modi is also implaned towards India right now. So a very successful summit is over. We'll get to all the highlights, what has happened and what is making the big headlines. But as usual, the top stories we're tracking. Prime Minister Modi in planes for New Delhi after successfully concluding two-nation visit, including the SCO summit.
एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारे स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है। कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं।
PM Modi holds bilateral with Vladimir Putin and says India and Russia have always stood shoulder to shoulder even in the most difficult situations.
आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें SCO रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई।
With Pakistan PM Shehbaz Sharif in attendance, PM Modi slams terrorism at the SCO, rakes up Pahelgam attack.
एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे।
PM Modi's big message at SCO as he calls out the double standards, calls it unacceptable. Tianjin Declaration of SCO Council of Heads of States, which condemns terrorism, has been signed and adopted. And that's the most defining moment of this year, 2025. The Tianjin Triad handshake. 3 super leaders of the world share candid moments. PM Modi Putin greet each other with warm handshake hug before the SCO summit. PM Modi shares laughter with Putin in China, Pakistan. Shehbaz Sharif left out. Prime Minister Modi, while addressing the SCO leaders meeting, emphasized that terrorism remains the gravest threat to regional peace. And those pictures are coming in right now, viewers. The welcome, the moment, the drive, and the bilateral. The welcome when Prime Minister Modi arrived. You can see he's with Putin there. At the moment where we saw Prime Minister Modi interacting with Xi Jinping and with President Putin as well. And the drive towards the bilateral, where Mr. Putin and Prime Minister Modi shared a vehicle towards the bilateral, and on the right-hand side, the extreme right-hand side, we see the bilateral, which took place a short while back before Prime Minister Modi has emplaned for India. So back-to-back updates coming in. The bilateral, remember, between Prime Minister Modi and Russian President is now over, and Prime Minister Modi made very important points, and he said very, very clearly that both India and Russia have always stood shoulder to shoulder, even in the most difficult situation. Okay, the SCO Plus meeting has now begun in Tianjin. The SCO Plus meeting has now begun in Tianjin, viewers. So back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV. Where the SCO Plus meeting also started a short while back, and the President Xi is chairing. I repeat, President Xi is chairing the SCO Plus meeting in China's Tianjin. He's chairing, this is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Plus meeting in North China's port city of Tianjin. Live pictures coming in of the SCO Plus meeting, which is happening as we speak. Coming in the backdrop of the SCO summit, which has just wrapped up, and Prime Minister Modi had addressed the SCO summit's plenary session, remember, which included the participation of more than 20 foreign leaders and 10 heads of international organizations. Now, as we speak, viewers, we see that President Xi has proposed the Global Governance Initiative. So this is the top update coming in. These are pictures coming in live from Tianjin. And we understand that President Xi has proposed Global Governance Initiative. At the same time, we're getting some more updates coming in right now, viewers. Two high ministerial level visits from Russia are expected later this month, with Russian Agriculture Minister slated to land here on 21st of September. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Remember that the bilateral between PM Modi and Putin is over, and we saw that there was a statement which had come out, which also spoke about how Prime Minister Modi will be hosting President Putin later this year. But before that, we're coming to know that two high ministerial level visits from Russia are expected in September. It will be towards the end of September, with the Russian Agriculture Minister slated to land here on 21st of September. So this is what we see right now, viewers. And remember that already there was a very fruitful meeting which had taken place between Prime Minister Modi and Putin, where they discussed various issues, especially when it comes to energy, when it comes to coming out with a solution, when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine war. So many top updates were already discussed, especially key global issues were discussed between Putin and Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi was addressing the SCO leaders meeting, emphasized that terrorism remains the gravest threat to regional peace. Let's go ahead and listen into what Prime Minister Modi had said.
SCO के 25वें शिखर सम्मेलन में भाग लेते हुए मुझे खुशी हो रही है। हमारे शानदार स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति श्री का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल किर्गिस्तान का राष्ट्रीय दिवस था। इस अवसर पर मैं दोनों लीडर्स को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले 24 वर्षों में एससीओ का पूरे यूरेशिया क्षेत्र की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली को जोड़ने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। भारत ने एक सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में हमेशा कंस्ट्रक्टिव और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई है। एससीओ को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। SCO, S सिक्योरिटी, C कनेक्टिविटी, O अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ S यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें एससीओ लेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई। इसमें मेरे समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। हाल ही में हमने पहलगाम में टेररिज्म का बहुत ही घिनौना रूप देखा।
All right, let's go straight across to. We'll listen to the entire statement coming in now. But I have with us Shravan Sen, our senior editor, who is at the SCO summit. And right now, Shravan, we see the SCO Plus meeting is underway. However, that big message of Prime Minister Modi, where he exposes Pakistan, he says no double standards on terrorism is acceptable. SCO has backed that statement of PM Modi. Yes, Shravan, over to you.
Well, in fact, it has been a win-win situation as far as India and China are concerned, given the fact that the dialogue that has taken place between India and China and the issues that have been raised by both the countries have essentially found some resonance in the joint declaration was signed unanimously by all the member states. In fact, Chad is joining us. He's a senior journalist. Thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. The big takeaways from the SCO summit. Undoubtedly, a lot was spoken about, a lot preparations were underway. In terms of the big takeaways, what would you say? From the Chinese perspective, what is it that has been achieved so far?
So we now have the Tianjin Declaration already approved by or agreed upon by the 10 full members of the SCO, including China and India. And from that document, that we can definitely see the SCO, even though the SCO started as a security-focused organization, but expanded to more about comprehensive partnerships, about economy, stability, and solidarity among these countries. And one thing also pointed out is that the declaration mentioned condemning terrorist attacks or so, and we can definitely see all those leaders are talking with each other and trying to find out this kind of mechanism that they can work together. And during President Xi Jinping's earlier keynote speech during the early session, which is the 25th meeting of this Council of the Heads of the States of the SCO, President Xi mentioned that hope to see the acceleration of establishment of a SCO development bank that can issue easier loans among these regions across those countries, and also this establishment of a universal center for security threats. I believe these are some of the key areas that we can see the SCO is trying to push work together.
In terms of the deliverables in the bilateral talks that have taken place between India and China, India has essentially focused mainly on the fact that cross-border terrorism is a cause of concern, something that India wanted to push through as far as the joint declaration is also concerned. Do you believe that Russia too also played a very important role in ensuring that terrorism is made a part of the joint declaration, which earlier was actually omitted?
Russia?
Yeah.
So if we see earlier today from Indian Prime Minister Modi posted this picture on X.com, we definitely see the three leaders are talking, President Putin, Prime Minister Modi, and of course President Xi Jinping. If we look at SCO, because Russia and China are the original 6 founding members of the SCO, and you know, the organization founded 24 years ago, but before that, we have the Shanghai Five, and also Russia and China was involved in that organization. And again, SCO has started as a security-focused organization, and I think bringing regional stability and a peaceful development has always been the top priorities. But again, in today's world, earlier, President Xi Jinping also mentioned that the SCO helps to kind of break out the voice, to kind of structure this new global governance order that really kind of stand not against, but at least have a different voices in terms of the Western narratives. Because Global South, we're looking at India and China are two very important players in Global South, and the two countries are Asian civilizations of the East, which has been echoed by Prime Minister Modi earlier during Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi's visit to India, and yesterday during that bilateral between China and India, and Chinese President Xi Jinping also mentioned that. And definitely partnership is a way forward, the right choice. It's not just about rivalries, it's about working together. And the three, Russia, China, and India are definitely three very powerful countries on this planet. And again, I think this SCO is not just shouldering the responsibility from one country, but this cohort of developing nations, and to help have a say, have a voice that is different from the Western narrative has been dominated by developing nations.
What has really changed between India and China now? Because if you see the analysis that has been done by the Western media, they've largely spoken about the fact that India and China are cozying up, primarily because of the doubling down that we have essentially seen from the West. Is that the kind of analysis that the Chinese are essentially doing, or how exactly are the Chinese really looking at the change in the relationship status?
If we look at these two countries, and China and India share borders, and during earlier Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi's visit to India, and the Foreign Minister also mentioned that the two sides are engaging talks about border issues or whatnot. But again, if we look at China and India, two most populous nations on this planet, and I believe India is also growing very rapidly in terms of its economic development. It's soon to be the fourth largest economy on the planet. And just think about the possibilities of the two countries working together, market access, and to work together to bring up these kind of voices of global south. And I think that's a good thing. And even as a journalist, I would consider that's a good thing. And of course, there is this kind of pressure from the West. If we're talking about the Trump administration, the tariffs, I think that's the way the U.S. has been dealing with its domestic politics, but that kind of causes rippling effects onto other countries. But again, China has been very peaceful in terms of its development, and I think they will be just, when the two countries work together, China and India, there's definitely a good thing to come out of this. As I have mentioned, President Xi Jinping mentioned during the ballot, China and India should work together, not just, be rivals.
Is there a clear change or the intent that we are essentially witnessing coming in from the Chinese side? Is there a marked difference than what we have seen in the past? Because let me be very honest, Jan, as far as India is concerned, we've been cautiously optimistic about the change in the relationship, and moving forward, perhaps we are certainly hoping that we'll be able to maintain the friendly relations, bridge the trust deficit that exists. But is there a conscious change in the thinking process of those who are in charge of it, the military per se, or for that matter, even President Xi? Is there a change in the intent?
I think that we're going to see more coming out of this development. But again, with Prime Minister Modi's visit to China in 7 years, I think that's a good gesture. And but everything kind of come from the meeting of Kazan when the two leaders also met, and definitely the two sides are talking. But I want to kind of, because when we're talking about the relations between two powerful nations, it's not just about economy, it's not just about big politics, but also about people to people. And recently, if we look at Chinese media, from the Chinese netizens, they have been very friendly. And they are tuning into all those media reports. And people can watch, reports from India's side.
Is there a lot of curiosity right now?
Absolutely. And people are stay tuned of those some of the journalists from India are very actually popular here in China. And they've been looking at the energetic reports or whatnot. And I think that's a good thing from the grassroots, from the people. At least that, when there is a sentiment among the people and the people want to talk with each other, I think that's even more important, politics aside. And for economic ties, I think there has always been good relations between the two countries because, two very populous nations. But looking forward, I think there will just be more, good thing that we should be watching closely coming out of those two nations.
In terms of the big headlines are really emerging from the SCO summit, we are almost about to come to an end of a summit. From the Indian standpoint, of course, this is a major achievement. The very fact that we've been able to push through the fact that there has to be a unified voice against terrorism, that has been included. In terms of trade cooperation, there has also been a talk about it. But what are the big headlines that we are really looking at from China?
So if we look at China from its culture, and as President Xi and Prime Minister Modi have mentioned, the two Asian civilizations of the East. And if we look at the Chinese culture, it has been very peaceful. People are peaceful. And it's kind of come back to the SCO core principles. Non-confrontation, non-targeting of any other party. And I think that is making headlines. Working together to bring that solidarity and peaceful development to this region, that has been actually popping out on the news headlines. But if we're just zooming onto the China and India, and because President Xi Jinping kind of quoted this as a cooperative pas de deux dragon and elephant, that has also been making headlines here in China. We have the dragon here in China, the big elephant of India. People are watching closely, and if the two powerful nations can work together, and that's definitely great to the regional peaceful development and stability.
One final question.
Yes.
I was very closely watching how exactly is the West really responding to it. It seems that there is an obsession right now that the Western media has particularly had with regards to the bilateral talks between India and China. We certainly are expecting that there would be some sort of a statement coming in from the Americans. In fact, you have had Peter Navarro making a despicable comment about India at this stage, saying that why exactly is Prime Minister Modi in bed with President Xi as well as President Putin, without realizing that for the Prime Minister it is about strategic autonomy. How exactly is China really looking at? Are you all looking very closely as to how the West will basically respond, or does that even matter?
Or as a journalist, I've been watching very closely about this tariff drama that has been happening for almost half a year, even over half a year, and I cannot even count. I think Trump is also, according to reports, Trump is also delaying his visit to India. I think because the Trump administration is definitely worried. If we look at SCO, accounts for 2/3 of global GDP. And again, if we look at China and India, two most populous nations and also big economies, and also with great military capabilities, the U.S. is definitely worried. But I want to come back to this because we're reporting on SCO. SCO, the whole organization, has always kind of pointed it out. It's not a bloc that's similar like NATO. It's not a military bloc. It's about bringing all those voices underheard, the developing nations, and find ways to bring peace and stability to this region. And it's always open, and remaining like inclusive, and focusing on to bring this shared prosperity and community with shared future for humanity. But if we're just looking at SCO, it's definitely not trying to pick fights with the U.S. or not. But again, the U.S. is worried. I think the Trump administration is under a lot of pressure. Again, it's a domestic politics in the U.S. that has this ripple effect that kind of affected other nations, and then causing this kind of tariff drama for the past year or so.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us and putting this into perspective, giving us what China is essentially thinking at this point in time. It is essential to have a proper analysis of what's really emerged from here. There are deliverables. In fact, it turns out that there is a lot to take back home in terms of what has really been achieved in the SCO summit, and perhaps it also gives us an insight to what is coming up soon.
Right. Well, Shawan, thank you for getting those details. And Shawan was live from the SCO Summit venue. As we speak, the SCO Plus meeting is on. And I'm also being joined by our guest. We have with us Colonel Anurag Shukla, defense expert, joining us live from Delhi. Thank you for joining us here, Colonel. And it's over. The SCO Summit is over. Prime Minister Modi is on his way back here doing their very successful summit. What, according to you, was the biggest highlight? Because we know that India has managed to corner Pakistan without naming Pakistan.
Well, it's nothing called achievement. It is a well-known fact. Everybody knew quite a long back, and everybody acknowledges the same, and it has been reaffirmed today also. See, we are too much obsessed with a country called Pakistan. It is nowhere, neither military compatible, neither economically compatible to India. But still, media keep us focusing on the smaller country like Pakistan, let me assure you, we can tackle them militarily as well as economically. And in the World Forum, there you can see how the leaders are being treated. That everybody can see it properly. So India's best achievement is that the new friends which has been coming up to in the troubled time, which you see where the one bloc like Western bloc is trying to put pressure on India and trying to put sanctions on India and trying to isolate India for no reason at all. But today, when we see the multipolar world coming up and the new people, new leaders joining, and the way Indian leaders are treated, our Prime Minister has taken up the call for the terrorists, and everybody acknowledging and endorsing the same. So this is the world which we should all be proud of our leadership and our country as a whole. When the world itself is taking the India a very serious and major player in the world economy.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Colonel Anurag Shukla. I will have to take a very short break right now, viewers, because remember, we are live and rolling still from the Tianjin SCO summit venue. Shravan Sen is still there. We're getting you all the analysis, and we also saw that bonhomie between the top leaders, Modi, Xi and Putin. Bonhomie was at full display at the SCO summit. Those pictures on your screen for you. Moment of the day. Taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph!
This is Republic Jack Olival Studio. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's get started.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since the border clashes began. Will the global South solidarity reset the equation with the West? Will there be a trilateral between India, Russia and China? Answers to all these questions and much more only on Republic TV as I get you minute-to-minute update from China.
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा करता आया, सीखता आया।
watching Live and Breaking at 2:30 p.m. I'm Tanisha Avasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, the spotlight for today remains to be on how Donald Trump has completely lost faith, and he is staring at the biggest SCO summit that was held today in China. The Prime Minister has already emplaned for Delhi. Meanwhile, we also have a SCO Plus meeting that is underway in China currently, and Republic is reporting live from the summit venue. We'll get you all that and much more, but first a quick check of the headlines. Prime Minister implanes for New Delhi after successfully concluding two-nation visit, including the SCO summit.
एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारे स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है। कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं।
Prime Minister Modi holds bilateral with Vladimir Putin, says India and Russia have always stood shoulder to shoulder, even in the most difficult situations.
आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई।
Prime Minister Modi's big message as the SCO, as he calls out the double standards, calls it unacceptable. He also says that terror financing is something that will be condemned.
एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे।
Double standards will not be accepted, is what the Prime Minister says at the SCO remarks. Tianjin Declaration of SCO Council of Heads of States, which condemns terrorists, has been signed and adopted. Big diplomatic win for India as mention of terrorism takes center stage. And that's the most defining moment of the year 2025. The Tianjin triad handshake. Three superpowers of the world share candid moments. Prime Minister Modi, Putin greet each other with warm handshake hug before the SCO summit. This is the picture that has rattled the United States. And Prime Minister Modi shares laughter with Putin in China. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif left out, completely red-faced, a dud moment for him. All right, starting this edition with some very unfortunate news that's coming in from Afghanistan, where we learn about 622 people have been killed and more than 1,500 have been injured in an earthquake that struck eastern Afghanistan as helicopters ferried the wounded to safety from the rubble being combed in the herd for survivors. A powerful earthquake that hit overnight has killed at least 600 people and has injured more than 1,500 people in eastern Afghanistan. This is according to a statement from the Taliban-run government. We learned that the tremor measuring 6.0 in the Richter scale was recorded at 11:47 p.m. That is the local time. And when we talk about India time, it was around 12:47 a.m. today. This is according to the National Center for Seismology. Rescue operations, we learn, are still ongoing in the hardest hit areas. Meanwhile, the quake's epicenter was located at latitude 34.5 ON and longitude 70.01 east at the depth of nearly 160 kilometers in the eastern Afghanistan. The shaking was felt across large parts of the region, including Pakistan and northern India, where residents of Delhi, NCR and other cities also reported strong tremors. We are being joined by Kruthat, my colleague from the newsroom on that note. Kruthat, take us to what's the latest on ground zero. We learned that there are nearly 600 people who have already been killed. The Reports say that the death toll could likely mount to somewhere near 800. Rescue operations are in full swing. Talk to us about what is the immediate response that the Taliban-led government is getting from the world.
That we are getting from the health authorities in Kabul is that it's a race against time, because the area which was particularly hit is the eastern province, which is in the Kunar and the Nangarhar provinces of Afghanistan, which are in the northern and eastern parts of Afghanistan. And because of this, it has been very difficult for the authorities there to get in touch and access the people. At the moment, the official death toll, according to agency reports, is around 622, with about 1,500 people injured. Tanisha, this also happens to be one of the worst hit earthquakes since 2022. In 2022, another similar 6.1 Richter scale earthquake had hit Afghanistan, which also led to death of nearly 1,000 people. So far, the death toll in this one is close to 800, is what some reports are putting it. And the initial agency reports are also at around 622. That's the death toll that we are looking at. The problem is that the earthquake that hit Afghanistan was at a very shallow depth. The depth was only about 8 kilometers, which is why the devastation and the impact was quite massive. And it was felt all the way from the Kunar province in northeastern Afghanistan to all the way down to Islamabad and even some neighboring parts of Jammu and Kashmir in the Union Territory, because it's very much closer from there on across the Pakistan side. So it has been a very terrible and difficult situation for the Taliban authorities there in Afghanistan, as 1,500 people, conservative estimates suggest, that also have been injured, and a lot of loss of property is also being estimated. Although these are very initial hours, it's only 12 to 14 hours since the earthquake has taken place, and since these areas are very remotely inaccessible, it's going to be slightly difficult to carry out the rescue operations. But we await further information coming in from Afghanistan. That's the latest so far as the earthquake is concerned. Tanisha.
Right, Krutat. Krutat, also take us through about what is the death toll as far as we talk about the official numbers are concerned. 600 we learn is what the agencies have reported. But what is the official death toll that has been reported by the Taliban-led government so far? And how is it that the rescue operations are being carried out? Because we learned that this earthquake took place somewhere near around 12:47 a.m. Indian Standard Time. And the rescue operations are still underway. How more long is it going to take before the survivors have been taken out of the rubbles?
It's a race against time, Tanisha. At the moment, what the authorities have put so far, which is largely, there's no official statement per se, but the authorities are putting up the number at around 610 people who have died in the Kunar province, and in the Nangarhar province, there are about 12 people dead. So Kunar happens to be the worst hit province of Afghanistan, which has been affected by this earthquake. As per reports, 3 entire villages have been reduced to rubble because of this entire earthquake that took place at a very shallow depth of about 8 kilometers. 6 on the Richter scale obviously is very high. Anything above 5 is very, very dangerous. So it has really leveled off 3 villages, which is where there is a race against time ongoing. These are visuals from last evening that are on air at the moment, and throughout the day there have been various efforts being made to reach these remote parts as soon as possible. More or so the rescue operations will be winding up by the end of the day tonight, and we will see on what the official numbers then look at. Probably we'll have an official word coming in from the authorities there in Afghanistan. But at the moment the situation remains very grim. All the neighboring nations have extended their support for rescue and relief operations. We're here to hear from Ministry of External Affairs, which is often one of the forefront authorities.
All right, Krutat, please stay with me, because we learned that there's a statement that's come in from the Prime Minister as well. In fact, he's just tweeted saying that he's deeply saddened by the loss of lives due to earthquake in Afghanistan, and that our thoughts and prayers are with the bereaved families in this difficult hour, and we wish for a speedy recovery for the injured. He also says that India stands ready to provide all possible humanitarian aid and relief to those affected. Like always, India being the first responder, Krutat, and Prime Minister assuring that we will provide all possible humanitarian aid to those who have been affected by the earthquake. Krutat, on that note, thank you very much for getting us those details. Meanwhile, we move across to some other big news that we're tracking here on Republic. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while addressing the SCO leaders' meeting, emphasized that terrorism remains the gravest threat to regional peace. Reiterating India's firm stance, he called for a zero-tolerance approach to cross-border terrorism, separatism and extremism. We learned that the Prime Minister also proposed a comprehensive SCO-wide framework to tackle terror financing and radicalization, drawing on India's successful de-radicalization initiatives. Here's the full address of the Prime Minister. All right, we will get you that full address of the Prime Minister. But first, let's also listen in. We're also being joined by Colonel Anurag Shukla, defense expert from the national capital. Colonel Shukla, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. Your first remarks on the two speeches that the Prime Minister has made. Number one, where he spoke at the SCO summit, addressing and giving major emphasis on terrorism and those who are financing terrorism. And the second, of course, where he held a bilateral with the Russian President Vladimir Putin, where he said that that everybody must stand with Trump and the war with Ukraine must come to an end.
Yes, I want to acknowledge the thing that India has been able to raise the word terrorism to the World Forum. Today, the biggest blocs and biggest countries in the neighborhood, they are acknowledging, and the terrorism as a problem is being initiated a particular country like Pakistan, which is like in India, if you say we have been fighting this proxy war for the last 34 years. It has been very, very difficult time for us, and nobody in the region was even acknowledging the same. Today, the achievement of our government and our leadership is that in the big forum like SCO, today we have been able to get a voice and we have got a support from world leaders. Here today we have seen the rise of a multipolar world where the powers and India itself is emerging as a very big power. And very soon we will be able to pin down these regional countries like Pakistan, which are again and again targeting with the petty politics and petty small proxy wars to India. So I see this as a very good achievement and very good milestone in the diplomacy of India, where world leaders are standing with India. They are acknowledging the problems of India. They are acknowledging the threat India is facing, and rise of a new India, where economically and militarily India has shown the world as a major world power.
Absolutely. Colonel Anurag Shukla, we also heard the statement that came on the Pahelgam terror attack, where the Prime Minister had made it amply clear that there is no double standard that will be acceptable, and that the nation must come out to condemn terrorism in all forms, that the countries must come out to condemn terrorism. And the same Colonel Anurag Shukla was adopted by the declaration today that India has signed it. Well, it got a special mention about terrorism. So it's in fact a big diplomatic win for India. What do you say on that, Colonel Shukla?
Yes, definitely. I totally agree with you. It is a very good diplomatic win for the country. See, for the last 3 decades, we have been trying to achieve this. We have been giving the evidence to the world. We have been showing so many live things, but nobody was supporting. There was some political unwillingness, or the blocks or the military blocks which has been created in the world scenario, where we were not getting the kind of support we should have been getting. And today, after 34 years, today a major world powers are admitting it and acknowledging the military threat which we are facing, India is facing in the form of proxy war from the smaller country like Pakistan, which has been tilting and doing all this thing for such a long time. And definitely it is a great achievement to the Indian diplomacy and India as a whole, and India as a nation which is rising as a world major power.
Right, absolutely. Okay, I believe we seem to have lost that line with Colonel Shukla, but we'll try connecting back to him. Okay, Colonel Shukla is back. Colonel Shukla, before we come to you, I would like to play that full address of the Prime Minister that he had given at the SCO summit. A big message, in fact, that the Prime Minister has sent out to the world, be it terrorism, be it about exposing the double standards. Here's the Prime Minister's full speech at the SCO summit.
SCO के 25वें शिखर सम्मेलन में भाग लेते हुए मुझे खुशी हो रही है। हमारे शानदार स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति श्री का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल किर्गिस्तान का राष्ट्रीय दिवस था। इस अवसर पर मैं दोनों लीडर्स को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले 24 वर्षों में एससीओ का पूरे यूरेशिया क्षेत्र की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली को जोड़ने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। भारत ने एक सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में हमेशा कंस्ट्रक्टिव और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई है। एससीओ को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। SCO, S सिक्योरिटी, C कनेक्टिविटी, O अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ S यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल-कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई। इसमें मेरे समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। हाल ही में हमने पहलगाम में टेररिज्म का बहुत ही घिनौना रूप देखा। इस दुख की घड़ी में जो मित्र देश हमारे साथ खड़े रहे, मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। यह हमला केवल भारत की अंतरात्मा पर ही आघात नहीं था, यह मानवता में विश्वास रखने वाले हर देश, हर व्यक्ति को खुली चुनौती थी। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे। हमें मिलकर आतंकवाद का हर रंग में, हर रूप में विरोध करना, ये मानवता के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है। एक्सेलेंसी, अब मैं दूसरे स्तंभ सी यानी कनेक्टिविटी पर अपने विचार रखना चाहूंगा। भारत का हमेशा से मत रहा है कि मजबूत कनेक्टिविटी से केवल व्यापार ही नहीं बल्कि विश्वास और विकास के द्वार भी खुलते हैं। इसी सोच के साथ हम चाबहार पोर्ट और इंटरनेशनल नॉर्थ साउथ ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉरिडोर जैसे इनिशिएटिव पर काम कर रहे हैं। इनसे हम अफगानिस्तान और मध्य एशिया के साथ संपर्क बढ़ा सकते हैं। हमारा मानना है कि कनेक्टिविटी के हर प्रयास संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का सम्मान होना चाहिए.
We have some breaking news that's coming in. Chinese President Xi Jinping has urged the SCO members to utilize the Universal Center for countering security threats and challenges, emphasizing the need for improved mechanisms to respond to security threats. Now, at the SCO summit in Tianjin, Xi highlighted the importance of cooperation and collective action against terrorism, separatism and extremism, a point that has been reiterated by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. The SCO, remember, is comprising of 10 member states, including China, India, Russia and Pakistan. Now, it aims to enhance regional security cooperation. We learned that this call that has been given by Xi Jinping is a joint action call against security challenges, which also includes terrorism, that aligns with the SCO's goal of promoting peace, stability and prosperity among member states. Meanwhile, what also made headlines today was a dud moment that Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif was surrounded in. From a desperate clash for a handshake with Vladimir Putin to being left standing as world leaders walked past, Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif faced back-to-back humiliation in Tianjin. The awkward moments went viral, with social media ridiculing Sharif as sidelined and snubbed on the global stage. Watch this report.
Pakistan Prime Minister faced a diplomatic cold shoulder at the SCO summit in Tianjin. The moment that stole the spotlight. Prime Minister Modi and President Putin walking together, while Shehbaz Sharif stood awkwardly on the sidelines. No handshake, no greeting, not even a glance. A snub in full public view. The optics were unmistakable. Modi and Putin projecting warmth, while the Pakistan's Prime Minister reduced to a silent bystander. On day one of the SCO summit, Pakistani Prime Minister rushed forward after the group photo, stretching his hand towards the Russian president in a desperate bid for attention. The awkward handshake attempt was brushed aside, with the Russian and Chinese president walking ahead, leaving Pakistan's Prime Minister looking isolated on the very first day. For Pakistani Prime Minister, the SCO summit was not diplomacy but an insult. In China, Prime Minister Modi's presence was unmistakable, engaging world leaders, shaping key discussion, reinforcing India's role as a decisive force in the SCO and beyond.
And ladies and gentlemen, those were one of the few moments that we got for you, one of the moments that faced embarrassment for, it was a huge embarrassment, Shivangi, for the Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. But it was a dud moment. We're going to get you all of those moments. But for Shivangi, what's also coming up next is the inside details of the SCO summit.
That is right. And the dud moment at the SCO, where the Pakistan's premier got the big snub from Prime Minister Modi. However, we saw a bonhomie between Xi Jinping, PM Modi and Putin. Stay tuned.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%. So
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा डिस्कस करता आया, सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित के सर्वोपरि रखना
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajure. I'm also joined by my colleague Shivangi Shukla. In fact, top of the hour, we'll get you details about the crucial SCO Summit Day 2 and the bonhomie that was on display between India, Russia and China.
That is right, Akansha. And, the big highlight was that SCO has backed India when it comes to terrorism and has condemned the Pahelgam attack. So big win, big diplomatic win for India. The headlines first and then we'll get into the analysis.
Prime Minister in planes for New Delhi after successfully concluding the two-nation visit, including the SCO Summit.
एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारे स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है। कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं।
PM Modi holds bilateral with Vladimir Putin and says India and Russia have always stood shoulder to shoulder even in the most difficult situations.
आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें SCO रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई।
With Pakistani Prime Minister in attendance, Prime Minister Modi slams terrorism at SCO Summit, rakes up the Pahelgam terror attack.
स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे।
Prime Minister's big message in SCO as he calls out the double standards and calls it unacceptable.
Tianjin Declaration of SCO Council of Heads of the States which condemns terrorism has been signed and adopted.
And Shehbaz's unfortunate admission as PM Modi snubs Pakistan's premier at the SCO summit. Getting some big breaking is coming in right now on Republic TV. From what we understand, first on Republic, the Russian Direct Investment Fund announces new investment projects with India and China. Akansha, this is huge coming in, and it's a sign of active entry of Russian companies into the Indian market.
Absolutely. We're learning that Russian high-tech companies will be promoted in the Indian market, and this will be Russia's direct investment fund. That has been announced, a new investment project with India as well as China. And this comes after the crucial meeting between the Russian president with Prime Minister Modi. And we're learning that, in fact, remember earlier, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar had highlighted the trade deficit between the countries stands at $58.9 billion, in fact, and he has said that there's a need to address the trade imbalance between the two countries. And in that backdrop, we're learning that there will be a direct investment by Russia in China and also in China and India as well.
That is right, Akansha. And you know, this is very important because remember the kind of jab that Donald Trump had made towards India and Russia, and he had said a few weeks ago that India and Russia can take their dead economies down together. So really, you know, India and Russia are both sending a strong message to the Western powers. Huge update coming in. We'll try to, of course, connect to our senior editor, Shaman Sen, who is right there at the SCO summit in Tianjin. But first on Republic TV, this is confirmed news coming in for you. Russian Direct Investment Fund announces new investment projects with India and China, a sign of active entry of Russian companies into the Indian market and Russian high-tech companies to be promoted in the Indian market. Essentially, Akansha, you know, this is also about how India refuses to be led by US-led powers when it comes to our economy.
Absolutely, and a big message to the United States as well. All of this is happening at the backdrop of the huge tariffs that have been imposed by the United States on India, 50% on India, in fact. And now we're learning that Russia will be investing in India, and there will be high-tech companies which will be promoted in the Indian market.
That is right. Let's go straight across to our senior editor, Shaman Sen, who's joining us live right from the SCO summit in Tianjin. Shaman, huge update coming in right now. We have come to know that Russian high-tech companies will be promoted in the Indian market and more collaboration when it comes to the two economies coming together. If you could just help our viewers understand why this is significant. New projects announced.
Well, Shivangi, I'm just going to quickly take our viewers through a bigger news now basically emerging. It is right now an official confirmation now coming in. Republic getting you the inside scoop of what really happened as far as the meeting between President Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi. In fact, it was an unusual format that both the leaders essentially engaged in. We do have a confirmation that both the leaders did spend about 50 minutes inside President Putin's limousine, Urus, and in fact it turned out that from this particular venue where the SCO head of the state meeting was taking place, they headed towards Ritz-Carlton where President Putin was staying. That was the venue for the bilateral talks to take place. In fact, it turns out that the car had pulled up at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. The motorcade had stopped. The delegations had moved inside. But 50 minutes, both the leaders were inside the car. A one-on-one conversation takes place between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin. We do have an official confirmation now coming in. That's significant development that has taken place. And then it turns out that both the leaders stepped out of the motorcade and thereafter entered the hotel. In the negotiating room where the delegation was already waiting, it turns out that another 50 minutes both the leaders did actually spend in the negotiating room. That's the big scoop that we're getting in right now. An official confirmation coming in of the total amount of time that both the leaders actually did spend together. 50 minutes inside the limousine, 50 minutes inside the negotiating room. There is a lot that has been spoken. Perhaps not everything would be known to us. As far as the opening remarks goes, it goes on to basically indicate the warm ties that both the countries have. Now that's what we are getting in, but of course it's a significant development. Perhaps we are not very sure as to what did both the leaders really speak, because inside the limousine, remember, there were no translators. Despite that, you've had both the leaders pulling up the car and waiting outside the hotel for almost 50 minutes. That's quite unusual. Never before have we really seen a situation where you have leaders actually inside the car having a one-on-one conversation. It could have been a detour, etc. But having said that, the reality is this, that both the leaders did actually decide to be there inside the car for almost 50 minutes and thereafter taking another 50 minutes inside the negotiating room. What we cannot tell our viewers right now as to what was the content of that conversation. But of course, it has to be substantial given the fact that both the leaders did manage to spend a considerable amount of time. There are certainly big takeaways from the bilateral talks, at least on paper. What it seems like that a lot has essentially been achieved from both the bilateral talks that have taken place between Russia and of course with China too. But there are big takeaways, big headlines basically emerging from the talks that have actually taken place.
That is right. That is right, Shravan. And, Akansha, we have Shravan live with us. And it looks like it seems to be a one-on-one with Putin and PM Modi, the details of which are still waiting for.
Absolutely. So it remains to be seen what was discussed during that 50-minute long meeting in the car as well. But the message is very clear to the United States. If we have Shravan with us, I would like to ask that question to him. What is the message that is being sent across? Because a very clear message is being given that look, see, this is where the priority of New Delhi lies, and those are quite visible from the visuals that we can see on the screen as well. Shravan.
Well, in fact, I would like to spend a considerable amount of time on this breaking news now coming in, simply because of the fact that it is quite an unusual format. Those who have been closely following geopolitics would actually understand this, Akansha. It doesn't really happen very often when you have leaders of two big nations actually deciding to perhaps leave aside all protocols. It only goes on to indicate that there is a personal touch that has essentially been given. Interestingly, both the leaders refer to each other as my dear friend. So it is typical to what Prime Minister Modi's foreign policy has essentially been. It has got a tinge of its own personality that he has always brought in. So he once again has referred to President Putin as his dear friend. In fact, he says that this December, when India and Russia would be completing about 75 years of a diplomatic relationship, it will be marking 75 years, it would certainly indicate that we've essentially come through a long way. That is the reason why India has always referred to Russia as an all-weather friend. Having said that, remember the strategic autonomy that India essentially enjoys or essentially tries to achieve, and that is the reason why even Ukraine, the war that is undergoing in in Ukraine right now. In that case too, the Prime Minister has once again spoken, and it is important to point out here that the Prime Minister has essentially said that efforts that are being made to bring about lasting peace in Ukraine should be encouraged. And once again, the Prime Minister reiterating that this is not an era of war. And more importantly, India has welcomed all efforts that have been made towards bringing in peace. Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin has once again blamed the West, saying that the efforts that the West has essentially made to push Ukraine into NATO is the major cause for the ongoing crisis. He uses the word ongoing crisis in Ukraine, pretty much referring to, remember, what President Putin has always said, it's a special military operation and not really calling it a war. Now, but things have over the years certainly changed. But all of this being part of largely what has basically transpired in the talks that have taken place between both the leaders. But a significant development taking place. We do have a confirmation about the 50 minutes inside the Horus, and of course 50 minutes inside the negotiating room. I wish we had more information as to what did both the leaders speak in those 50 minutes, because that's quite a lot of time just being yourself, and especially keeping in mind that this is a one-on-one that's actually happening between both the leaders, and both the leaders do not even have a translator with them. So it clearly does not allow, does not bring in any sort of interference. It gives, there is enough room, there is enough space for both the leaders to open up and perhaps give the talk up.
All right, Shravan, we'll come back to you, but this is a huge update coming in right now, viewers. Super exclusive news break on Republic, where we see that Republic gets the biggest SCO summit scoop. I think, Shravan, you're back with us. I believe you're back with us right now. But, this is very important. You said that we're still waiting for that one-on-one that Putin and PM Modi had. We still wait for those details. But one thing is for sure, and if you could help our viewers understand this, Donald Trump will not be too happy. In fact, a short while back, he put a post out, good night, as the SCO summit was ongoing, as PM Modi and Putin were holding bilateral talks. Yes, Shravan, can you hear me?
Sorry, Shivangi, I lost you.
Shravan, we're putting those pictures out of
Shivangi, I've lost you.
The triad. Yes, Shravan, we can hear you. We are coming back to you right now. And we were talking about the big scoop that you have got for us, the big Republic scoop on the SCO summit. And as we know that Putin and PM Modi had a one-on-one, we're still waiting for details of that. However, we remember that post that Donald Trump put up just when that bilateral between Putin and PM Modi was happening. It said good night. Not very surprising, because it does show that India and Russia are willing to work together to strengthen their economies.
Well, as far as trade is concerned, that is a straight giveaway, given the fact that Russia has already opened up its market for India. In fact, it was an offer that was given to India at a time when President Trump has imposed tariffs. In fact, it is a way, as US has been saying, a way to penalize India for simply buying Russian oil, forgetting about the fact that even Europe essentially buys the oil and also perhaps fuels the so-called war machine that the West has essentially been referring to. If at all it is about the war machine, then perhaps the Europeans shouldn't be buying that very oil that comes from Russia. Having said that, what's important to point out here, what is it that the Chinese have to really offer at this stage? China has been maintaining that if you want a multilateral world order, then it has to be led by the Asians. And that can only happen when India and China perhaps come together. That has basically irked the West. You've had Peter Navarro essentially indicating that why exactly is Prime Minister Modi in bed with President Xi and President Putin. Now, that was coming in from a trade advisor to President Trump, not realizing the fact that for India it has always been about strategic autonomy. It is not about being in bed side with anyone in particular. But what is important to point out here is that you cannot have this kind of an oversimplification when it comes to the diplomatic relations. What India is unwilling to forget at this stage is that Russia has been our all-weather friend, and that cannot be forgotten at this point. And more importantly, they've had a very clear line opened with us when it comes to our position vis-a-vis Pakistan too.
Absolutely. And do tell us more about that crucial meeting between the Russian president and the Indian Prime Minister. We're learning that the Russian president waited for Prime Minister Modi for close to 10 minutes before he arrived. How crucial is that? And tell us more about, for those who are just joining it, how important was that meeting?
Akanksha, I just want, if the desk could once again go back to the big breaking news now coming in. It's a scoop. It's a scoop that we have essentially gone. Other networks do not have this big breaking news now coming in. Please do understand that it is quite a significant development that has actually taken place. If you have both the world leaders actually deciding to be inside a car and not inside the hotel where they are supposed to have the bilateral talk, there is something more than what meets the eye. And let's not forget, there is a lot of chatter that is essentially doing the rounds with regards to an RIC. The triad that we are essentially talking about, Russia, India and China, will that become a reality? Given the fact that if you have both the leaders spending a considerable amount of time in a very, very unusual format, then it certainly is an indicator. Indicator of what? One can only speculate at this point in time because we do not have concrete information with regards to what they have spoken about. In fact, we've reached out to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to try and get us a little bit more details on it. We haven't really heard from them as yet, but top sources now confirming to Republic TV that yes, both the leaders did spend about 50 minutes inside Russian President Vladimir Putin's limousine. That's the Urus. In fact, they had decided to leave from the summit venue in the same very vehicle. They traveled all the way to Ritz-Carlton. That's the place where President Vladimir Putin was staying, and that was the venue of the bilateral talks. It turns out that after reaching the hotel, the motorcade, after it stopped, the delegation, both the delegation, Russian and as well as Indian delegation, went inside the hotel, but both the leaders decided to stay back. They were inside the car, and that meeting lasted for almost 50 minutes, and that is the reason why there was a delay in the bilateral meeting actually beginning. Thereafter, what we are given to understand is that both the leaders then walked towards the negotiation room where the delegation was already waiting, and it turns out that even there both the leaders and both the delegation spent about 50 minutes. And of course, the opening remarks that were made by the Prime Minister as well as President Putin, which largely invoked the long ties that they have essentially had, and the fact that in the days to come there are several collaborations that we are essentially looking at. Cultural ties, we are looking at space, we are looking at defense. So there is multiple ways of coming together. So it's very, very important to point out here that this is a significant development that has taken place. Net, if you really see, for India, this has been a largely successful SCO summit. One starting with the joint declaration. The joint declaration makes a reference to the Pahelgam massacre. In fact, member nations have basically condemned it with regards to terrorism. There have been very clear, crystal clear response that has come in from the member nations, despite Pakistan basically trying to maneuver all of this. But remember, with Prime Minister Modi setting the tone during the bilateral with China that terrorism, cross-border terrorism is a key issue, something that cannot be brushed under the carpet. In fact, President Xi did actually make a reference of it in the opening remarks of the 25th meeting of the head of the states, where he's essentially spoken about terrorism, extremism as well as separatism, and also went on to urge the member states to avoid any border hostilities. And that is again a very significant statement that has been made by the president of China. Moving on, of course, you've had President Putin thereafter thanking China as well as India on the position that they have essentially taken with regards to Ukraine. President Putin once again clarifying as to why what he calls the ongoing crisis in Ukraine is primarily because of the attempt that has been made by the West to push Ukraine into NATO. And of course, once again is raising the fact that he is hoping that the United States of America would also be following the same path that has been taken by India and China, hoping that they would be in a position to resolve the issue. So all of this is actually taking place in a span of less than 8 hours. In fact, a short while back, the SCO Plus meeting was underway. There too, President Xi once again referring to the fact, urging the member states to use one of the committees that have been formed for the SCO member states, and that is with regards to security. So a lot of developments actually taking place at the SCO right now. Republic at the forefront, getting minute-to-minute update, and the biggest scoop coming in from the SCO summit.
That is right. You know, Shravan, and this is huge coming in right now. One-on-one has taken place between PM Modi and Putin, and this is beyond the bonhomie we saw at the SCO summit. We saw Xi, we saw PM Modi, we saw Putin. They were talking, they were laughing, and really, we are calling it a powerful triad. Now, there was optics before that one-on-one which took place, that you were telling us there was a one-on-one which took place. They both traveled in the car together, both Putin and Modi. Their shared smiles and their hug also went viral. So it definitely does not come as a surprise, Shravan, that both had one-on-one just before that big meeting in December between Putin and PM Modi.
Shivangi, I'm just getting in some more breaking news right now. If you and Akanksha could just once again reiterate the breaking news coming in till the time I'm just once again sending in some more breaking news I've just got from our source from the Indian delegation.
All right, Shravan. Shravan is getting us some more breaking updates coming in. Shravan, you go ahead and get us the fresh updates coming in right now. But this is the big update coming in right now, Akanksha. On our screens, inside details of the Modi-Putin's dialogue beyond the bilateral. If you could just help our viewers understand, Akanksha, what exactly has happened, which is a big update coming in, big exclusive coming on Republic TV.
Absolutely, and as Shravan also pointed out, this was very unusual format because they were in the car for 50 minutes having that conversation without any, person to translate it as well. So that is what happened as far as the conversation between the Indian Prime Minister and Russian President is concerned. Let us tell you about what else happened at the crucial SCO summit, from a desperate dash for a handshake with the Russian President to being left standing as a world leader walked past. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif faced a back-to-back insult in Tianjin in China. The awkward moments went viral on social media with, social media insulting him as he was sidelined and snubbed on the global stage. Watch this. Pakistan Prime Minister faced a diplomatic cold shoulder at the SCO summit in Tianjin. The moment that stole the spotlight. Prime Minister Modi and President Putin walking together, while Shehbaz Sharif stood awkwardly on the sidelines. No handshake, no greeting, not even a glance. A snub in full public view. The optics were unmistakable. Modi and Putin projecting warmth, while the Pakistan's Prime Minister reduced to a silent bystander. On day one of the SCO summit, Pakistani Prime Minister rushed forward after the group photo, stretching his hand towards the Russian President in a desperate bid for attention. The awkward handshake attempt was brushed aside, with the Russian and Chinese president walking ahead, leaving Pakistan's Prime Minister looking isolated on the very first day. For Pakistani Prime Minister, the SCO summit was not diplomacy but an insult. In China, Prime Minister Modi's presence was unmistakable, engaging world leaders, shaping key discussion, reinforcing India's role as a decisive force in the SCO and beyond.
We have another breaking news coming in as far as the crucial SCO summit is concerned. Top forces from the Indian delegation have confirmed Republic TV's SCO news break that Prime Minister spent 50 minutes inside Putin's limousine is what we're learning. There was a conversation between the Prime Minister and the Russian President for 50 whole minutes. Let me go across to senior editor Shravan Sen, who's been getting us all the details from the SCO summit. Tell us more about this, but most importantly, now you're getting us that the confirmation has come in from none other than the Indian delegation there that yes, there was a conversation between the duo for 50 minutes.
Well, in fact, I've just got I've got a confirmation from a top source within the Indian delegation who have now confirmed a Republic news break that yes, the Prime Minister did spend about 50 minutes with President Putin, and that too inside the Oris limousine of President Putin. And in fact, what is important to point out here is that not just 50 minutes there, but 50 minutes inside the negotiating room too. I'll also request our production control team if they could also bring in someone from the newsroom, Kruthat from the newsroom, because just to take our viewers through some of the detailing that we have essentially done. It's important that we basically stay with this news that is coming in right now from Tianjin, the biggest breaking news of the SCO summit in terms of the big takeaways essentially coming in. So it's important to point out here the following. One, the fact that this morning, when the meeting actually began, the Indian delegation had their task basically cut out, and that was to put together one with regards to the roadmap for India-Russia ties in terms of what are the key areas that they're basically looking at and what are the developments that could actually take place. Second is to not just limit this to about defense cooperation, but take it a notch further and look at other ties to improve the other ties. Also, not to forget that there has been a chatter as to how exactly these three countries, the triad, could actually influence the multipolar world order that we've been talking about. So did that really figure in the meeting that took place, in that private meeting that took place with President Putin? We do not know. But having said that, it would be safe to speculate that both the leaders may have taken some time out to essentially discuss, some aspects which have not been discussed earlier. Importantly, it is Russia, the first country to have basically responded immediately after the tariff was basically imposed by President Trump, which has been done in a very arbitrary manner. In fact, it also turns out that Russia had immediately thereafter, through their embassy in the national capital, had basically made a huge statement. And that statement was the fact that Russian market will now be open up for India, primarily because they essentially believe that it is time for it to enhance the trade cooperation between both the countries. While remember, China happens to be India's second largest trading partner, there is certainly a trade deficit. And that is exactly what India and China have been working on. I'm told that my colleague Kruthat is also joining us from the newsroom. Kruthat, Republic getting the biggest news break right now as far as the meeting between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi is concerned. I do have a confirmation from a top source that both the leaders have spent 50 minutes, good odd 50 minutes inside the vehicle, inside the limousine, which is quite unusual. I cannot perhaps recollect in the near future that world leaders have actually done that. Of course, President Putin had taken President Trump in his, in the beast, but that was only for a very short period. They did not stop at the hotel and perhaps spend another couple of minutes talking to each other. So it's quite an unusual format.
Indeed, and Shravan, if you remember when Prime Minister Modi had visited Moscow for a bilateral visit, he was in fact welcomed to not Kremlin but President Putin's personal residence, where both the leaders were seen sharing a lot of cordial time. In fact, they were seen touring around in a golf cart and walking around without the interpreters as well. So there seems to be a great deal of camaraderie when it comes to President Putin's individual relationship with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The fact that both the leaders decided to travel in the same car to the hotel where the bilateral summit was supposed to be held in itself was a massive statement. But now the Republic exclusive news break, ladies and gentlemen, that only Republic is bringing you from Tianjin, our senior reporter, editor Shravan Sen is bringing to us, is that there was almost a 50-minute long conversation that took place inside that car. Even when the car reached the hotel, the both leaders did not get off immediately and they were continuing to having some sort of a conversation. Now, why this is interesting is because if there was a 50-minute long conversation, to put that into perspective, yesterday for the bilateral conversation between Chinese President Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, there was only 40 minutes allotted and both of them went 20 minutes over the clock and they had a conversation for close to an hour. Now, as per our clocks, the official bilateral meeting that lasted was about 40 to 45 minutes. It started at about 11:55 a.m. here and it ended at about 12:35. So, Shravan, it was a 45 minute odd bilateral meeting vis-a-vis at the hotel. But if a 50-minute long conversation did in fact take inside the cab, that or the car, beg your pardon, that shows that there was a larger section of the entire conversation that was done only between the two top leaders inside that car, and whatever happened between India and Russia in that car will now remain with these two very strong leaders who are dealing direct pressure from the US president. So the optics are absolutely uncanny, but what will be even more interesting to see is what was that conversation all about. Certainly the tariff mention and the Russian oil imports would have been a topic of concern that must have been raised, because we saw in the joint statement that was released subsequently after the meeting, and we also saw in the official release given by the Ministry of External Affairs the 4-point charter in which they stated that the both leaders have reaffirmed to take forward their special privileged global partnership. But point number 2 was the most salient one, in which both of them affirmed, mincing no words, that India and Russia will together collaborate on finance, economics and energy security, and that both sides are extremely happy with the progress that they have made so far. And there was no other mention of people-to-people ties or cultural ties or civilizational ties, none of those diplomatic jargons. A clear-cut statement, one sentence, that India and Russia are extremely happy with their bilateral cooperation on economics, on finance and on energy security. The signals are extremely clear that economically both the countries are dealing massively in local currencies, in rupee and in rubles, and there the aspect of de-dollarization comes in, as Russia is cut off from the SWIFT system, and economically and financial systems wise, India has been propagating UPI and its indigenous systems, where India is leading in the digital payments gateway. So whether something of that sort is going to emerge in the international trade arena is something that remains to be seen. Reading between the lines as well, we also saw the charge d'affaires of the Russian embassy just a couple of weeks ago say that if US sanctions are going to hit India hard, then Russia is all about opening its economy for Indian trade. And perhaps that also would have been a secondary aspect that must have been discussed. But the most salient one, America every day waking up in the morning and before going to bed at night are claiming, making statements about India's imports from Russia. In fact, Peter Navarro has even gone on to the extent of calling India the laundromat of Kremlin. So these statements certainly hit hard when it comes to the top level. However, India's response has been extremely resolute. We do not talk to interlocutors or intermediaries. We directly talk to the world leaders. And today's conversation in the car that Shravan is bringing to us, the exclusive details, a 50-minute long conversation between President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi will certainly send the alarm bells ringing in Washington. Shravan.
Well, there's absolutely no doubt about the fact that this is going to set the alarm bells in at least in America. We do not know whether at all there is going to be any sort of a statement really coming in, but of course there is a deep set
And ladies and gentlemen, that's the big Republic news break at this hour, that there was a 50-minute long conversation that took place between the two leaders, that is President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his Aurus en route to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, where the bilateral meeting between India and Russia was taking place. Let me bring you through the details once again. The motorcade pulled up at the hotel, accompanying the delegations which went inside the hotel, but Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Putin continued their conversation in the car, which has has been estimated to have lasted at about 50 minutes. This is why there was a significant amount of delay in the beginning of the bilateral meeting. Earlier today it was said that at around 11:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time, Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be wheels up from Tianjin. But what happened was the bilateral meeting with President Putin only began at 11:55. That was 25 minutes post Prime Minister's return time to India, at least the scheduled time that we had accessed earlier. This shows that both of the leaders had entered some kind of a negotiation or a discussion even before the delegations were sitting inside the room. And this meeting, this informal summit between President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been said to have lasted for about 50 minutes inside his car, including the commute to the hotel, as well as spending some time inside the motorcade and not disembarking immediately after arriving at the hotel, because there was some intimate conversation that both President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi did not want to leave in the middle, despite of the entire delegations there waiting for them inside the Ritz-Carlton Hotel for holding a full delegation level bilateral conversation. This was the most anticipated bilateral summit of the entire day. Yesterday we saw visuals of President Putin arriving and Prime Minister Modi briefly interacting with him. But today, since morning, it has been all smiles in Tianjin, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Putin have been virtually inseparable, even during the photo ops in the morning, as the visuals on your screen run and remind us once again of the cordial ties both of them shared. That was the moment of the day when Chinese President Xi Jinping also pulled in between the conversation of President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It was all smile between the proclaimed troika there, and all of them very cordially discussing something. A lot of experts are now trying to decode what was that conversation all about. But the handshake of the decade and the moment of the day on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, that is the Modi magic in action in Tianjin. Moving back to the studio with latest updates on this, but Republic is the only network bringing you the inside details of that 50-minute long conversation that happened between President Putin and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Back to the studio, Akansha.
Absolutely, Kritash. In fact, the bonhomie was on display between the Indian Prime Minister, Russian and Chinese President as well. Today was day 2 of the crucial SCO summit. Listen in to what Prime Minister said there.
आपको मिलना मतलब एक यादगार मीटिंग भी होती है, बहुत सी चीजों की जानकारियों का आदान प्रदान करने का अवसर मिलता है। हम लगातार संपर्क में रहे हैं। दोनों पक्षों के बीच नियमित रूप से कई उच्च स्तरीय बैठकें भी हुई है। इस वर्ष दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकता पूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारी स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है। कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं। हमारा करीबी सहयोग न केवल दोनों देशों के लोगों के लिए बल्कि वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष के विषय में हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहे हैं। हाल में किए गए शांति के सभी प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। हम आशा करते हैं कि सभी पक्ष कंस्ट्रक्टिवली आगे बढ़ेंगे, संघर्ष को जल्द से जल्द खत्म करने और स्थायी शांति स्थापित करने का रास्ता खोजना होगा। ये पूरी मानवता की पुकार है। एक्सेलेंसी, एक बार फिर आपका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं।
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогие друзья, мы очень рады нашей встрече.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, साथियों, आपसे मिलकर हमें बड़ी खुशी हो रही है।
Символично, что она проходит на полях саммита ШОС.
ये बहुत प्रतिमात्मक है कि वो SCO शिखर सम्मेलन से इतर हो रही है।
Организация, которая позволяет объединять усилия глав государств глобального Юга и Востока.
ये एक संगठन है जो ग्लोबल साउथ और ईस्ट के देशों के नेताओं को प्रयास मिलाने को एक मंच प्रदान करता है।
Усилия по созданию в Евразии архитектуры равной и неделимой безопасности.
यूरेशिया में समान और अविभाज्य सिक्योरिटी ढांचे को बनाने के लिए प्रयासों के लिए एक मंच प्रदान करता है।
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, 21 декабря исполняется 15 лет со дня принятия совместного заявления, в котором отмечен выход наших отношений на уровень особого привилегированного стратегического партнерства.
महामहिम प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, 21 दिसंबर को 15 साल पूरे हो जाएंगे जब से एक संयुक्त वक्तव्य पर हस्ताक्षर किए गए थे, जिसमें हमारे स्पेशल प्रिविलेज्ड पार्टनरशिप पर किस तरह हम पहुंचे। 15 साल हो गए।
И можно уверенно констатировать, что многоплановые российско-индийские связи активно развиваются на этих принципах.
और हम ये सच्चाई से बता सकते हैं कि हमारे रिश्ते इस सिद्धांतों पर बढ़ते हैं।
Налажено многоуровневое взаимодействие.
हमारे बीच बहुत बहुमुखी सहयोग चालू है।
Торгово-экономическая кооперация в целом демонстрирует положительную динамику.
व्यापार में सकारात्मक गतिशीलता देखने को मिलती है।
Развивается туристический обмен.
पर्यटकों का आदान प्रदान विकसित हो रहा है।
Мы тесно координируем наши усилия на международной арене.
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच पर हम हमारे प्रयासों को समन्वय से करते हैं।
ООН, БРИКС, группа 20 и, разумеется, ШОС.
UN, BRICS, SCO जरूर इस गठन में से शामिल हैं।
И сегодня хорошая возможность обсудить основные задачи дальнейшего развития многопланового двустороннего сотрудничества в различных областях.
और आज की मुलाकात से हमारे रिश्तों को आगे बढ़ाने पर रास्तों पर बातचीत करने का एक बहुत अच्छा मौका मिलता है।
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, Россия и Индия поддерживают десятилетиями особые отношения, дружеские, доверительные. Это фундамент для развития наших отношений в будущем.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, रूस और भारत के बीच बहुत विश्वसनीय रिश्ते बने हुए हैं। इस सिद्धांतों पर वे विकसित हो रहे हैं।
И эти отношения носят абсолютно внепартийный характер, поддерживаются подавляющим большинством народов наших стран.
और ये किसी से पार्टी या राजनीति पर आधारित नहीं है। लोग, हमारे दो देशों के लोग इस रिश्तों का समर्थन करते हैं।
Спасибо.
धन्यवाद।
SCO के 25वें शिखर सम्मेलन में भाग लेते हुए मुझे खुशी हो रही है। हमारे शानदार स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं राष्ट्रपति श्री का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज उज्बेकिस्तान का इंडिपेंडेंस डे है। कल किर्गिस्तान का राष्ट्रीय दिवस था। इस अवसर पर मैं दोनों लीडर्स को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, पिछले 24 वर्षों SCO का पूरे यूरेशिया क्षेत्र की एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली को जोड़ने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहा। भारत ने एक सक्रिय सदस्य के रूप में हमेशा कंस्ट्रक्टिव और सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाई है। SCO को लेकर भारत की सोच और नीति 3 मुख्य स्तंभों पर आधारित है। SCO, S सिक्योरिटी, C कनेक्टिविटी, O अपॉर्चुनिटी। पहले स्तंभ S यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया। इसमें SCO रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने
जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल-कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई। इसमें मेरे समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। हाल ही में हमने पहलगाम में टेररिज्म का बहुत ही घिनौना रूप देखा। इस दुख की घड़ी में जो मित्र देश हमारे साथ खड़े रहे, मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। यह हमला केवल भारत की अंतरात्मा पर ही आघात नहीं था, यह मानवता में विश्वास रखने वाले हर देश, हर व्यक्ति को खुली चुनौती थी। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे। हमें मिलकर आतंकवाद का हर रंग में, हर रूप में विरोध करना होगा। ये मानवता के प्रति हमारा दायित्व है। एक्सेलेंसी, अब मैं दूसरे स्तंभ सी यानी कनेक्टिविटी पर अपने विचार रखना चाहूंगा। भारत का हमेशा से मत रहा है कि मजबूत कनेक्टिविटी से केवल व्यापार ही नहीं बल्कि विश्वास और विकास के द्वार भी खुलते हैं। इसी सोच के साथ हम चाबहार पोर्ट और इंटरनेशनल नॉर्थ साउथ ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉरिडोर जैसे इनिशिएटिव पर काम कर रहे हैं। इनसे हम अफगानिस्तान और मध्य एशिया के साथ संपर्क बढ़ा सकते हैं। हमारा मानना है कि कनेक्टिविटी के हर प्रयास में संप्रभुता और क्षेत्रीय अखंडता का सम्मान होना चाहिए। यही एससीओ चार्टर के मूल सिद्धांतों में भी विदित है। Connectivity that bypasses sovereignty, losing trust and meaning. Excellency, तीसरा स्तंभ है O, यानी opportunity. Opportunity for cooperation and reform. 2023 में भारत की अध्यक्षता के दौरान नई ऊर्जा और विचारों का संचार हुआ। स्टार्टअप और इनोवेशन, ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन, यूथ एम्पावरमेंट, डिजिटल इंक्लूजन और शेयर्ड बुद्धिस्ट हेरिटेज जैसे नए विषयों को अपने सहयोग में जोड़ा। हमारा प्रयास था कि एससीओ को सरकारों के परे भी ले जाए। सामान्य मानवी, यंग साइंटिस्ट, स्कॉलर्स और स्टार्टअप को भी आपस में जोड़े। हमारे पीपल टू पीपल टाइम को दृढ़ता देने के लिए मैं आज एक और सुझाव रखना चाहूंगा। एससीओ के अंतर्गत एक सिविलाइजेशन डायलॉग फोरम बनाया है। इससे हम अपनी प्राचीन सभ्यताओं कला, साहित्य और परंपराओं को वैश्विक मंच पर साझा कर सकते हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, आज भारत रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म, ट्रांसफॉर्म के मूल मंत्र पर आगे बढ़ रहा है। कोविड हो या वैश्विक आर्थिक अस्थिरता, हमने हर चुनौती को अवसर में बदलने का प्रयास किया है। हम लगातार वाइड रेंजिंग रिफॉर्म पर काम कर रहे हैं। इस देश में विकास के साथ साथ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सहयोग के लिए भी नए अवसर खुल रहे हैं। मैं आप सभी को भारत की विकास यात्रा से जुड़ने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, यह खुशी की बात है कि एससीओ भी समय के अनुरूप इवॉल्व हो रहा है। ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम, ड्रग ट्रैफिकिंग और साइबर सिक्योरिटी जैसी समकालीन चुनौतियों से निपटने के लिए 4 नए केंद्र बनाए जा रहे हैं। हम इस रिफॉर्म ओरिएंटेड माइंडसेट का स्वागत करते हैं। वैश्विक संस्थानों में रिफॉर्म के लिए एससीओ सदस्य आपसी सहयोग बढ़ा सकते हैं। संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 80वीं वर्षगांठ के अवसर पर हम एक मत होकर यूएन रिफॉर्म का आह्वान कर सकते हैं। ग्लोबल साउथ की आकांक्षाओं को आउटडेटेड फ्रेमवर्क में कैद रखना भावी पीढ़ियों के प्रति घोर अन्याय है। नई पीढ़ी के बहुरंगी सपनों को हम पुराने जमाने की ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट स्क्रीन पर नहीं दिखा सकते। स्क्रीन बदलनी ही होगी। एससीओ मल्टीलेटरलिज्म और इंक्लूसिव वर्ल्ड ऑर्डर का मार्गदर्शक बन सकता है। मुझे खुशी है कि इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर आज एक स्टेटमेंट जारी किया जा रहा है। एक्सेलेंसी, हम सभी पार्टनर्स के साथ समन्वय और सहयोग के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं एससीओ के अगले अध्यक्ष किर्गिस्तान के राष्ट्रपति और मेरे मित्र प्रेसिडेंट जपारोव को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
Here, we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा करता आया सीखता आया कि वे राष्ट्रहित के सर्वोपरि रखना।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
ट्रम्प से बात हमेशा विजिट करता आया सीखता आया
And this breaking news that's coming in at the stop of this hour, TMC built stage on army land. Army personnel had to come to dismantle the stage. We're getting breaking news, and now Mamata Banerjee also at the spot. The breaking news that's coming in, and it can be seen on the screens from Kolkata in West Bengal, where the army has now stopped TMC stage construction on army land. Mamata Banerjee had reached the stop after army objection. The stage was for Basha Andolan built on army land, and army personnel were forced to open the TMC protest stage. Political flashpoint this has become after the army now versus the TMC over the protest venue. Stage row intensifies as Mamata now arrives at the site. Let's listen into a live reaction coming in of the West Bengal Chief Minister.
This is the permission. I have security money, and today is the first. We should have asked us give more money. There was no program for any other political party. Only Saturday and Sunday we used to do it. আমরা শরীর রবিবার করি, আমরা টাকাও দিয়েছি যে প্রোগ্রাম হয়েছে তার জন্য সিকিউরিটি মানি দিয়েছি। আমরা কিন্তু ওদের কাছে সিকিউরিটি মানি নিই না। পুলিশ কিন্তু নিতে পারে অনেক, কখনো আমরা নিই না। কিন্তু যে অগণতান্ত্রিক, আমি বিজেপি পার্টিকে তীব্রভাবে ধিক্কার জানাচ্ছি। বিজেপি দেশের লজ্জা, এন্ড বিজেপির নেতৃত্বে যে ডাবল ইঞ্জিন সরকার চলছে তারাও দেশের লজ্জা। তারা কখনোই মানুষের সমর্থন পাবে না। যত দিন যাবে তত আনডেমোক্রেটিক কায়দায় কাজ করতে গিয়ে সব এজেন্সিকে গভর্নমেন্টের ললিপপ।
We're also going to take a look at what's making headlines across the nation.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Incessant heavy rain has continued over the past week in Shimla and other parts of the state, disrupting regular lives and causing devastation across the state. Accordingly to data from IMD, the August saw 69% more rainfall than normal across the state. Karnataka BJP State President B.Y. Vijayendra and other party leaders participated in the Dharamstala Chalo rally demanding NI investigation in the Dharamstala case. Union Home Minister Amit Shah visited the flood-hit Jammu and met the flood-affected assured some of the victims. He met relief for rehabilitation. He was accompanied by the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha and Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. BJP workers clashed with police personnel in Ranchi as they held a protest against the derogatory remarks on Prime Minister Modi and his mother during a Mahagathbandhan event in Bihar last week. A tragic incident of gas leakage due to improper connection has come to light from Solapur in Maharashtra. 2 children have been killed in this accident, while 3 members of the same family are admitted in the hospital in a critical condition.
A tragic incident of gas leak has come to light from Solapur city in Maharashtra. 2 innocent children died due to the gas leak, while 3 members of the same family were admitted in a hospital in a critical condition. The incident occurred when a gas line connection in the victim's house was not properly sealed. Due to the improper connection, the gas eventually spread in a room where the victim's family was asleep. The next day, the entire family was found unconscious after 5 people suffocated due to the gas leakage overnight. A 6-year-old boy and a 4-year-old girl died in this incident, while the other family members were rushed to the hospital by nearby locals. The entire area has been mourning the loss of 2 innocent children in this tragic incident. Relatives and neighbors had also gathered at the civil hospital. Meanwhile, a case has been registered at the civil police post in this regard.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning. Our Greater Annunciation Fellowship is mourning. Our entire city is united in grief, and at the same time, based on this incredible group of people that has assembled here in City Hall.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO summit in history. This would be the Prime Minister's first visit in 7 years since the border clashes began. Will the global South solidarity reset the equation with the West? Will there be a trilateral between India, Russia and China? Answers to all these questions and much more only on Republic TV as I get you minute-to-minute update from China.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Today was day 2 of the summit. Bonhomie between the Indian Prime Minister, Russian and Chinese President was on display. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, also gave a very strong message regarding terrorism. We'll get you that and much more in the next half an hour. Let's get started with the headlines. Prime Minister Modi, Russian President break format, hold a 50-minute long one-on-one meeting inside Putin's car. Russian Direct Investment Fund announces a new investment, says they have invested through pharma and other sectors as well. Prime Minister enplanes for New Delhi after successfully concluding two-nation visit, including the SCO summit. Tianjin declaration of the SCO Council of Heads of States, which condemns the terrorism, has been signed and adopted.
हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे.
Prime Minister's big message at the SCO as he calls out the double standards, calls it unacceptable. And left completely red-faced, Shehbaz Sharif resorts to flattery, calls his own country unfortunate and poor in China. Let's get you the biggest update from this SCO summit. India and Russia made a huge statement. Our senior editor, Shavan Sen, gets you the latest as far as this is concerned. In fact, we're learning that ahead of this crucial bilateral, Prime Minister Modi and Putin held a one-on-one meeting in a very unusual format. The two leaders, in fact, held a 50-minute long conversation inside Putin's car, even though their delegation went inside the hotel. This led to a delay in the official bilateral meeting, which in fact also went on for another 50 minutes. This is in fact quite unusual because this went on for 50 minutes and the translators were also not present in the car. All right, so as you can see, this was the day 2 of the crucial SCO summit and bonhomie between the Indian Prime Minister and the Russian President there. And then later also the Chinese President was on display. A strong message that was given to the Western countries as well. Look at this picture that has rattled the United States. This is a picture of Prime Minister Modi hugging the Russian President. All right, so many such visuals have come to the fore throughout the day. Have a look at the report that my colleague, senior editor Shavan Sen, has filed. All right, but before that, let me go across to my colleague, senior editor Shavan Sen, who joins us with more. Shavan, this is very crucial because, as you also mentioned, that this was very unusual for the two leaders to have the conversation for 50 minutes, because we have not seen something like this in the last, recent times as well. And their translators were also not present during this meeting. Tell us more about what really happened when the Prime Minister, Indian Prime Minister, and the Russian President met earlier today.
Well, Akanksha, it's quite unusual. World leaders have always followed a protocol when it comes to the bilateral talks. But
after the 25th meeting of the head of states of the SCO, Prime Minister Modi and President Putin hopped onto the Urus,
which happens to be President Putin's official vehicle. It is a black limousine, which both the leaders opted for. And they left from the SCO summit venue and they were headed towards Ritz-Carlton, which happens to be the place where President Putin was staying. In fact, it was also the venue for the bilateral talks to take place. Interestingly, when the motorcade reached the hotel, the delegation had gone inside the hotel thinking that both the world leaders are going to step out of the vehicle and perhaps move to the negotiating room. Lo and behold, what happens was this, that both the leaders then decided to stay back. And they stayed not just for a few minutes, a total of 50 minutes inside the car. And mind you, that was without any translator, which means that there was a clear personal touch that was given by both the leaders in the meeting that took place. And that meeting which lasted for about 50 minutes. And it does not then
in a room where the delegation was already waiting. The delegation from the Indian side, the delegation from the Russian side. Remember, Russia had a power-packed delegation. You had the
in every detail from the crucial SCO summit. Very important, in fact, thing that has come to the fore is that, in fact, Prime Minister Modi and the Russian President held a 50-minute long conversation. And after their motorcade pulled up at the hotel, delegation went inside, but Modi and Putin continued their talk even after their car pulled up at the hotel. And in fact, this is as far as the meeting between the Indian Prime Minister and, in fact, the Russian President is concerned.
the SCO summit in terms of the big takeaways essentially coming in. So it's important to point out here the following. One, the fact that this morning, when the meeting actually began, the Indian delegation had their task basically cut out, and that was to put together one with regards to the roadmap for India-Russia ties in terms of what are the key areas that they're basically looking at and what are the developments that could actually take place. Second is to not just limit this to about defense cooperation, but take it a notch further and look at other ties to improve the other ties. Also, not to forget that there has been a chatter as to how exactly these three countries, the triad, could actually influence the multipolar world order that we have been talking about. So did that really figure in the meeting that took place, in that private meeting that took place with President Putin? We do not know. But having said that, it would be safe to speculate that both the leaders may have taken some time out to essentially discuss, some aspects which have not been discussed earlier. Importantly, it is Russia, the first country to have basically responded immediately after the tariff was basically imposed by President Trump, which has been done in a very arbitrary manner. In fact, it also turns out that Russia had immediately thereafter, through their embassy in the national capital, had basically made a huge statement. And that statement was the fact that Russian market will now be open up for India, primarily because they essentially believe that it is time for it to enhance the trade cooperation between both the countries. While remember, China happens to be India's second largest trading partner, there is certainly a trade deficit, and that is exactly what India and China have been working on. I'm told that my colleague Kruthat is also joining us from the newsroom. Kruthat, Republic getting the biggest news break right now as far as the meeting between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi is concerned. I do have a confirmation from a top source that both the leaders have spent 50 minutes, good odd 50 minutes inside the vehicle, inside the limousine, which is quite unusual. I cannot perhaps recollect in the near future that world leaders have actually done that. Of course, President Putin had taken President Trump in his, in the beast, but that was only for a very short period. They did not stop at the hotel and perhaps spend another couple of minutes talking to each other. So it's quite an unusual format.
Let me once again go across to senior editor Shravan Sen, who's been getting us every little detail from this crucial SCO meeting. Also tell us about the bilateral meeting that took place between the Indian Prime Minister and Russian President today. Several, focus points came to the fore, and especially in the backdrop of the Russia-Ukraine war as well. Give us more details on that as well.
Well, Akanksha, before I get to the details of the bilateral level talks that have taken place, I just want to reiterate a few details. The super exclusive that Republic has now got with regards to the meeting that took place between Prime Minister Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin. In fact, I believe we had lost the line a short while back, so I'm just going to put together the sequence of events, and the sequence of events are quite fascinating. It is quite unlike what we have seen in the past when world leaders meet. They've essentially followed all protocols. So this is the inside story with only Republic TV, getting you the details of what really happened. This morning, it was scheduled to be the 25th meeting of the head of the states, chaired by the President of China, Xi Jinping. President Modi, as well as Prime Minister Modi, I beg your pardon, and President Vladimir Putin, they were in attendance. After the opening remarks, it was followed by the world leaders. In fact, Akanksha, I'm sorry I'm getting an important phone call with regards to the breaking news coming in. If you can just hold on for a minute and carry it further, I'll just quickly join you back in a couple of seconds.
Absolutely. In fact, this is the biggest news break as far as the meeting between Indian Prime Minister and Russian President is concerned. We are learning that they had the conversation in Putin's car for over 50 minutes. And even when the motorcade pulled up at the hotel, delegation went inside. Modi and Putin, they continued their talk even after the car arrived at the hotel. In fact, that went on for 50 minutes. And then, in fact, their one-on-one and the bilateral meeting continued for another 50 minutes, in fact, and this is quite unusual because in the recent past, we have not seen two world leaders speaking for so long, speaking without their translators as well. So this is the biggest news break from the SCO meeting that Republic TV is getting for you. Let's tell you more about the crucial SCO meeting. Pakistan has been shamed at the global stage. At the SCO summit, member states have taken a strong stance against terrorism and they have condemned the terror attack. Remember that took place in Pahelgam in April, on April 22nd earlier this year, that claimed 26 innocent lives. The members further noted that the perpetrators and the sponsor of the attack, in fact, should be brought to justice, even though the Pakistan country was not named. But at the SCO summit, it stood isolated, exposed and completely shamed. Have a look. Pakistan has been exposed once again, shamed at the SCO summit in China. India stands vindicated. In a big diplomatic win for India, SCO members strongly condemned the Pahelgam terror attack. In a joint declaration issued after the conclusion of the summit in China's Tianjin, member countries, including China and Turkey, stated that the perpetrators of the Pahelgam terror attacks, the organizers and sponsors, must be brought to justice. The message from Tianjin is unmistakable. No safe haven for terror, no excuse for sponsors. The declaration, however, steered clear of naming Pakistan, despite India's long-standing charge that Islamabad provides a safe haven to terror outfits. Pakistan may not be named, but at the SCO summit, it stood isolated, exposed and shamed. With Shehbaz Sharif in presence, Prime Minister Narendra Modi called out Pakistan and asserted that terrorism, separatism and extremism are a big challenge.
पहले स्तंभ एस यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है। किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं। आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है। कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता। इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया है। इसमें SCO रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही। इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल-कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया। हमने रेडिकलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई। इसमें मेरे समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। एक्सेलेंसी, भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है। कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए। हाल ही में हमने पहलगाम में टेररिज्म का बहुत ही घिनौना रूप देखा। इस दुख की घड़ी में जो मित्र देश हमारे साथ खड़े रहे, मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
In China, the message was loud and clear. The world will no longer tolerate terrorism, and Pakistan can no longer hide behind all the lies.
And let's tell you more about the crucial SCO summit and what really happened in the crucial meeting between the Indian Prime Minister and the Russian President that you can see. And the bonhomie between the three top global leaders was on display. Their clear message to the United States as well. There were hugs, there was a huddle as well, and handshakes as the three leaders came together. In fact, Prime Minister Modi's bonhomie with Russian President and Chinese President has stolen the spotlight at the SCO summit, and there was shared hugs, there was handshake, huddles, laughter between Prime Minister Modi and the other two world leaders. They are drawing attentions to the striking display of warmth among the three leaders that you can see on the screen. And Prime Minister has also drawn a line as far as the trade is concerned. He has said that connectivity must for trade, trust and development. He has also gone on to say that connectivity must respect the integrity of the country as well. Connectivity that bypasses sovereignty and loses trust and meaning. In fact, he has also spoken on terrorism in the crucial SCO summit that took place in the last 2 days. But let's talk about Pakistan as well, how Pakistan was snubbed. Shehbaz Sharif, who's the Pakistani Prime Minister's embarrassing moment at the SCO summit, caught on camera. Putin and the Chinese President were walking together during the group photo session when Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif was seen desperately running towards them to shake hands. But meanwhile, the Chinese President totally ignored him. Watch the moment.
Our friends in India and the Prime Minister, a great friend of Russia, Mr. Modi, put forward an entire concept a few years ago, made in India. And you know, it has shown results. It's been really beneficial to the Indian economy. There is no sin in copying what has been invented, be it not by us, then by our friends. And it works really well.
international situation is both fluid and chaotic. China and India are two ancient civilizations in the East. We're the world's two most populous countries, and we are also important members of the global South. We both shoulder the historical responsibility of improving the well-being of our two peoples, promoting the solidarity and rejuvenation of developing countries, and propelling the progress of human society. It is the right choice for both sides to be friends who have good neighborly and amicable ties, partners who enable each other's success, and to have the dragon and the elephant dance together.
今年
And this is how the day 2 of the SCO summit looked like. And in just some time, Prime Minister will be landing back in the national capital. There he gave a larger message of terrorism, against terrorism. Pakistan was snubbed, and in fact the bonhomie between Indian Prime Minister, Chinese and Russian President was on full display. We'll get you more on that, but for now we're taking a very short break, and on the other side we'll tell you about how after Asim Munir, Shehbaz Sharif calls his own country unfortunate and poor in China. And we'll also tell you about how Rahul Gandhi has sparked a fresh controversy as he warns the Bharatiya Janata Party of an impending expose, stating that he will soon unleash a hydrogen bomb. We'll get you more details on these two stories after this very short break. Stay with us.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Here we didn't want to bring out the big charts because it had no chance of standing. Fortunately, we came armed with a little smaller chart. So it's 67%, so we're going to be charging a discounted reciprocal tariff of 34%, I think.
Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power.
During an interview, American economist Richard Wolff called out the US administration for attacking India with tariffs and shooting itself in the foot by doing so. Wolff said that India is central for trade and that it will find other places to sell its exports if the US gets shut off. Wolff said that India is now, according to the United Nations, the largest country on earth. The United States telling India what to do is like a mouse hitting.
PM Modi and Russian President break format, hold a 50-minute-long one-on-one meeting inside Putin's car. Russian Direct Investment Fund has announced a new investment in India, says that they have invested through pharma and other sectors. Prime Minister Modi emplains for the national capital after successfully concluding two-nation visit to Japan as well as China, including the SCO summit. Tianjin declaration of SCO Council of Heads of State which condemn the terrorism has been signed and adopted.
Excellency, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे.
Prime Minister Modi's big message at the SCO summit as he calls out the double standards of Pakistan, calls it unacceptable. Left completely red-faced, Pakistani Prime Minister resorts to flattery, calls his own country unfortunate and poor in China. Let's start with a big confirmation from the Russian delegation that Russian Direct Investment Fund has now announced a new investment project with India and China. And this is a sign of active entry of Russian companies into the Indian market. In fact, Russian high-tech companies will soon be promoted in the Indian market is what we're learning. And this is a big confirmation that comes after the crucial SCO summit in which we saw the bonhomie between the Indian Prime Minister, Russian and the Chinese counterpart. In fact, they're on display, and now a big confirmation coming in that Russian delegation, that Direct Investment Fund has announced that new investment project with India and China, and this is a sign of active entry of the Russian companies into the Indian market. We're learning that high-tech companies will soon be promoted in the Indian market. And from a desperate dash for a handshake with the Russian president to being left standing as world leaders walked past, Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif in fact faced back-to-back insults in China in the last 2 days. The awkward moments went viral on social media, with people there ridiculing Shehbaz Sharif as being sidelined and snubbed on the global stage. Watch this. Pakistan Prime Minister faced a diplomatic cold shoulder at the SCO summit in Tianjin. The moment that stole the spotlight. Prime Minister Modi and President Putin walking together, while Shehbaz Sharif stood awkwardly on the sidelines. No handshake, no greeting, not even a glance. A snub in full public view. The optics were unmistakable. Modi and Putin projecting warmth, while the Pakistan's Prime Minister reduced to a silent bystander. On day one of the SCO summit, Pakistani Prime Minister rushed forward after the group photo, stretching his hand towards the Russian president in a desperate bid for attention. The awkward handshake attempt was brushed aside, with the Russian and Chinese president walking ahead, leaving Pakistan's Prime Minister looking isolated on the very first day. For Pakistani Prime Minister, the SCO summit was not diplomacy but an insult. In China, Prime Minister Modi's presence was unmistakable, engaging world leaders, shaping key discussion, reinforcing India's role as a decisive force in the SCO and beyond.
And now let's tell you more about the crucial SCO summit. Prime Minister Modi and the Russian president met on the sidelines of the SCO summit in China in a show of deepening ties with New Delhi's relationship with the United States having taken a downturn over the recent tariff. But the highlight was that Prime Minister's reiteration of restoring peace and also ending the Ukraine war. Here's more.
आपको मिलना मतलब एक यादगार मीटिंग भी होती है, बहुत सी चीजों की जानकारियों का आदान प्रदान करने का अवसर मिलता है। हम लगातार संपर्क में रहे हैं। दोनों पक्षों के बीच नियमित रूप से कई उच्च स्तरीय बैठकें भी हुई है। इस वर्ष दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकता पूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारी स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है। कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं। हमारा करीबी सहयोग न केवल दोनों देशों के लोगों के लिए बल्कि वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष के विषय में हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहे हैं। हाल में किए गए शांति के सभी प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। हम आशा करते हैं कि सभी पक्ष कंस्ट्रक्टिवली आगे बढ़ेंगे। संघर्ष को जल्द से जल्द खत्म करने और स्थायी शांति स्थापित करने का रास्ता खोजना होगा। ये पूरी मानवता की पुकार है। एक्सेलेंसी, एक बार फिर आपका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं।
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогие друзья, мы очень рады нашей встрече.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, साथियों, आपसे मिलकर हमें बड़ी खुशी हो रही है।
Символично, что она проходит на полях саммита ШОС.
ये बहुत प्रतिमात्मक है कि वो SCO शिखर सम्मेलन से इतर हो रही है।
Организация, которая позволяет объединять усилия глав государств глобального Юга и Востока.
ये एक संगठन है जो ग्लोबल साउथ और ईस्ट के देशों के नेताओं को प्रयास मिलाने को एक मंच प्रदान करता है।
Усилия по созданию в Евразии архитектуры равной и неделимой безопасности.
यूरेशिया में समान और अविभाज्य सिक्योरिटी ढांचे को बनाने के लिए प्रयासों के लिए एक मंच प्रदान करता है।
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, 21 декабря исполняется 15 лет со дня принятия совместного заявления, в котором отмечен выход наших отношений на уровень особого привилегированного стратегического партнерства.
महामहिम प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, 21 दिसंबर को 15 साल पूरे हो जाएंगे जब से एक संयुक्त वक्तव्य पर हस्ताक्षर किए गए थे, जिसमें हमारे स्पेशल प्रिविलेज्ड पार्टनरशिप पर किस तरह हम पहुंचे। 15 साल हो गए।
И можно уверенно констатировать, что многоплановые российско-индийские связи активно развиваются на этих принципах.
और हम ये सच्चाई से बता सकते हैं कि हमारे रिश्ते इस सिद्धांतों पर बढ़ते हैं।
Налажено многоуровневое взаимодействие.
हमारे बीच बहुत बहुमुखी सहयोग चालू है।
Торгово-экономическая кооперация в целом демонстрирует положительную динамику.
व्यापार में सकारात्मक गतिशीलता देखने को मिलती है।
Развивается туристический обмен.
पर्यटकों का आदान प्रदान विकसित हो रहा है।
Мы тесно координируем наши усилия на международной арене.
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच पर हम हमारे प्रयासों को समन्वय से करते हैं।
ООН, БРИКС, группа 20 и, разумеется, ШОС.
UN, BRICS, SCO जरूर इस गताओं में से शामिल हैं.
И сегодня хорошая возможность обсудить основные задачи дальнейшего развития многопланового двустороннего сотрудничества в различных областях.
और आज की मुलाकात से हमारे रिश्तों को आगे बढ़ाने पर रास्तों पर बातचीत करने का एक बहुत अच्छा मौका मिलता है.
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, Россия и Индия поддерживают десятилетиями особые отношения, дружеские, доверительные. Это фундамент для развития наших отношений в будущем.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, प्रिय दोस्त, रूस और भारत के बीच बहुत विश्वसनीय रिश्ते बने हुए हैं. इस सिद्धांतों पर वे विकसित हो रहे हैं.
И эти отношения носят абсолютно внепартийный характер, поддерживаются подавляющим большинством народов наших стран.
और ये किसी से पार्टी या राजनीति पर आधारित नहीं है. लोग, हमारे दो देशों के लोग इस रिश्तों का समर्थन करते हैं.
Спасибо.
धन्यवाद.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin's bonhomie was on display at the SCO summit in China. The interaction between Prime Minister Modi and Putin drew wide attention. They were spotted walking hand in hand before approaching Chinese President Xi Jinping. The duo were also photographed sitting in a car together during the summit. President Putin waited 10 minutes before both hopped on for the joint ride. The two world leaders spent 45 minutes in the car. This was followed by 1 hour-long delegation-level talks between the two. The optics of these engagements and their timing, coming shortly after US President Trump imposed heavy tariffs on Indian goods, have created a telling picture of where New Delhi's priorities lie.
Prime Minister Modi at the SCO summit on 1st September addressed the plenary session of the summit, in which he mentioned the Pahelgam attack, stating that terrorism is not only India's problem, but its challenge to the entire humanity.
SCO. S, security. C, connectivity. O, opportunity. पहले स्तंभ एस यानी सिक्योरिटी के संदर्भ में मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि सुरक्षा, शांति और स्थिरता किसी भी देश के विकास का आधार है. किंतु इस मार्ग में आतंकवाद, अलगाववाद और अतिवाद बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं. आतंकवाद सिर्फ किसी देश की सुरक्षा ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए एक साझा चुनौती है. कोई देश, कोई समाज, कोई नागरिक अपने आप को इससे सुरक्षित नहीं समझ सकता. इसलिए आतंकवाद से लड़ाई में भारत ने एकजुटता पर बल दिया. इसमें एससीओ रेट्स की बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही. इस वर्ष भारत ने जॉइंट इंफॉर्मेशन ऑपरेशन को लीड करते हुए अल-कायदा और इससे जुड़े आतंकी संगठनों से लड़ने का इनिशिएटिव किया. हमने रेडिलाइजेशन के विरुद्ध समन्वय बढ़ाने और मिलकर कदम उठाने का भी प्रस्ताव रखा. टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ आवाज उठाई. इसमें मेरे समर्थन के लिए मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं. एक्सेलेंसी, भारत पिछले 4 दशकों से निर्मम आतंकवाद का दंश झेल रहा है. कितनी ही माताओं ने अपने बच्चे खोए और कितने बच्चे अनाथ हो गए. हाल ही में हमने पहलगाम में टेररिज्म का बहुत ही घिनौना रूप देखा. इस दुख की घड़ी में जो मित्र देश हमारे साथ खड़े रहे, मैं उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। यह हमला केवल भारत की अंतरात्मा पर ही आघात नहीं था, यह मानवता में विश्वास रखने वाले हर देश, हर व्यक्ति को खुली चुनौती थी। ऐसे में प्रश्न उठना स्वाभाविक है, क्या कुछ देशों द्वारा आतंकवाद का खुलेआम समर्थन हमें स्वीकार्य हो सकता है? एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं हुई। हमें मिलकर आतंकवाद का हर रंग में, हर रूप में विरोध करना होगा।
India-Russia bilateral has been one of the top highlights of the day. Ahead of the bilateral, Prime Minister Modi and Putin held a one-on-one meeting in an unusual format. The two world leaders held a 50-minute long conversation inside Putin's limousine, even though their delegation went inside the hotel. Listen to the conversation between our senior editor Shavan Sen and a Russian journalist.
Let me get a quick analysis from a Russian journalist. Thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV.
Thank you.
The image of Russian President Vladimir Putin along with the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chinese President Xi Jinping has been the biggest talk of the town.
Yes.
Give us a sense of how exactly is the Russian media really looking at the imagery coming in, and where does Russia really stand on some of the key issues?
Well, it's really obvious. It's a historical image because we all saw that Vladimir Putin and Narendra Modi, they came together, they were holding hands, and basically this means friendship, very good friendship. Then they talked to Xi Jinping, they all laughed. It was some kind of joke, so you can imagine that they are really good friends, they are really good sense of friendship between them. And also those three countries are really sanctioned and pressed by the United States. So basically what we are perceiving now, that they are getting even closer together because of the United States. And obviously we are really waiting for the outcome, for which agreements they will have. Now we're just waiting because we saw that they are really good friends and we understand they talk a lot, and we are expecting Vladimir Putin to go to India in the end of the year. So we are waiting and expecting.
We are eagerly waiting for the bilateral talk to take place between Russian President Vladimir Putin and our Prime Minister. In terms of the expectations that the Russians have at this stage, particularly with regards to the bilateral, is there anything that you all are particularly discussing about? For instance, the tariffs that have been imposed on India has largely been because of the Russian oil that has been bought by India. A claim that has been completely rejected by India. India maintains that it's part of our national interest and no one has the right to interfere. How exactly is Russia really looking into the tariffs that have been imposed, or kind of a penalty that has been imposed on India?
I'll be sincere, we were really feeling curious about the India reactions because we saw these new tariffs, this high pressure of the United States against India, and we were waiting what kind of decision will take India. Will it be led away by the United States? But we saw that India stayed really firm with Russia. It's continued to work and just let understand everybody that India its sovereignty must be respected, and that's a really good political position, I think, nowadays, because they should not be led by pressure.
In terms of the expectations of the SCO outcome, India maintains that we should talk firmly about terrorism, cross-border terrorism. In fact, we have had certain expectations from the Chinese too, despite the trust deficit that exists between India and China. We do believe that Russia happens to be our all-weather friend. Is there a hope that perhaps Russia would also be pushing the SCO partners to talk firmly about cross-border terrorism?
I think yes, because Russia has a lot of history and we have a lot of experience to fight against terrorism. So I think they will talk about this and we have experience to share.
The SCO summit was more than just a grand stage. It was a message from the global south to Western pressure, particularly for Donald Trump. Today, at the SCO summit, there was a powerful moment. Many actually. The elephant, the dragon and the bear in one frame. The troika of the Prime Minister Modi, Xi Jinping and Putin quite literally stole the show. Here's how the triad isolated Pakistan Prime Minister and sent shivers in the White House.
This is the moment of the day at SCO Summit in Tianjin. A walk that shook the corridors of Tianjin. Three leaders, three powers walking shoulder to shoulder. Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The RIC Troika reactivated. The frame the world was waiting for and the frame that Washington dreaded. Because in the midst of Donald Trump's tariff tirade, the most powerful counter-image has emerged from China. The elephant, the dragon and the bear moving in sync on SCO's grand stage. Look closer and you see more than just diplomacy. A smile shared, a finger pointed, a message delivered. Putin, Modi and Xi locked in a crucial huddle away from the noise, away from the West's gaze. This wasn't just a conversation. This was coordination, a moment of tectonic alignment. And then came the embrace. Putin wraps Modi in a warm hug. The bear hug that sent a chill across Atlantic. Xi too, standing close, listening, nodding and engaging. This is more than just optics. This is strategy unfolding live at the SCO. But the most telling image came in another frame. Watch closely. As Modi and Putin walk past with camaraderie, Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif stands frozen, waiting for an acknowledgement that never comes. No glance, no handshake, not even a nod. Just a cold walk past, a snub captured in front of the world. For Pakistan, it is isolation. For RIC, it is consolidation. In Tianjin today, the most powerful picture of SCO has emerged, one that redraws global equations. The handshake of friends, the snub of adversaries, and the quiet fear in Washington. This is the moment Donald Trump dreaded, and now he cannot get this picture out of his head, while trying to make himself believe that it is a good night.
Breaking news coming in. Rahul Gandhi has threatened the BJP of a new expose on alleged vote chori, claiming vowing to drop a hydrogen bomb, this time after Mahadevpura's atom bomb. Speaking at the concluding event of his voter Adhikar Yatra in Patna today, the Congress leader has also targeted Prime Minister Modi, saying that he would not be able to show his face to people after we bring the hydrogen bomb of vote chori. BJP has hit back, calling him extremely irresponsible for making such claims. We first listen into that reaction and the BJP counter.
बीजेपी के लोग अच्छी तरह सुन लीजिए। भैया, एटम बम का नाम सुना आपने? सुना है एटम बम का नाम? उससे बड़ा क्या होता है? उससे बड़ा क्या होता है? एटम बम से बड़ा हाइड्रोजन बम होता है। होता है नहीं होता है? माधवपुरा में हमने एटम बम दिखाया था। बीजेपी के लोगों तैयार हो जाओ, हाइड्रोजन बम आ रहा है। हाइड्रोजन बम आ रहा है, तैयार हो जाइए। आपकी जो सच्चाई है, वोट चोरी की सच्चाई है, वो पूरे देश को पता लगने जा रही है। बीजेपी के लोग अच्छी तरह सुन लीजिए। भैया, एटम बम का नाम सुना आपने? सुना है एटम बम का नाम? उससे बड़ा क्या होता है? उससे बड़ा क्या होता है? एटम बम से बड़ा हाइड्रोजन बम होता है। होता है नहीं होता है? माधवपुरा में हमने एटम बम दिखाया था। बीजेपी के लोगों तैयार हो जाओ, हाइड्रोजन बम आ रहा है। हाइड्रोजन बम आ रहा है, तैयार हो जाइए। आपकी जो सच्चाई है, वोट चोरी की सच्चाई है, वो पूरे देश को पता लगने जा रही है।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Tensions gripped inmates inside Karnataka's Ramnagarra district jail after a clash broke out between prisoners. A fight broke out between the gangs of rowdy sheeters after an old rivalry. To bring the situation under control, prison staff tried to intervene, but they were attacked during clash. Few prison staff also suffered injuries. The holy Hindu pilgrimage to Sri Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine remained suspended for 7 straight days due to unfavorable weather conditions across Jammu and Kashmir. The yatra was suspended on 26th of August following heavy rains in Jammu. It led to a landslide on the yatra's route. At least 34 pilgrims were killed, 20 were injured. The IMD issued a red alert for parts of Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh, warning of heavy to very heavy rainfall over several districts on Monday. The alert comes amid an active monsoon phase that has already triggered widespread rainfall and cloudburst across North India. And we'll bring you more details on Prime Minister Modi-Putin talks. They break format, hold a 50-minute long one-on-one inside Putin's limousine. And Tianjin Declaration of SCO Council of Head of States, which condemns terrorism, has been signed and adopted. This is a big win. Talk to me.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
Yesterday, a coward decided to take our 8-year-old son Fletcher away from us. Because of their actions, we will never be allowed to hold him, talk to him, play with him, and watch him grow into the wonderful young man he was on the path to becoming.
Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice for Ralph! Justice.
Families in Minneapolis are mourning.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I'm headed to the northern port city of Tianjin in China to cover the largest ever SCO.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We saw the Prime Minister's big declaration and big message at the SCO, a big diplomatic victory for India, where the Prime Minister has clearly told on terrorism can no longer be a functioning model, no longer can be there for any state. And not only that, there is also a declaration that has been signed. The third big takeaway from the SCO summit, where Prime Minister Modi was seen along with the troika of Putin and Xi Jinping, this is a handshake that is there to stay. We take a look at our headlines, but a big, massive diplomatic win in Tianjin for India. Prime Minister Modi, Putin break format, hold a 50-minute long one-on-one inside Putin's limousine.
एक्सेलेंसी, ये हमारे स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है। कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं।
Prime Minister Modi holds bilateral with Vladimir Putin, says India and Russia have always stood shoulder to shoulder, even in the most difficult situations. Russian Direct Investment Fund announces new investments, says they have invested through pharma and other sectors. Prime Minister emplains for New Delhi after successfully concluding two-nation visit, including the SCO summit. Tianjin Declaration of SCO Council of Head of States, which condemns terrorism, has been signed and adopted.
एक्सेलेंसी, हमें स्पष्ट रूप से और एक स्वर में कहना होगा कि आतंकवाद पर कोई भी डबल स्टैंडर्ड स्वीकार्य नहीं होंगे।
Prime Minister Modi's big message at SCO as he calls out the double standards, calls it unacceptable. Left is completely red-faced. Shehbaz resorts to flattery, calls his own country unfortunate and poor in China. Our top focus and urgent meeting of the NATO-Ukraine Council is also being held in Brussels today at the request of Ukraine in response to the recent massive air attacks by the Russian Federation. And that's the breaking news that's coming in right now. There has been an urgent NATO-Ukraine Council meet that's been held in Brussels. This has been there at the request of Ukraine. This is in response to the recent massive air attacks by the Russian Federation in Ukraine. And this comes even as the Ukraine-Russia conflict war saw a mention at the SCO today, with Prime Minister Modi also saying it is peace that has to be got extremely soon. India and Russia made a huge statement today. Our senior editor gets an exclusive scoop from Tianjin. Ahead of the bilateral, Prime Minister Modi and Putin held a one-on-one meeting in an unusual format. The two world leaders held a 50-minute-long conversation, viewers, inside Putin's limousine. Even though their delegation went inside the hotel, this led to a delay in the official bilateral meeting, which also went on for another 50 minutes. They showed the bonhomie, but I want to go across to our senior editor, Shravan Sen, who's joining us, my colleague. Shravan, this is extremely critical to understand. It reaffirms the central role. It's a zero tolerance for terrorism. Prime Minister Modi gave several detailed words that were a success at the SCO summit today. But I think we want to talk about first this meeting that was there, this scoop that you've got us between Prime Minister Modi and Putin just before the bilateral began.
Well, in fact, Rhythm, it was by far the most unusual meeting that has ever taken place. Two world leaders decide to ditch all protocols. Let me narrate the entire story to you, which I've basically picked up from the Russian side. I've also got a double confirmation coming in from the Indian delegation. The story goes like this, Rhythm. 25th meeting of the head of states of the SCO concludes. Prime Minister Modi and President Putin then decide to hop on to the Urus, which happens to be President Putin's limousine. And in fact, that's the official car. And thereafter, they were headed to Ritz-Carlton, where President Putin was staying, and also the venue of the bilateral meeting. The motorcade stops at Ritz-Carlton. Delegations from both sides venture out of their car, head towards the hotel. Surprisingly, both the leaders decide to stay back, and they are inside Urus. It turns out for 50 minutes, both the leaders were present. One-on-one interaction takes place without a translator. What really transpired is something that we do not know, Rhythm, but one can only speculate that a lot could have been spoken. And more importantly, the personal touch that has essentially been given by both the leaders to their entire meeting. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about the personal touch that has been given by both the leaders. But thereafter, both the leaders come out of Urus and head towards the negotiating room. In the negotiation room, both sides' delegations were present. As far as the Russian delegation goes, in fact, it was by far the largest delegation, with at least three of the deputy prime ministers who were present there. And apart from them, several of President Putin's advisors were also part of this entire delegation. In fact, it turns out that this meeting also lasted for 50 minutes. So it goes way beyond the protocol time, which was roughly about 40 minutes as per the schedule. So the bilateral meeting basically started late, lasted for about 15 minutes. And during this entire course of the interaction that took place between both the leaders essentially addressed each other as my dear friend. It also goes on to indicate that this is what they call the bonhomie between two world leaders who have given a personal touch to their entire diplomacy. So that's where it stands, the inside story of what really happened between Prime Minister Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin. Rhythm.
Shravan, that's fantastic. I also want to get a sense from you, Shravan, about how and why the SCO summit was a big win for India, the 6 highlights from the SCO declaration.
Well, in fact, it has been by far the most successful summit. The reasons essentially being this: all through, India has been fighting very closely. In fact, India has been wanting that terrorism be discussed in the SCO. Earlier, remember, the declaration wasn't signed by the Raksha Mantri primarily because the SCO declaration never made a mention of cross-border terrorism. In fact, Prime Minister Modi, during his bilateral with President Xi, made it very clear that cross-border terrorism cannot be brushed under the carpet. In fact, that was taken extremely seriously. In the opening remarks that were made by President Xi of the 25th meeting of the heads of state, he did make a mention, and there was a marked shift. It turns out that President Xi did make a mention of terrorism, extremism and separatism. Then comes the joint declaration. The joint declaration not only condemns Pahelgam massacre, you have all the nations coming together and calling out this cross-border terrorism that has taken place. And in fact, they have now decided that they will fight together as far as cross-border terrorism is concerned. And that is undoubtedly a big victory for India, because the sense that I got when I landed here in Tianjin is that the Chinese were essentially more interested to talk about trade cooperation and the fact that they would largely focus on business and the relationship between India would only be revolving around trade and business and how to basically perhaps weaken this entire hold that the United States of America had. Now, what's important to point out here is that Prime Minister Modi was unequivocal when it comes to cross-border terrorism, and that found a clear mention. That is the reason why it's victory number one, if I may say so. Victory number two is certainly this bilateral with Russian President Vladimir Putin, because here you have both the leaders addressing each other as my dear leader. And in terms of the tangibles of this entire meeting, one, in terms of defense cooperation, the fact that there are fighter jet deals that are essentially being signed between both the countries, S-400 being the other important aspect, the defense system that is being bought by India, and energy sector. There too, the reference that came in by Vladimir Putin, that from Vladivostok to Chennai, this entire energy cooperation that has taken place is historic in nature. Not to forget, finally, to top it all, you've had President Putin saying that he would be in India in the month of December, when both the countries would be marking 75 years of diplomatic relations, and that is another era, it's another chapter in the relationship between India and Russia.
All right, Shravan, I think you have to go for a meeting, or I would have loved to only be on the ground reports and what Shravan is giving us as an exclusive scoop right here on Republic TV. Thank you, Shravan, for giving us those details. And viewers, I'm also going to give you more details about what Prime Minister Modi, while addressing the SCO leaders meeting, emphasized that terrorism remains the gravest threat to regional peace. Reiterating India's firm stance, he called for zero-tolerance approach to cross-border terrorism, separatism and extremism. Prime Minister Modi proposed a comprehensive SCO-wide framework to tackle terror financing and radicalization, drawing on India's successful de-radicalization initiatives. Here's his full address.
आपको मिलना मतलब एक यादगार मीटिंग भी होती है, बहुत सी चीजों की जानकारियों का आदान प्रदान करने का अवसर मिलता है। हम लगातार संपर्क में रहे हैं। दोनों पक्षों के बीच नियमित रूप से कई उच्च स्तरीय बैठकें भी हुई है। इस वर्ष दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकतापूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, हमारी स्पेशल एंड प्रिविलेज स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की गहराई और व्यापकता का परिचायक है। कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी भारत और रूस हमेशा कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर चले हैं। हमारा करीबी सहयोग न केवल दोनों देशों के लोगों के लिए बल्कि वैश्विक शांति, स्थिरता और समृद्धि के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। एक्सेलेंसी, यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष के विषय में हम लगातार चर्चा करते रहे हैं। हाल में किए गए शांति के सभी प्रयासों का हम स्वागत करते हैं। हम आशा करते हैं कि सभी पक्ष कंस्ट्रक्टिवली आगे बढ़ेंगे। संघर्ष को जल्द से जल्द खत्म करने और स्थायी शांति स्थापित करने का रास्ता खोजना होगा। ये पूरी मानवता की पुकार है। एक्सेलेंसी, एक बार फिर आपका मैं हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं।
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогие друзья, мы очень рады нашей встрече.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, साथियों, आपसे मिलकर हमें बड़ी खुशी हो रही है।
Символично, что она проходит на полях саммита ШОС.
ये बहुत प्रतिमात्मक है कि वो एससीओ शिखर सम्मेलन से इतर हो रही है।
организации, которая позволяет объединять усилия глав государств глобального Юга и Востока.
ये एक संगठन है जो ग्लोबल साउथ और ईस्ट के देशों के नेताओं को प्रयास मिलाने को एक मंच प्रदान करता है.
Усилия по созданию в Евразии архитектуры равной и неделимой безопасности.
यूरेशिया में समान और अविभाज्य सिक्योरिटी ढांचे को बनाने के लिए प्रयासों के लिए एक मंच प्रदान करता है.
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, 21 декабря исполняется 15 лет со дня принятия совместного заявления, в котором отмечен выход наших отношений на уровень особого привилегированного стратегического партнерства.
महामहिम प्रधानमंत्री जी प्रिय दोस्त 21 दिसंबर को 15 साल पूरे हो जाएंगे जब से एक संयुक्त वक्तव्य पर हस्ताक्षर किए गए थे जिसमें हमारे स्पेशल प्रिविलेज्ड पार्टनरशिप पर किस तरह हम पहुंचे. 15 साल हो गए.
И можно уверенно констатировать, что многоплановые российско-индийские связи активно развиваются на этих принципах.
और हम ये सच्चाई से बता सकते हैं कि हमारे रिश्ते इस सिद्धांतों पर बढ़ते हैं.
Налажено многоуровневое взаимодействие.
हमारे बीच बहुत बहुमुखी सहयोग चालू है.
Торгово-экономическая кооперация в целом демонстрирует положительную динамику.
व्यापार में सकारात्मक गतिशीलता देखने को मिलती है.
Развивается туристический обмен.
पर्यटकों का आदान-प्रदान विकसित हो रहा है.
Мы тесно координируем наши усилия на международной арене.
अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंच पर हम हमारे प्रयासों को समन्वय से करते हैं.
ООН, БРИКС, группа 20 и, разумеется, ШОС.
UN, BRICS, SCO जरूर इस गठन में से शामिल हैं.
И сегодня хорошая возможность обсудить основные задачи дальнейшего развития многопланового двустороннего сотрудничества в различных областях.
और आज की मुलाकात से हमारे रिश्तों को आगे बढ़ाने पर रास्तों पर बातचीत करने का एक बहुत अच्छा मौका मिलता है.
Уважаемый господин премьер-министр, дорогой друг, Россия и Индия поддерживают десятилетиями особые отношения, дружеские, доверительные. Это фундамент для развития наших отношений в будущем.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी प्रिय दोस्त, रूस और भारत के बीच बहुत विश्वसनीय रिश्ते बने हुए हैं.